Rosanth Publishing presents Ruined by Ravishment, A Bodyguard, Forbidden Love, Mafia Romance. Written by Sherry Blake, published by Rosanth Publishing, Feretti Syndicate Series Book 6. All rights reserved. Subscribe to our channel to not miss any new audiobooks. Enjoy. The wedding is tomorrow, and I'm done playing by their rules. There are luminously beautiful women, and then there's Lucrezia Feretti, only sister to the most brutal Mafia don on the East Coast. Best part? She doesn't even know she's perfect. She's engrossed in painting emotional landscapes and helping other traumatized women heal their wounds. And I'm completely engrossed in keeping her safe. No man will ever take her from us again. No asshole will ever do that to her again. Not while I walk this earth, even if it's on my knees. I've observed her battle her demons with a ferocity I haven't seen in the hardest hitman. And now this, to be bartered off in an arranged marriage because the Russians want to muscle in on our casino operation. She deserves better. Her luminescence is what keeps this killer family from descending into the darkest hells. But who am I to say? A nobody, hired muscle, violent enforcer, a fixer who lives in the shadows. My illicit fascination for the Mafia princess is from afar, a totally off-limits forbidden fantasy. She may be unbreakable, a blade beneath silk, but every night I dream about making her submit to my dark desires. The only woman I can't have is the only one I want. One taste and I'd burn this entire stinking city down for her. This forced marriage might destroy her. I'll fight them, but I can no longer fight my hunger for her. If I try to claim what should be mine, it could ignite a war between the New York families. Bring it on.
Dedication. To every woman who has transformed her scars into strength, to the survivors who refuse to let their past define their future, to those who love again with guarded hearts and speak truth with shaking voices, to the woman reading this, you are not what happened to you. You are fierce, whole, and worthy of every beautiful thing. Your resilience lights the way for others. Your story matters. This is for you, not as victims, but as the extraordinary, unbreakable forces of nature you are. Content warning. This book deals with mature themes including sexual assault and its psychological aftermath, kidnapping, torture, graphic violence, murder, organized crime activities, and references to human trafficking and domestic violence. It also contains explicit sexual content with BDSM elements including bondage and power exchange dynamics, mental health struggles including PTSD and panic attacks, poisoning and attempted murder, arranged marriage themes, strong language, and pregnancy. This novel is intended for readers 18 years of age or older. Chapter 1. Lucrezia. I slipped back into my bedroom, closing the door with a soft click. The search for my phone downstairs was successful. I'd left it on the kitchen counter after grabbing a bottle of water earlier. Now I flop onto my bed as I unlock my screen. Instagram loads and I scroll mindlessly through my feed. Models in designer clothes, celebrities at exclusive parties, artists showcasing their latest work. I pause at a post from a gallery in Milan featuring an emerging painters exhibition. Their use of color makes something twist inside me. A feeling I quickly push away. I close the app and toss my phone aside. The Venetian Rose Gala starts in an hour, and Enzo will have a fit if I'm not ready on time. These casino events are part of the family business, the legitimate side at least. My brothers insist I attend, claiming it's good for me to get out more. What they really mean is they can keep an eye on me while I'm there. With a sigh, I head to my bathroom and study my reflection. Dark circles under my eyes from another restless night. I open my makeup bag and get to work, applying foundation. The ritual is soothing, one of the few things that still feels normal. Just another night pretending. I line my eyes with smoky shadow, adding mascara that makes my lashes look thick and dark. A touch of blush brings color to my too pale cheeks. Red lipstick comes last. Armor for the evening ahead. My hair is next. I plug in my curling iron and wait for it to heat up. The dark waves fall past my shoulders, and I work section by section, creating loose curls that frame my face. These casino galas are a strange mix of business and family politics. Sometimes I almost enjoy them. Other times, I can barely breathe through the fakeness of it all. The worst are the rich kids who treat wealth like an accomplishment rather than the accident of birth or crime it usually is. All of them talking about their summer homes and private jets like collecting expensive things is a personality. I almost laugh at the irony. Here I am, a Feretti, irritated by displays of wealth when our family mansion could house a small village. But there's a difference. My brothers never brag about money. They just have it. Power doesn't need to announce itself. I check my reflection one final time. The woman staring back looks elegant, composed. No one would guess she wakes up screaming some nights. No one would know she hasn't picked up a paintbrush in 2 years. Well, I tried once, but I wasn't doing it for me then. Perfect. The mask is in place. I move to the walk-in closet where tonight's dress hangs in its garment bag. Damiano had it delivered yesterday. Another gift I didn't ask for. My brothers also think expensive presents will somehow fix what happened, as if designer dresses could erase the nightmares. I unzip the bag and can't help the small gasp that escapes me. The gown is undeniably beautiful. It's in a deep emerald green. The color reminds me of the expensive oil paints I used to special order from Italy. I run my fingers over the fabric, feeling its cool smoothness against my skin. This isn't just any dress. It's Valentino, custom made for tonight's event. The price tag would probably feed a family for months. I slip it off the hanger and step into it carefully, pulling it up over my hips. The bodice hugs my waist before flowing out in a subtle A-line to the floor. The neckline is modest but elegant, high enough to be appropriate, low enough to be fashionable. When I turn to check the mirror, I hardly recognize myself. The dress fits perfectly, of course. Damiano would have made sure of that, probably asking if they have my measurements. And they do. "You look like a proper Feretti," I whisper to my reflection, mimicking what Enzo will probably say when he sees me. That's the point, isn't it? At the Venetian Rose, I'm not just Lucrezia. I'm a Feretti daughter, the princess of our criminal empire, the hostess who must smile and charm and make everyone feel welcome in our territory. The dress isn't for me, it's for the role I have to play. I slip on the matching emerald heels and fasten the diamond earrings Enzo gave me for my last birthday. The final touch is a thin diamond bracelet that once belonged to our mother. I rarely wear it, but tonight feels like an occasion that demands the full Feretti presentation. Our casino, our rules, our wealth on display. I check the time. 30 minutes until Enzo comes to escort me downstairs. I sit carefully on the edge of my bed, mindful not to wrinkle the dress. The weight of the silk feels heavy against my skin, like the expectations that come with it. Tonight I'll smile at the right people, laugh at the right jokes, and pretend I'm not counting the minutes until I can come back home and peel off this perfect facade. The Venetian Rose isn't just a casino. It's a statement. Our family's crown jewel in Manhattan, a place where the elite come to play and pretend they're not rubbing shoulders with criminals. And I'm part of the illusion, the beautiful Feretti daughter who makes everyone forget that the chips they're betting were paid for with blood money. I take a deep breath and stand up again, smoothing down the silk. The girl in the mirror looks like she belongs on a magazine cover, polished, perfect, untouchable. If only they knew how touchable I'd been.
Chapter 2. Daniel. I scan the security feed one last time, eyes tracking every corner of the Venetian Rose's main floor. The cameras catch everything. The flash of diamonds, the hungry eyes at poker tables, the calculated smiles of the dealers. Nothing escapes my notice. System's running clean, I tell Noah, who's leaning against the wall, scrolling through something on his tablet. No blind spots. Noah doesn't look up. You said that the last 3 times we checked. And I'll say it again if necessary. My voice comes out harder than intended. This isn't just another night. The security room hums with technology, multiple screens showing every angle of the casino, the steady beep of the alarm system, the soft whir of cooling fans keeping the equipment from overheating. The space smells of coffee and the faint trace of Noah's cologne mixed with gun oil. Noah finally looks up, his dark eyes narrowing. Fucking hell, Hayes. You need to calm down. It's a gala, not a war zone. But that's where he's wrong. Every crowded room is a potential war zone when you're protecting the Feretti family. I tap commands into the system, bringing up the staff entrance camera feed. Check the new guards' positions again. I want eyes on every entrance. The leather of my shoulder holster creaks as I lean forward. My weapon sits heavy against my ribs, a familiar, comforting weight. My fingers tap an impatient rhythm on the desk. Already done, Noah says, setting down his tablet. Listen, I get it, but we've got 20 men on site, metal detectors at every door, and enough firepower to start a small revolution. I clench my jaw. 22 men, and it's not enough. Noah watches me with that calculating look he gets sometimes. I ignore him, switching to the camera feed showing the VIP entrance where the family will arrive. The red carpet is in place. 2 guards stand at attention, faces impassive, hands ready. Good. Damiano's already inside, I say, changing the subject. Enzo and Lucrezia should be arriving in 10. Noah pushes off from the wall, coming to stand beside me. His reflection in the monitor shows a smirk playing on his lips. The walkie-talkie on my belt crackles to life, pausing whatever shit Noah was about to say. The first guests are arriving. Sartori family just pulled up. I grab the device. Copy that. Stay alert. I shove the walkie-talkie back on my belt and grab my suit jacket from the back of the chair. The fabric feels expensive against my fingers. Another reminder of how much has changed since I joined the Ferettis. Time to move, I tell Noah, adjusting my tie. I want to be on the floor before they arrive. Noah follows me into the hallway, the security door clicking shut behind us. The corridor is quiet, carpeted to muffle our footsteps. It smells of fresh paint and cleaning products. The casino always immaculate for these events. You know, Noah says as we walk, for someone who's supposed to be just the head of security, you act a lot like you're part of the family. I shoot him a warning glance. I do my job. That's it. Right. Noah's voice drips with sarcasm. That's why you're dressed like you belong at the gala instead of watching it. Appearances matter, I say flatly. You know that. We reach the end of the hallway where it opens into a service area. From here we can slip onto the main floor without drawing attention. I pause, listening to the growing noise of the gala, glasses clinking, conversation humming, music floating above it all. I step into the main floor, Noah at my side. The Venetian rose gleams like a treasure chest tonight. Security is my focus, but I can't help noticing how the gold and crimson decor catches the light, making everything feel both opulent and dangerous. Targets identified, Noah mutters, his eyes already tracking the entrance. The main doors swing open, and there they are, the Ferettis entering their domain. The crowd doesn't part dramatically, but there's a subtle shift in the room's energy, like everyone simultaneously holding their breath. Damiano leads the way, of course. The Don moves with grace, his suit fitting him like armor. His expression remains carefully neutral, but his eyes miss nothing. Power radiates from him like heat. Enzo follows a step behind, his face harder than his brother's. Where Damiano carries power like a birthright, Enzo wears violence like a second skin. The tattoos peeking above his collar tell stories of blood and loyalty. His hand rests at the small of a woman's back, Sienna. They have been together over a year now. Her blue eyes are watchful, her delicate features a mask hiding steel beneath. She moves closer to Enzo's side when she spots a crowded area, a subtle tell I've learned to recognize. Then I see her, Lucrezia Feretti. My throat tightens as she steps into the light. She's wearing green, the color somehow making her seem both vibrant and fragile at once. The dress hugs her figure. Her dark hair falls in waves past her shoulders, and though she smiles at someone who greets her, the expression doesn't reach her eyes. Hayes, Noah nudges me. You're staring. I snap my attention back to security, scanning the perimeter. Just doing my job. Right, he says, not bothering to hide his smirk. I ignore him, watching as Lucrezia moves through the crowd. There's a brittleness to her movements tonight, a careful distance she keeps from everyone who approaches her. She stands straight, chin high, but I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers curl tightly around her clutch. It's been almost 2 years since I was assigned to protect her after what happened. 2 years of watching her try to rebuild herself while pretending she wasn't broken. 2 years of standing guard, silent and unobtrusive, as she fought her nightmares. I'm going to check the east section, I tell Noah, already moving. My path takes me around the edge of the room, staying in the shadows while keeping the Ferettis in sight. Security is positioned exactly as planned. I position myself near a marble column, adjusting my stance to look casual while maintaining clear sightlines to all 3 Ferettis. Lucrezia stands beside Damiano now as he speaks with a businessman whose name I can't recall. She smiles politely, but her eyes keep drifting toward the exits. Old habits. I know them well. When someone brushes past her unexpectedly, I notice how she flinches. A micro-expression most would miss. Her hands tremble slightly before she clasps them together, steadying herself. Still haunted, still fighting. The protective instinct hits me. I force myself to remain still, to remember my place. I'm security, not savior. Protector, not friend. I have no right to the concern that tightens my chest when I look at her, but damn, she's beautiful tonight. She's always beautiful.
Lucrezia. The gala officially opens after an hour of mingling. Damiano taps a crystal glass, the sound ringing through the casino as conversations fade. He welcomes everyone with practiced charm, thanking them for supporting our family's charitable foundation. It's all carefully scripted, the perfect blend of gratitude and power that reminds everyone exactly who owns the room. Cameras flash as photographers capture New York's elite pretending to care about whatever cause we're supporting tonight. I've stopped keeping track. Judge Holloway laughs too loudly with the mayor near the bar. Senator Williams and his third wife hover near Damiano, desperate for his attention. Police Commissioner Burke stands awkwardly in a corner, probably wondering if anyone knows how many bribes he's taken from my brother. The casino floor buzzes with activity, a monument to the alliance that changed everything for our families. Quite the turnout, a voice says beside me. I turn to find Vittoria Sartori, Riccardo's sister, dressed in a sleek black jumpsuit. Always is, I reply, grateful for her presence. How's Chicago? Cold, corrupt, perfect for expansion. She grins, sharp and knowing. Your brother and mine are quite the power couple these days. She's right. The Venetian Rose exists because of their partnership. Damiano and Riccardo joined forces 2 years ago. The casino stands as both peace treaty and business venture, allowing Damiano to expand into Chicago while Riccardo strengthens his hold on New York. Smart, calculated, and mutually beneficial. Exactly how Mafia alliances should work. I actually like the Sartoris, though my interactions have been limited to Riccardo, his wife Ava, and Vittoria. They're a massive family, 6 children with Riccardo stepping up as Don after their father's death. Unlike our compact unit of 3, they're sprawling and complicated. How are your brothers? I ask, watching Vittoria's expression shift. Riccardo's the only normal one, she says with a shrug. The others are challenging. That's putting it mildly, according to rumors. The Sartori brothers are notorious, each with their own brand of danger. I've never met them in person, but stories travel fast in our world. And you're the only girl, I observe. Lucky me. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. 6 brothers, 5 of them insane, makes for interesting family dinners. Across the room, I spot Riccardo speaking with Damiano, their heads bent close in conversation. Ava stands nearby, elegant in midnight blue, charming a group of potential investors. They look like royalty. Your sister-in-law is good at this, I comment. Vittoria follows my gaze. Ava was born for it. She handles the legitimate side of things better than any of us. I nod, understanding completely. Every family needs someone who can move comfortably in both worlds, the criminal and the corporate. For us, that's usually Enzo, though tonight he seems more interested in keeping Sienna close than networking. I should circulate. Vittoria says, straightening. Can't let Ricardo have all the fun corrupting New York's finest. She slips away, leaving me alone again. Chapter 3. Lucrezia. My head throbs slightly, a dull pressure behind my eyes that signals I should leave soon. These events drain me more than they used to. Before, I could last until dawn, floating through parties on champagne bubbles and adrenaline. Now, 2 hours feels like a marathon. I scan the room for Damiano to let him know I'm leaving early, but he's deep in conversation with some politician. Zoe isn't here tonight. Little Sophia had a fever, so she stayed home with the baby. My fierce sister-in-law would normally be at Damiano's side, charming everyone while secretly assessing which ones might be threats. I miss her steady presence. My gaze lands on Enzo and Sienna instead. They stand near the bar, his arm wrapped protectively around her waist. Sienna looks beautiful tonight in a simple blue dress that makes her eyes glow. She's good for my brother, the only person who's managed to break through his walls. I should go say hello before I search for Daniel and ask him to leave. Maybe spending time with them will ease this building exhaustion. I take 3 steps in their direction when the first shot cracks through the air. For a moment, everything freezes. The sound doesn't register as a gunshot in my mind. It's just a loud noise, a champagne cork or drop tray. Then another shot follows, and another. Screams erupt. Bodies drop to the floor. The perfect facade of wealth and power shatters as primal fear takes over. I can't move. My feet feel cemented to the floor as I watch men in black masks pour through the side entrance. They fire methodically into the casino's ceiling. My lungs won't work. I stand paralyzed as chaos erupts around me. Damiano's security team returns fire. The casino becomes a war zone of muzzle flashes and screams. Through the haze, I see Enzo shoving Sienna behind the bar, drawing his weapon in one fluid motion. Damiano has disappeared from view. A security guard falls 10 feet from me, blood pooling beneath him. I should run, hide, move, do something, but my body won't respond. I'm trapped in the nightmare again, helpless as violence explodes around me. A man in black turns toward me. Our eyes meet through his mask. He raises his gun, aiming directly at my chest. Lucrezia! Someone shouts my name as the gunman's finger tightens on the trigger. A body slams into mine, knocking me to the ground as the bullet whizzes past where my head had been seconds before. The marble floor knocks the breath from my lungs as a heavy weight covers me. I gasp for air, the scent of gunpowder and cologne filling my nostrils. Someone hovers above me, shielding my body with theirs. Through the ringing in my ears, I hear more shots, feel the vibration of them through the floor beneath my cheek. The man protecting me shifts, keeping his body between me and the gunfire. My vision clears enough to see his face, inches from mine.
Daniel. I shift into protection mode. Lucrezia's frozen beneath me, her wide eyes vacant. Training kicks in. Assess threats, find exit route, move assets to safety. Lucrezia, I say sharper, look at me. Nothing. Her mind's gone somewhere else. No time to coax her back. Gunfire erupts near the main doors. 2 more of Damiano's men go down. Fuck. I need to move her now. I slide one arm under her knees, the other behind her shoulders, and lift her against my chest. Her body remains rigid, unresponsive. Blood trickles down her cheek from the marble cut. Coming through, I bark at a security guard. Cover me. He nods, positioning himself to block incoming fire while I carry Lucrezia toward the service corridor. Her pulse hammers against my forearm, fast but strong. The service hallway opens before us. Quieter here, the gunfire muffled. I navigate quickly past storage rooms and staff lockers. My boots echo on concrete as I make for the VIP panic room Damiano had installed. Smart man. You never know when someone will start a war in our world. Almost there, I tell her, though I'm not sure she can hear me. Her focus remains somewhere distant, unreachable. A sound behind us. I glance back to see a masked figure turn the corner, weapon raised. No time for finesse. I kick through the panic room door, diving inside with Lucrezia clutched against me. My shoulder takes the impact as we hit the floor. I roll, placing her behind me as I draw my weapon. The steel door begins its automatic closing sequence. Too slow. The masked man appears in the doorway, firing wildly. I return fire, catching him in the shoulder. He staggers but doesn't go down. Instead, he empties his clip at the door's locking mechanism in desperate rage. Metal screeches against metal. The door shudders, sparks flying from the damaged controls. I put 2 more rounds in the attacker's chest. He drops. The door grinds to a halt, not fully closed, but jammed at an angle. The control panel beside it sizzles and goes dark. The emergency lights flicker on, bathing the room in dim red. I check the door. It won't budge. The bullets destroyed both the external and internal locking mechanisms. We're sealed in. Nobody getting in, nobody getting out. I scan the panic room, cataloging everything. 20 by 20-foot concrete box. Emergency lighting casts red shadows across the walls. A single twin bed with military-style blankets sits against the far wall. Small bathroom alcove with toilet and sink. First aid kit mounted beside a storage cabinet. Basic, but functional. Not the luxury suite I'd expect from the Ferettis, but Damiano designed this for function, not comfort. It'll work. Door's jammed, I announce, though Lucrezia hasn't asked. We're secure for now. She doesn't respond, still locked in that 1,000-yard stare. I approach slowly, keeping my movements slow. No sudden gestures that might trigger her. Lucrezia, we're safe. Can you hear me? Blood trickles down her cheek from where the marble cut her. I grab the first aid kit and crouch in front of her. Her eyes don't track my movement. I need to clean that cut. I telegraph my movements, opening the kit where she can see. I'm going to touch your face now. No response. I gently wipe the blood away with an antiseptic wipe. The cut isn't deep, won't need stitches. Her skin feels cold under my fingers. You're in shock, I mutter, more to myself than to her. I take her from where she's standing and sit her on the bed. I grab the blanket from the bed and wrap it around her shoulders. Lou, I need you to come back now. Her breathing starts coming in shallow gasps. Shit. This is beyond shock. She's having a panic attack. Lucrezia. I keep my voice firm but not harsh. Focus on my voice. You're in the panic room at the casino. You're safe. I place my hand over hers, applying gentle pressure. Feel that? Focus on my hand. The pressure. The warmth. For a moment, nothing changes. Then her fingers twitch beneath mine. Good. That's good, I encourage. Now breathe with me. In through your nose, out through your mouth. I exaggerate my breathing, watching as she struggles to match it. Her eyes finally shift, focusing on my face. Recognition flickers. Hayes. Her voice sounds small, shattered. Yeah, it's me. You're safe. The men. They were shooting. I know. We're secure now. She glances around, orienting herself to our surroundings. Where are we? Panic room. Your brother had it built. I stop myself. No need to reference useless details right now. We'll stay here until it's clear. Her eyes dart to the jammed door. But the door is keeping the bad guys out, I finish. Damiano will send backup. Until then, my job is to keep you safe. She nods slightly, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. The green dress looks out of place in this concrete box. So does she, a delicate thing surrounded by gray walls and harsh light. I check my watch. 20 minutes since the first shots. Protocol says Damiano and Enzo should be in their own secure locations by now. Noah will be organizing a response team. My earpiece crackles with static, but no voices come through. The concrete walls are blocking communications. We're on our own for now. I stand guard by the jammed door, forcing myself to focus on potential threats instead of the woman huddled under the blanket. But my eyes keep drifting back to her anyway. Lucrezia Feretti. Lou. Her dark hair has fallen from its perfect arrangement, a few strands brushing against her cheek. Even now, with makeup smudged and fear etched across her features, she's the most breathtaking thing I've ever seen. Not that it matters what I think. Not that it should. She catches me staring and quickly looks away. I do the same, checking my weapon for the third time, an excuse to break eye contact. My job is to protect her. Nothing more. I've been doing it since the day that everything changed for her. Standing in shadows, watching her piece herself back together day by day. Always at a distance. Always professional. But sometimes, in unguarded moments like this, I let myself see her. Really see her. The gentle slope of her neck as she tilts her head, listening for sounds beyond our shelter. The way her fingers twist together when she's anxious, like now, delicate but strong. The curve of her lips when she almost smiles, which happens so rarely these days that each one feels like witnessing something precious. Before the incident, she used to laugh. The sound would carry across rooms, making everyone turn to find its source. I'd watch from security posts as she charmed entire crowds, her spirit too big to be contained by her small frame. That Lucrezia is gone now. This quieter version breaks my heart in different ways. Stop it, I mutter to myself. What? She looks up, those dark eyes finding mine. Nothing, I say, checking my watch, just thinking out loud. She doesn't believe me, but she doesn't press. The Lucrezia from before would have teased the truth out of me. This one just pulls the blanket tighter around her shoulders. I shouldn't notice how the movement highlights the elegant line of her collarbone, shouldn't catalog the way her lashes cast shadows on her cheeks in the dim light, shouldn't remember exactly how many freckles dust the bridge of her nose. 7, barely visible beneath her makeup. I know these things because it's my job to observe, to protect. Not because I've spent 18 months falling for a woman who barely speaks to me. A woman who belongs to a world I only guard, never enter. Damiano would have me killed if he knew. Enzo would do the job himself. Do you think they're okay? She asks suddenly, her voice small in the concrete room. Your brothers? I cross to the small desk, checking the dead communication system again. They have their own security details. Noah was with Damiano. They'll be fine. She nods, seeming to draw strength from my certainty. I don't tell her that I'm worried too, that the attack was too coordinated, too precise. Instead, I crouch beside her, careful to maintain a professional distance. How's your cheek? It stings, she admits, touching the small bandage I applied earlier. My fingers itch to brush her hair back, to check the wound again. I clench my fist instead. It'll heal clean, I say. No scar. She almost smiles at that, and something shifts in my chest. Always the practical one, Hayes. If only she knew. If only she could see past the soldier, the bodyguard, the wall of muscle and training that stands between her and danger. If she could see how impractical my thoughts about her truly are. But she can't, and she shouldn't. So I stand, resuming my post by the door, letting the concrete walls remind me of all the barriers between us.
Chapter 4. Lucrezia. The walls of the panic room press in around me, a stark reminder of the violence we escaped. 2 hours trapped in this box, and every minute stretches like an eternity. I pull the blanket tighter around my shoulders, ignoring how the fabric of my dress bunches uncomfortably beneath it. I watch Daniel standing rigid by the door, exactly as he has since we got here. His broad shoulders block most of the entrance, like he expects someone to burst through at any moment. The gun never leaves his hand. They'll be okay, I say, more to convince myself than anything. Damiano and Enzo, they'll handle it. And Zoe and Sienna, they have protection too. Daniel nods once, eyes still fixed on the door. Your brothers know what they're doing. I focus on steadying my breathing, fighting against the panic that threatens to rise again. I won't fall apart. Not now. Not in front of him. Not again. My gaze drifts around our prison, the small cot with its thin mattress, the basic supplies, the first aid kit Daniel used to clean my cut. Everything practical, nothing comfortable, just like the man standing guard. You've been standing this entire time, I point out. You can sit down. The bed is right there. His posture doesn't change. I'm fine. You don't have to stay by the door. It's jammed shut, remember? I try for a light tone, but it falls flat in the heavy air between us. Protocol, he answers, that single word shutting down any argument. I sigh, studying him while he pretends not to notice. Daniel Hayes, a wall of muscle and discipline who's shadowed me for months, yet remains a complete mystery. His face reveals nothing, not fatigue, not worry, not fear. Just the same intense focus he always carries. He's been my security detail since my life changed. Watching, protecting, always there but never really present. I know nothing about him beyond his name and his job. At least take a break, I try again. There's plenty of room. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. I'm good where I am. The unspoken message is clear. He doesn't want to be near me. I shouldn't care. He's staff, not a friend. But after months of his constant presence, his deliberate distance stings in ways I hadn't expected. Do you ever get tired of standing guard? For a moment, I think he won't answer. Then he glances at me, his expression softening slightly. It's my job. That's not what I asked. His eyes meet mine briefly before returning to the door. No, I don't get tired of it. It's the longest exchange we've had in weeks. Usually our interactions consist of him telling me where we're going and me nodding in response. Sometimes I forget he has a voice beyond clipped instructions and security updates. I've tried to read him before, to understand what goes on behind those steady eyes. But Daniel Hayes might as well be carved from the same concrete as these walls. I've never met anyone harder to figure out. How much longer do you think we'll be here? I ask, needing to fill the silence. Before Daniel could answer, a shrill ring cuts through the tension. He moves swiftly to the wall where an old-fashioned phone is mounted. Daniel snatches the receiver, his posture instantly changing. Hayes. His voice is clipped, professional. Yes, sir. A pause. Understood. She's unharmed except for a minor facial laceration. Another pause. Door mechanism damaged in the firefight. We're secure but locked in. I sit up straighter, heart racing. It has to be one of my brothers. Understood, sir. Daniel glances at me. She's right here. He extends the phone toward me. Your brother. I practically leap from the cot, taking the receiver with trembling fingers. Damiano? Lucrezia. His voice washes over me like a wave of relief. My oldest brother, always in control. You're safe? Yes. Daniel got me to the panic room. I pressed the phone tighter to my ear. What happened? Is everyone okay? Enzo, Sienna, Zoe. Everything is under control now. What does that mean? Are they okay? My voice rises despite my efforts to stay calm. Damiano, tell me. Everyone is fine, Lucrezia. That's all you need to know right now. I grip the phone harder. That's not good enough. I was there when the shooting started. I deserve to know what happened. What you deserve is to stay safe, he counters, his tone softening slightly. And you are. Hayes is with you.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button, because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads-free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now, back to our story.
Damiano. The situation is contained, he interrupts. I'm handling it. That's Damiano speak for I've killed whoever needed killing and I'm cleaning up the mess. I close my eyes, suddenly exhausted. When can we get out of here? I ask instead. Hayes says the door is damaged. Yes, he had to shoot someone. The bullet hit something in the locking mechanism. Damiano sighs. We'll have someone work on it from the outside. It might take a few hours. Hours? I glance at Daniel, who stands at attention a few feet away, pretending he can't hear every word. We've already been in here for 2 hours. I know, Sorelina. The old nickname slips out, a rare show of affection. But you're safe there. That's what matters. At least tell me who attacked us, I press. Lucrezia. His voice hardens. Everything you need to know is that everyone is fine. The rest isn't your concern. I bite back the angry retort, threatening to escape. It's pointless arguing with Damiano when he takes this tone. Fine, I say. Just get us out of here as soon as possible. We will. His voice softens again. Stay with Hayes. Do what he says. I'm not a child, Damiano. No, but you're my sister. There's steel in his voice. Give me Hayes back, Damiano says, his tone leaving no room for argument. I roll my eyes and hold the phone out to Daniel. He wants to talk to you. Daniel takes the receiver, his face returning to that unreadable mask. Yes, sir. Pause. Understood. Another pause. We'll be fine, sir. He hangs up. I sink back onto the cot, shaking my head with a bitter smile. Hilarious, really. I was born and raised in one of New York's most powerful crime families, but apparently I don't need to know anything beyond what they decide to tell me. I've sat at the dinner table while they discussed business in coded language since I was old enough to hold a fork. I've watched people disappear after crossing my family. I've seen the blood on my brother's hands, literal and figurative, but God forbid they actually tell me what's happening. I'm just the fragile little sister who needs protection. They're going to put Melania to work on the clock, Daniel says, breaking into my thoughts. Melania? I look up at him in surprise, both at the information and the fact that he volunteered it without me asking. He nods once. To bypass the damaged lock mechanism. She has the technical expertise. I process this, a small smile tugging at my lips despite everything. Melania Lombardi, computer genius extraordinaire and Alessio's girlfriend. That's smart, I say. If anyone can hack that door system, it's Melania. Alessio brought her into our world some months ago. She was meant to be temporary, a job for him to handle. Instead, she became permanent. I've never seen Alessio look at anyone the way he looks at her, like she hung the moon and stars just for him. He's like another brother to me, has been since I was little. The way he dotes on Melania, protects her while still respecting her brilliant mind, it's beautiful to watch. It gives me hope that maybe there's still room for love in our violent world. She's good with systems, I tell Daniel, though he probably already knows. Computers, security, anything digital, she can crack it. She helped upgrade half the security protocols at the compound. Daniel raises an eyebrow slightly, the most expression I've seen from him all night. What? I ask. Nothing. He shifts his weight. Just surprised she has that level of access to family security. I shrug. Alessio trusts her. That's enough for us. And it is. In our world, trust is rarer than diamonds and twice as valuable. If Alessio trusts her with his heart and our security, then she's family now. Simple as that.
Daniel. I keep my eyes trained on the door, my back rigid with tension. I could do it for days without complaint. But being locked in this room with Lucrezia Feretti makes every minute feel like an hour. She sits on the cot, frustration evident in the set of her shoulders. The cut on her cheek has stopped bleeding, but the dried blood stands stark against her pale skin. I should offer her another wet towel to clean it properly, but that would mean getting closer, touching her. Better to keep my distance. Do you know who attacked us? Her question hangs in the air between us. I consider ignoring it. Security protocol dictates information control, especially when details aren't confirmed. But when I glance at her, those brown eyes are fixed on me, wide and demanding answers. I shift my weight, keeping my gun hand free. Not my place to speculate. That's not an answer. She crosses her arms. I just had a bullet nearly take my head off. I think I deserve to know who wanted me dead. Your brother will brief you when appropriate. She scoffs, the sound sharp in the concrete room. My brother treats me like I'm made of glass. You saw what happened out there. I'm already involved. I return my gaze to the door, focusing on the responsibility of keeping her safe rather than the way her voice makes something twist in my chest. Please, Daniel. Her voice softens. I need to know. My name on her lips breaks something in me. I make the mistake of looking at her again. Those eyes. God damn those eyes. Russians, I say finally, the word clipped. Probably. She looks at the door now, her expression changing. You're sure? Negative. Military precision slips into my voice. Can't confirm, but signs point that way. Tactical approach, weapons choice, timing. I shouldn't be telling her this. It's not my place. But the relief that flashes across her face at getting even this small piece of information makes me continue. 3 men I took down had Eastern European features. No identifying marks or tattoos that I could see. Professional hit squad. She absorbs this while searching the walls again. Your brothers will handle it. And how many people will die in the handling? She asks quietly. I don't answer that. We both know the Feretti response to an attack this direct will be swift and bloody. It's not my concern. My job is to protect her, not philosophize about her family's vengeance. Something's shifting in her expression again. The tight line of her mouth, the rapid blink of her eyes. Panic room's a bit of a misnomer, isn't it? Her voice comes out higher than normal, since I'm actually starting to panic. The change happens fast. Her breathing quickens, shallow gulps of air that won't fill her lungs. Her eyes dart around the concrete walls, widening with each sweep. Sweat beads along her hairline despite the cool air. Walls. She presses her palms flat against the cot. Too close. Can't breathe. I recognize what's happening immediately. PTSD flashback, claustrophobia trigger. I've seen it in combat veterans, myself included after bad missions. But with Lucrezia, it's different. I know what caused hers. Eyes on me, Lou. I lower my weapon, keeping it in hand but pointing down. Focus here. She shakes her head, chest heaving. They locked us in. No windows, just like... Her voice breaks. Just like the room where those men took her, where they held her and Damiano, where they hurt her while making her brother listen. I move carefully, telegraphing every motion. Permission to approach. She doesn't answer, lost in the horror playing behind her eyes. Protocol says, maintain distance, professional boundaries. But protocol didn't account for Lucrezia Feretti having a full-blown panic attack in a locked room with only me to help her. I holster my weapon and kneel in front of her, not touching, just entering her line of sight. Lucrezia. I use her full name, keeping my voice steady. You're in the Venetian Rose. With me, Daniel Hayes, head of security. Her eyes find mine, but they're distant, seeing something else. Feel the cot beneath you. I place my hand on the metal frame, not on her. Cold metal. Different from before. Her fingers clutch at the thin mattress. I need to pull her back now. Lucrezia, I say firmly, I need you to focus. We're going to do something. She doesn't respond. I'm going to point to things, and I need you to name them. Can you do that? A tiny nod. Progress. I point to the water bottle on the small table. What's this? Her breathing hitches. For a moment, I think she's too far gone to respond. Water bottle. she finally whispers. Good. What color is it? She blinks, focusing on the object. Clear. With a blue cap. That's right. I point to the emergency light above the door. And this? Light. Her voice is steadier now. Emergency light. I move my finger to the security panel by the door. This one. Security panel. She takes a deeper breath. The one Milani is trying to hack. Correct. I continue, pointing to the cot she's sitting on. And what's this? Cot. Metal frame. Her fingers loosen their death grip on the edge. Thin mattress. I nod, watching her breathing slow. The technique is working, giving her brain something concrete to focus on, pulling her out of the flashback. What am I wearing? I ask, gesturing to my suit. Her eyes travel over me, more present now. Black suit, white shirt, no tie. And what's that on your wrist? She looks down, touching the delicate piece of jewelry. My mother's bracelet. Diamond and platinum. Good. Now breathe with me. I exaggerate my breathing, slow and deep. In through your nose, out through your mouth. She tries, her chest hitching on each inhale. That's it. Again. Minutes pass like this, me coaching her breathing while fighting every protective instinct screaming at me to pull her against my chest, to physically shield her from memories I can't protect her from. Gradually, her breathing slows. Her eyes regain focus. Daniel, she whispers, recognition returning. Present and accounted for. The corner of my mouth lifts in what might be the closest thing to a smile I've managed in her presence. She reaches out, trembling fingers hovering above my arm before withdrawing. I'm sorry. No apology needed. I thought I was getting better. You are. I risk moving to sit beside her on the cot, keeping a careful distance. PTSD doesn't heal linear. Her surprised look reminds me I don't usually say this much. Combat experience, I explain shortly. She nods, understanding washing over her face. We sit in silence for a moment, her breathing evening out completely. Thank you, she says finally, for talking me through it. Something hot and fierce twists in my chest, the need to protect her warring with an entirely different kind of need. I've never allowed myself to acknowledge how she affects me, how since the day Damiano assigned me as her security detail, I've been fighting a losing battle against wanting her. How her smile, rare as it is these days, makes me forget every rule I've ever made for myself. But seeing her vulnerable like this, trusting me to guide her through terror, it breaks something open inside me. I stand abruptly, putting necessary distance between us. Should try to rest, I say, voice rougher than intended. You've been through a lot today. I return to my position by the door, back straight, eyes forward. Professional, detached, everything I need to be. Everything I can't seem to be when it comes to her.
Chapter 5. Lucrezia. My breathing finally settles, but my mind won't stop racing. The panic has receded, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and disappointment. I press my palms against my eyes, trying to block out the reality of what just happened. 2 panic attacks in one night, after months of progress. I drop my hands and stare at the floor. The therapy sessions, the breathing exercises, the carefully constructed routines I've built. All of it swept away in seconds when the bullets started flying. Then again in this room when the walls started closing in. Daniel stands by the door again, rigid and distant after that moment of connection. I'm grateful he's not looking at me. I don't want to see pity in his eyes. I haven't had an attack in 3 months, I say, more to myself than to him. Now I've had 2 in one night. My voice sounds hollow in the small space. I pick at a loose thread on my dress, The beautiful Valentino that now bears bloodstains and torn seams. Just like me. Damaged goods trying to look whole. That's how it works sometimes, Daniel says, surprising me by responding. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. That's not very encouraging. He shrugs, still facing the door. Truth rarely is. I study his profile, the strong jaw, the focused eyes. I thought I was getting better, I whisper. Really better. You are. Then why does it feel like I'm right back where I started? Daniel shifts his weight but doesn't turn. Triggers stack, combat zone, confined space, recent trauma. Anyone would struggle. I consider this, rolling the idea around in my mind. It makes logical sense, but the fear lingers. I'll never truly heal, that I'll spend the rest of my life jumping at shadows and struggling to breathe. What if this is as good as it gets? The question slips out before I can stop it. Naked vulnerability I wouldn't normally show. Daniel finally turns, his eyes meeting mine. No pity there, just steady understanding. It won't be. The certainty in his voice wraps around me like a blanket. I want to believe him. I want to trust that this backslide is temporary, not permanent. How can you be so sure? I ask. Because I've seen it. Something flickers across his face. A memory, perhaps. The brain adapts, learns new pathways, but it takes time. I nod, letting his words sink in. There's comfort in hearing this from someone who's been there, not just read about it in a textbook. I'm scared, I admit, of going backward, of being that broken girl again. You were never broken. His voice is low, certain. Wounded, maybe. There's a difference. His words settle over me with a strange comfort. In this dark room, there's no room for pretense. You should rest, Daniel says, his voice softer than before. I glance at the small cot against the wall with its thin mattress and scratchy-looking blanket. The thought of closing my eyes, of being vulnerable, makes my skin crawl. I don't think I can sleep. I tuck my feet under me on the chair, too wired. Daniel nods, accepting this without argument. He shifts his weight, adjusting his stance by the door as if preparing for another long stretch of silence. I'm sorry for being difficult, I say, surprising myself. I haven't exactly been easy to deal with tonight. His eyes flick to mine, something unreadable passing across his face. You've been fine. A short laugh escapes me. No, I haven't. But thanks for the polite lie. When he doesn't respond, I fill the silence. I know I can be a lot, especially now. I gesture vaguely at myself. This isn't exactly my first time being difficult with security. Daniel's jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. Remember that day at the beach house? When you and Matteo were assigned to me? The memory rises unbidden. Me sulking, snapping at them, deliberately trying to lose them on the boardwalk. I was such a pain in the ass. Something flickers across Daniel's face, the smallest change in his expression, there and gone in an instant. It wasn't like that, he says after a moment. It was exactly like that. I trace the pattern on the arm of the chair. I was spoiled and entitled. I made your job harder on purpose. Daniel shifts his weight again, his eyes moving back to the door. You were just a kid who wanted some freedom. I was 19, hardly a kid. I tilt my head, studying him. You and Matteo must have drawn straws to see who got stuck with babysitting duty. His silence speaks volumes. That's what I thought. I smile, but there's no humor in it. The Feretti princess throwing a tantrum because her brothers wouldn't let her go to Cancun with her friends. Daniel's shoulders tense slightly. That's not how we saw it. No? I challenge. He meets my gaze directly, his blue eyes intense. No. The single word hangs between us. He doesn't elaborate, doesn't try to explain further. Just that single, firm denial that somehow carries more weight than a lengthy explanation would have. I want to press him, to ask what he means, how they did see it. But something in his expression stops me. There's a boundary there I'm not sure I should cross.
Daniel. I keep my position by the door, eyes on the tiny red light of the security camera. 2 hours have passed since our last conversation. 2 hours of silence broken only by Lucrezia's occasional sighs and the soft sound of fabric shifting as she tried to get comfortable. She finally gave up 20 minutes ago, curling onto her side with her head resting awkwardly against the mattress. Her breathing has deepened into the even rhythm of sleep. Her face softened in a way I rarely see anymore. My shoulders ache from standing in the same position for so long. I roll my neck, hearing the vertebrae crack, but keep my eyes on her. My hand twitches at my side with the urge to brush the strand of hair that's fallen across her face. I clench my fist. Stay in position. That's not your place. But my mind keeps circling back to our conversation earlier, the way she talked about herself at 19. The memory she brought up of the beach house detail. She had it all wrong. We never saw her as difficult, not once. What I remember is a young woman testing boundaries, yes, but also trying to carve out some normal life for herself. The youngest Feretti, the only daughter, with 2 overprotective brothers who ruled their world with an iron fist. How could she not push back? I remember standing on the boardwalk, watching her laugh with a group of college kids she'd met that day. Just for a moment, she wasn't a mob princess with a security detail. She was just a girl making friends. Fuck, it was logical. All of it. Her desire for freedom, for normalcy, her frustration with the constant shadow of security. She'd done what any person would do in her situation. Tried to adapt, to build connections outside the gilded cage of her family. I take a risk and step away from the door, moving closer to check on her. In sleep, her face shows traces of that 19-year-old girl, the one who smiled easily, the one who hadn't yet learned how cruel the world could be. My hand moves before I can stop it, hovering inches from her face. I want to brush that strand of hair aside, to feel if her skin is as soft as it looks, to offer some small comfort, even if she'll never know it. I pull back sharply, disgusted with myself. This is unprofessional, inappropriate. She's vulnerable, traumatized, and under my protection. I return to my post by the door, posture rigid, focus reset. The distance between us is necessary, professional, safe, but I can't help glancing over at her sleeping form one more time. She wasn't difficult back then. She was brave, determined to live on her terms despite the golden handcuffs of her family name. And after everything she's been through, she's still fighting to reclaim that life. Still showing up at family events. Still trying to heal. I'm still staring at Lucrezia's sleeping form when my mind shifts to the attack. The coordination, the weapons, the cold efficiency. All signs point to a well-trained team. Who would target the Ferettis this openly? Ivan Volkov. The name surfaces in my mind like a shark fin breaking water. The Russian mob boss was found dead 16 months ago in his house. No suspects officially named. But everyone in our world knew who was responsible. Noah Rivera. Though Matteo was the one who killed the bastard. Ivan was chasing the Ferettis for years because Noah killed his nephew. The guy deserved it. He was a human trafficker. The Ferettis had been waiting for retaliation. Damiano doubled security at all properties. Enzo started carrying an extra piece. Even Alessio cut his European business trip short to return to New York. Everyone was on high alert for weeks. Then, nothing. The Volkov organization went quiet. So quiet that after 2 months, we started scaling back some security measures. The threat assessment indicated they might have accepted the loss and moved on to internal power struggles. Clearly, that was wrong. I rubbed my jaw, feeling stubble beneath my fingers. The timing makes sense now. They waited until we lowered our guard, until we were all gathered in one place, vulnerable and visible. Lucrezia stirs in her sleep, murmuring something inaudible. Her brow furrows as if she's fighting something in her dreams. I force myself to look away, to focus. The Volkovs. That's who we're dealing with. But who's running things now that Ivan is gone? If I'm right, this is just the beginning. The first move in a blood feud that won't end until one family is destroyed. I check my watch. 4 hours trapped now. I roll my shoulders, feeling the tension in my muscles. Stay alert. Stay ready. That's all I can do for now. That, and make sure nothing happens to her on my watch. Chapter 6. Daniel. I stride down the hallway toward Damiano's office, my body stiff from a night of minimal sleep. The memory of those 5 hours locked in that panic room with Lucrezia still burns fresh in my mind. Every time I close my eyes, I see her, vulnerable, scared, yet somehow still stronger than she gives herself credit for. The compound is quieter than usual this morning. After last night's attack, security has tripled. I nod at 2 of my men positioned at strategic points along the corridor. Their faces show the same alertness I've drilled into them. When Melania finally bypassed the damaged lock system last night, the relief on Lucrezia's face was immediate. 5 hours trapped in that small space had taken its toll, though she'd tried hard not to show it. The moment the door slid open, Damiano was there, his face a mask of controlled fury that softened only when he saw his sister unharmed. "Hayes," he'd said, his voice low as he gripped my shoulder. "Thank you." 2 simple words that carried the weight of everything unsaid between us. In our world, protecting family isn't just a job. It's everything. I reach Damiano's office door and knock twice, sharp and precise. Military habits die hard. "Enter," comes his voice from inside. The office is exactly what you'd expect from the head of the Feretti family. Dark wood, leather furniture, and floor-to-ceiling windows with a view of the estate grounds. Damiano sits behind his massive desk, phone pressed to his ear. He motions for me to take a seat while he finishes his call. I remain standing, another habit I can't break. "We'll discuss this later," Damiano says into the phone before hanging up. His eyes meet mine, calculating and cold. Report. The panic room worked as designed, but we need to upgrade the door mechanism. If the bullet had hit 2 inches to the left, we would have been completely locked out. Already being handled. Damiano leans back in his chair. Melania's working on a complete overhaul of our security systems. I nod, then hesitate before adding, Lucrezia handled herself well. Something flickers across Damiano's face, pride mixed with pain. She shouldn't have to. No, sir. She shouldn't. Silence stretches between us, heavy with shared understanding. Lucrezia has already endured more than most could survive, and now she's being targeted again. "How was she?" Damiano finally asks, his voice softer. "Truly." 2 panic attacks, I report honestly, but she pulled herself back both times. She's stronger than she thinks. Damiano nods. "I want you on her exclusively," he says, eyes returning to me. 24/7 protection. No rotations with other guards. Just you. I keep my face carefully blank, ignoring the way my pulse kicks up. "You have concerns about the rest of the security team?" "No." Damiano's eyes narrow slightly. "But she trusts you. And after last night, trust is what she needs most." I nod once, sharply. Understood. "There's something else." Damiano slides a folder across the desk. "Intelligence suggests this is just the beginning. The Volkovs are making moves, consolidating power. They've been quiet too long." I take the folder but don't open it. "You think they're planning something bigger?" "I know they are." Damiano's voice is steel. I follow Damiano into the Venetian Roses executive conference room, my eyes automatically scanning for threats. The casino feels different in daylight, emptier, with the glamour stripped away to reveal the business beneath. Yellow police tape still cordons off sections of the main floor where blood stained the marble last night. Enzo and Alessio are already seated at the table. Enzo's face is a mask of controlled fury, while Alessio maintains his usual calculating calm. Neither looks like they've slept much. "Gentlemen," Damiano says, taking his place at the head of the table. "No pleasantries, no small talk. That's how I know this is serious." I position myself slightly behind Damiano's right shoulder, standing rather than sitting. "The situation is worse than we thought," Damiano begins, placing his palms flat on the table. "The Gaming Commission has suspended our license pending investigation." "Fucking bureaucrats," Enzo mutters, cracking his knuckles. "They've been looking for an excuse. Last night handed it to them," Alessio says. "Exactly," Damiano confirms. "The attack gave them the perfect opportunity. They're claiming public safety concerns, potential ties to organized crime, which they've conveniently overlooked for years while taking our contributions," Enzo cuts in. "The commissioner called me personally this morning," Damiano continues. "They're expediting the investigation, but we all know what that means." "They want money," Alessio states flatly. Damiano nods. 10 million, cash, to expedite the reopening process and ensure the investigation finds no lasting concerns. I shift my stance slightly as the conference room door flies open. Riccardo Sartori storms in with his brother Bruno following close behind. The temperature in the room drops 10 degrees instantly. "What the fuck happened last night, Damiano?" Riccardo demands without preamble. I maintain my position but subtly adjust my weight, ready to move if needed. The Sartoris aren't enemies, but angry men make unpredictable decisions. Damiano rises slowly, a calculated move that forces Riccardo to look up at him. "Riccardo, I was about to call you." "Save it," Riccardo snaps. "My phone's been ringing since dawn." The Gaming Commission, the police, our investors, all asking questions I don't have answers to. Bruno Sartori, younger and more volatile than his brother, slams his palm on the conference table. "Our family name is on that casino too. This isn't just your problem." Enzo straightens in his chair, his eyes narrowing at Bruno's outburst. I catch the subtle way Alessio shifts, positioning himself to intercept if Enzo decides to respond more directly. "Sit down," Damiano says, his voice quiet but carrying an edge that could cut glass. "Both of you." To my surprise, they comply. Riccardo takes the seat directly across from Damiano, while Bruno remains standing behind him, mirroring my position. "The Gaming Commission has suspended our license," Damiano explains, repeating what he'd just told us. "They want 10 million to make this go away quickly." 10 million? Riccardo's eyebrows shoot up. Those greedy bastards. And what about the shooters? Do we know who sent them? "That's what I'd like to know," Bruno interjects before Damiano can answer. "Because this looks like a Feretti problem spilling over onto Sartori territory." The tension in the room thickens. I notice Enzo's hand drop below the table, likely resting near his weapon. "We've been partners," Riccardo says, his voice calmer, but no less intense. "Equal partners. I deserve to know what's happening, Damiano. What's going on with the Volkovs? Is this retaliation for even?" Damiano's expression doesn't change, but I catch the slight tightening around his eyes. He glances briefly at Bruno, then at me, before returning his attention to Riccardo. "We'll discuss the Volkovs," Damiano says carefully. "But not here. Not now." "Bullshit!" Bruno spits. "Your family feud is costing us millions." "Bruno," Riccardo warns, holding up a hand to silence him. He leans forward, locking eyes with Damiano. "The casino was supposed to be neutral ground. Safe. Now we have dead bodies on the floor, and the Gaming Commission breathing down our necks. This partnership only works with transparency." Damiano remains silent for a moment, then nods once. "You're right. But this conversation needs to happen between you and me alone, Riccardo." The door closes behind the Sartoris with a heavy click. I maintain my position, watching as Damiano's shoulders drop a fraction, the only sign of tension he allows himself to show. "That went well," Enzo says, voice dripping with sarcasm. He leans back in his chair, but his body remains coiled tight, ready to spring. Damiano returns to his seat at the head of the table. Bruno's always been a hothead. "He's getting worse," Alessio notes, his calculating gaze fixed on Damiano. I stay standing, my back to the wall, observing. This is family business, and while I'm trusted enough to be in the room, I know my place. "The situation is more complicated than I initially explained," Damiano says after a moment. He runs a hand over his face, another rare display of fatigue. "The Gaming Commission isn't just demanding money." Enzo leans forward. "What else?" "They want a joint security plan signed by both families. Detailed protocols, background checks on all security personnel, quarterly audits." Damiano's eyes flick to me. "They're using this incident to get deeper access to our operations." "That's a problem," Alessio says quietly. I nod in agreement. A security plan with that level of detail would expose vulnerabilities, personnel information, and potentially compromise our ability to operate effectively. "It gets worse," Damiano continues. "The Sartoris are leveraging this crisis. Riccardo called me privately before barging in here with Bruno." The room goes still. I've been around the Ferettis long enough to recognize when something significant is about to drop. "They're demanding a renegotiation of our partnership agreement, a 50-50 profit split on all casino operations." "Fuck that," Enzo snaps, slamming his fist on the table. "We built that casino. We secured the permits, paid off the right people. They just provided additional capital." "I'm not done." "They want something else," Damiano says, his voice dropping lower. "A marriage bond." The air leaves the room. I keep my face carefully blank, but my mind races ahead, connecting dots. "Lucrezia," Alessio states flatly. Not a question. Damiano nods once. My hands clench involuntarily at my sides. I force them to relax, grateful I'm standing behind Damiano where he can't see my reaction. "Absolutely fucking not," Enzo growls, rising halfway out of his chair. "After everything she's been through, you can't seriously be considering this." "I'm not," Damiano says sharply, "but we need to understand what we're dealing with. The Sartoris see an opportunity and they're taking it. Riccardo said that Bruno is the one who she can marry. She'd never agree to it," Enzo says, "and I'd put a bullet in Bruno's head before letting him near her." I stand against the wall, my face a mask of professional indifference while rage builds inside me like a pressure cooker. Every muscle in my body tenses as I listen to them. "The Gaming Commission gave us 1 week to comply with their demands," Damiano continues. "If we don't have an agreement with the Sartoris by then, we lose the license permanently." 1 week. The timeline makes my blood run cold. "We need alternatives," Alessio says, his thumb tracing his bottom lip thoughtfully. "What leverage do we have?" I should speak up, offer tactical insights. That's my job. But all I can think about is Bruno Sartori's smug face when he stormed in here. How he'd looked around the room like he already owned it. How he'd be looking at Lucrezia if they forced this marriage on her. My trigger finger twitches. "Daniel." Damiano's voice cuts through my thoughts. "You've been quiet." I clear my throat. "Sir, your assessment of the situation." I force myself to think like the security chief I am, not the man who wants to put a bullet between Bruno Sartori's eyes just for having the audacity to think he could claim Lucrezia. "The Sartoris are exploiting a vulnerability," I say, my voice steady despite the rage churning in my gut. "They know we're dealing with the Volkov threat and can't afford a war on 2 fronts." "Exactly," Damiano nods. "But," I continue, choosing my words carefully, "using Miss Feretti as a bargaining chip would be inadvisable." Enzo snorts. "That's putting it mildly." "Lucrezia is still recovering," I say, fighting to keep my tone neutral and professional. Forcing her into a marriage would be detrimental to her progress. I agree, Damiano says firmly. Lucrezia is not on the table. We'll find another way. Relief floods through me, but it's short-lived. The problem is, Alessio interjects, the Sartoris know we're vulnerable right now. With the Volkovs making moves and the casino license in jeopardy, they think they can force our hand. Let them try, Enzo growls. I shift my weight, struggling to maintain my professional demeanor when every instinct screams for action. These men, all of them, are discussing Lucrezia's fate while she's not even in the room. Even Damiano, who just said she's not on the table, is still treating her like an asset to be protected rather than a person with her own agency. And I'm standing here, silent, when I should be. What? What should I be doing? Telling Damiano Feretti how to run his family, challenging his authority. That would end with me dead or fired, neither of which would help Lucrezia.
Chapter 7. Lucrezia. The vampire on screen bares his fangs, but I barely notice. I've seen this episode of The Vampire Diaries at least 6 times. Season 3, Episode 14, the one where Elena has to choose between the Salvatore brothers yet again. The familiar dialogue washes over me like white noise as I curl deeper into the corner of my sofa. Some people drink when they're stressed. I watch vampires fall in love with humans. My phone buzzes with a text from Enzo. Dinner in 20. Don't be late. Family dinner. We've had them every Sunday night since I was a child, but tonight will be tense. I can feel it in the air, like the pressure before a thunderstorm. I press pause on the remote, freezing Damon Salvatore mid-smirk. My finger traces the cut on my cheek, barely visible now, but still tender. The memory of last night floods back. The gunshots, the screams, the cold concrete floor of the panic room. And Daniel Hayes with his steady hands and calm voice. The way he talked me through my panic attack without making me feel broken. The memory of his deep voice counting breaths with me sends an unexpected warmth through my chest. So simple, yet so effective. He knew exactly what to do, exactly what to say. No pity in his eyes, just quiet understanding. I've had therapists, doctors, and my overprotective brothers all try to help me through panic attacks before. None of them managed it with the effortless competence Daniel showed. He didn't hover or fuss. He just fixed it. I sigh and turn off the TV. No more vampires tonight. Real monsters are more pressing. In my bathroom, I splash cold water on my face, careful of the healing cut. I take my time getting ready, changing into black leggings and an oversized cream sweater that feels like armor against whatever's waiting downstairs. My hair goes up in a messy bun. No energy for anything else tonight. The hallway stretches before me as I make my way toward the dining room. Voices drift up, then abruptly stop as I approach. Never a good sign in this house. I pause at the doorway, taking in the scene. Everyone's already seated around our massive table. Damiano at the head, of course, with Zoe beside him. Enzo and Sienna sit together, his arm draped possessively around her chair. Alessio and Melania are across from them. And then there's Daniel, looking completely out of place yet somehow fitting perfectly. He stands against the wall rather than sitting, ever the security detail even at family dinner. 7 pairs of eyes turn to me at once. Sorry I'm late, I say, sliding into the empty chair beside Sienna. Lost track of time. Silence hangs heavy in the air. Generva appears with a bottle of wine, filling glasses around the table. She skips mine without comment. Everyone knows I don't drink anymore. So, I say, unfolding my napkin across my lap. What were you all discussing that required immediate silence when I walked in? Enzo shifts in his seat, avoiding my eyes. Nothing important, Lou. My brother, the world's worst liar. I arch an eyebrow at him. Really? Because it looked like a funeral in here. Damiano clears his throat, setting down his wine glass with deliberate care. Actually, Lucrezia, there is something we need to discuss with you. The formal use of my full name makes my stomach drop. Damiano only does that when something serious is happening. Let me guess, I say, trying for lightness I don't feel. Another casino attack? No, Damiano says, his eyes meeting mine directly. This is about you, specifically. I feel everyone watching me, gauging my reaction. My fingers clench around my water glass. About me, how? My voice comes out steadier than I expect. Damiano exchanges a look with Enzo, who's practically vibrating with tension beside Sienna. The Sartori situation, Damiano begins carefully. After the attack, they've made certain demands. What kind of demands? I ask, though something cold is already forming in my chest. I've been around this family long enough to know where this is going. Daniel shifts his position against the wall, his face unreadable but his body tense. Something about his presence makes me sit up straighter. Bruno Sartori has proposed marriage, Damiano says bluntly, to you. The words hang in the air like smoke. I stare at my brother, waiting for the punchline that doesn't come. You can't be serious, I finally manage. Enzo's jaw tightens. We're not even considering it. Damn right we're not, I snap, pushing back from the table. I'm not some medieval princess to be traded for political advantage. Lucrezia, Damiano says, his voice level but firm. Sit down. Please. Something in his tone makes me comply, though my hands tremble with anger. No one is trading you, Damiano continues. I already told Ricardo that you're not on the table, but you needed to know what they proposed. Why, I demand. If you've already refused, why tell me at all? Damiano sighs, suddenly looking older than his years. Because your name was mentioned. You have the right to know that, and because the situation is complicated. The casino license suspension affects hundreds of employees. Without that income, we're looking at financial strain across multiple businesses. So my comfort is less important than money? The words taste bitter on my tongue. That's not what I'm saying. Damiano rubs his temples. We'll find another solution, Enzo interjects firmly. That's what he is trying to tell you. Damiano nods. Exactly. I just wanted you to understand the stakes. Your family, Lucrezia. Nothing is more important than that. But I also don't want you to hear it later and not knowing what is going on. Relief washes through me, but something still nags at the back of my mind. Marriage. The word echoes in my head. Daniel. The name pops into my mind so suddenly it startles me. I glance across the room to where he stands, only to find his steel blue eyes already fixed on me. Something electric passes between us, gone so quickly I might have imagined it. Why him? Why would my brain conjure Daniel Hayes of all people? His face has returned to its usual unreadable mask, but for a moment I could have sworn I saw something there. Something that made my pulse jump in a way that had nothing to do with fear. What if they push the issue? What if they won't back down, I ask. Knowing that in our world, nothing is as simple as it looks like.
Daniel. I keep my face blank as I watch the Feretti family drama unfold. Lucrezia's spine stiffens like steel when Damiano mentions Bruno Sartori's proposal. Her fingers grip her water glass so tightly I half expect it to shatter. The flash of panic in her eyes is quickly replaced by anger, a good sign. Anger means fight, not freeze. Enzo's reaction is pure protective fury. No surprise there. He'd burned down half of New York before letting anyone force his sister into marriage. What interests me more is Damiano's body language. The Don sits with deceptive casualness, but I catch the tension in his shoulders. He's not as certain as he's pretending to be. There's another consideration, Damiano says, setting down his wine glass with deliberate care. If we can't find another solution within the week, we may need to consider Bruno's proposal, with specific conditions, of course. The room goes deadly silent. Even the staff freezes. What did you just say? Lucrezia's voice is dangerously quiet. I said we might need to consider it if they push it further, Damiano repeats, his tone shifting to something harder. With strict parameters that protect you. Protect me? Lucrezia laughs, a brittle sound with no humor. By selling me to Bruno Sartori? No one is selling anyone, Damiano says firmly. After everything that's happened to me, you'd put me in another situation where I have no control. Lucrezia cuts him off. Damiano's jaw tightens. That's not what I'm saying. It sounds exactly like what you're saying. Lucrezia pushes back from the table, standing up. Sit down, Lucrezia. Damiano's voice shifts, taking on the edge I've heard him use with enemies. The voice of the Don, not the brother. Lucrezia doesn't flinch. No. The tension in the room thickens. I subtly shift my stance, moving slightly closer to the table. I scan the faces around the table. Enzo looks torn between backing his sister and respecting his older brother. Alessio studies his plate, clearly uncomfortable. Zoe watches Damiano with concern. No one speaks up. No one is certain where to stand, because everyone knows that Damiano wouldn't sell her. We have responsibilities, Damiano says, his voice lowering. All of us. Sometimes that means making difficult choices. Difficult for who? Lucrezia demands. You're not the one being handed over to a man who wants to marry you but doesn't even know you. It would be a business arrangement only, Damiano counters, with clear boundaries. The room falls silent again. I keep my eyes forward, but every instinct screams to move to Lucrezia's side, to stand with her, to protect her not just from outside threats, but from this impossible position her family is putting her in. But I'm security, not family, not her defender against her own brother. You think I want this? Damiano slams his palm against the table, making the crystal glasses jump. You think I'd ever choose this for you? Lucrezia doesn't back down. Then don't. We have 400 employees in that fucking casino, Damiano says. 400 families who depend on us for their livelihood. And meanwhile, a war has started. I can't know when and how it will end. I watch Lucrezia's face change as the number sinks in. Her shoulders drop slightly, the weight of responsibility settling on them. She knows as well as I do that most of those employees come from struggling families, people who couldn't find work elsewhere, people the Ferettis have protected for generations. So you're using them to manipulate me, she says, but her voice has lost some of its edge, making me the villain if I refuse. I'm stating facts, Damiano counters. I'm telling you what we're facing. There has to be another way, Enzo interjects, looking between his siblings. Damiano turns to him. You think I haven't looked for one? You think I want to put our sister in this position after everything she's been through? The room falls silent. I shift my weight, keeping my breathing steady despite the urge to intervene. Not my place, not my family. I must be a fucking monster in your eyes, Damiano says, turning back to Lucrezia. His voice cracks slightly. But I love you more than myself. I'm just telling you the situation because I don't know what else to do to prevent it, and I hate that I don't know what to fucking do when everything and everyone depend on us, Lou. Lucrezia stares at him, tears welling in her eyes. You promised me, she whispers. After what happened, you promised I'd never be powerless again. I know. Damiano's face crumples for a moment before he regains control. And I'm still looking for solutions. We have a week. Lucrezia shakes her head, pushing her chair back. I can't do this right now. She turns and walks out, her steps quick but controlled. Every muscle in my body tenses with the instinct to follow her, to make sure she's okay, to stand between her and whatever pain is coming. But I can't. That's not my role. I glance at Damiano, who gives me a slight nod. Permission to follow, but at a distance. To protect, not comfort. I move toward the door, maintaining professional distance, even as something in my chest aches to close the gap between us. Behind me, I hear Enzo's voice rise in argument with Damiano. Zoe tries to mediate, the family fracturing under impossible choices. I step into the hallway, catching sight of Lucrezia disappearing around the corner. I follow at a respectful distance. This is the hardest part of my job. Watching her hurt and knowing my only purpose is to keep her physically safe, not emotionally whole.
Lucrezia. I slam my studio door behind me, the sound echoing through the empty space. My chest heaves with each ragged breath as I pace across the hardwood floor, my heels clicking in angry rhythm. This room used to be my sanctuary. Now it feels like another prison. 400 employees, 400 families, thousands of people depending on our casino staying open, on me. Fuck. I grab the nearest object, a ceramic mug, and hurl it against the wall. It shatters, leaving a constellation of broken pieces on the floor. The violence of it feels good. Not enough, but something. My eyes land on the blank canvas I set up days ago, back when I thought I might try painting again, back when I foolishly believed I was healing. Without thinking, I grab a tube of crimson paint and squeeze it directly onto the pristine white surface. The red bleeds outward like a wound. I snatch a palette knife from my supplies and drag it across the canvas, creating a violent slash of color. 400 families. 400 fucking families. The knife scrapes across the canvas, leaving jagged trails of red. I add more paint, black now, smearing it with my bare hands, feeling it coat my skin like blood. My brothers think they're protecting me. They've been suffocating me with their protection since that day, watching me, guarding me, making decisions about my life while pretending to give me choices. And now this. Another slash of red. Another smear of black. My hand trembles as I reach for more paint, blue this time, dark and cold. I spread it with my palms, feeling the wet slide between my fingers. I slash more paint across the canvas, my movements frantic and uncontrolled. The colors blend into a chaotic storm. Red like blood, black like darkness, blue like the bruises they left on my skin. Their hands, the memory flashes unbidden, and I freeze, paintbrush suspended in midair. Their hands holding me down. Rough. One had a tattoo on his wrist. The other wore a gold ring that caught the light as he... I gasp, dropping the brush. It clatters to the floor, splattering red across my bare feet. I haven't let myself remember these details in months. My therapist, when I had one, said it's normal for memories to return in fragments, but I've been pushing them away, locking them in a box labeled before. Before I became this hollow version of myself. Before my brothers started looking at me like I might shatter. Before I stopped painting. I pick up another brush and dip it in white paint, dragging it through the chaos on the canvas. It creates a path, like I'm trying to find my way through the darkness. What choice do I have? I whisper to the empty studio. If I say no to Bruno, hundreds lose their jobs. If I say yes, I add more white to the canvas, creating a shape that looks almost like a cage. That's what marriage to him would be. A gilded cage where I'd be expected to play the perfect Mafia wife. I'd never have love, never have a choice, never have the chance to feel a gentle touch that doesn't make my skin crawl with memories. I step back from the canvas, my hands covered in paint like blood. The image stares back at me. A storm of violence and fear with a tiny flame of hope in the corner about to be extinguished. Is this what healing looks like? Trading one trauma for another?
Chapter 8. Daniel. I stand outside Lucrezia's studio door, my back against the wall. Damiano's orders were clear. Stay at the mansion until things sort out. Keep Lucrezia safe. I've been here for hours, listening to the sounds from inside. First came the rage. Something slamming, her scream, objects hitting canvas. Then silence, broken only by occasional sobs. The hallway is quiet now. 3 a.m. and the mansion sleeps, but I remain at my post. My training keeps me alert despite the exhaustion pulling at my muscles. I check my watch. She's been in there for 6 hours. No food, no water. I debate whether to check on her. It's not my place to intrude on her privacy, but my instincts tell me something's wrong. The silence has stretched too long. I knock softly. Miss Feretti? Nothing. I knock again, slightly louder. Lucrezia? Are you all right? Still nothing. My hand moves to the doorknob. This crosses a line, but her safety comes first. I turn it slowly, pushing the door open just enough to see inside. The studio is a battlefield of emotion. Paint splatters the floor, mostly red, like blood at a crime scene. Canvases lean against walls, some slashed, others covered in violent streaks of color. The smell of oil paint and turpentine hangs heavy in the air. Lucrezia lies curled on a small sofa in the corner, finally asleep. Her clothes are stained with paint, crimson streaks dried in her dark hair. Even in sleep, her face isn't peaceful. Her brows drawn together, lips pressed in a tight line. I should close the door, return to my post. But I can't look away from her. In sleep, the walls she builds so carefully come down. I see the girl she was before, the woman she's fighting to become, and all the pain between. Paint covers her hands, dried in the creases of her knuckles and under her nails. Red like blood. I wonder what demons she fought on those canvases tonight. I step inside, moving silently across the room. A blanket lies crumpled on the floor. I pick it up, shaking off flecks of dried paint, and carefully drape it over her. She stirs slightly but doesn't wake. My eyes catch on the canvas still mounted on the easel. It's chaos, crimson slashes like open wounds, black borders trying and failing to contain the damage. It's raw pain made visible. I've seen enough trauma to recognize it when it's staring me in the face. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Damiano. Hayes. My office. Now. His voice is clipped, tense. Something's happened. 5 minutes later, I'm walking into Damiano's office. The room smells of expensive cologne and whiskey. Enzo and Alessio are already there, along with Noah. Damiano stands behind his desk, hands planted on the polished surface, his face carved from stone. "We've got intel on the Russians," he says without preamble. Melania intercepted communications between known Volkov associates. Alessio nods. She's been monitoring their network since the casino hit. "What did she find?" I ask, positioning myself with my back to the wall. Old habits. Damiano slides several photos across the desk. 3 locations: a warehouse in Red Hook, an apartment building in Brighton Beach, and a nightclub in Manhattan. I pick up the photos, studying each one. "These are recent?" "Taken in the last 12 hours, Enzo confirms. The warehouse is their weapons cache. The apartment building houses their soldiers. The nightclub is where Mikhail Volkov conducts business." "They're planning something big," Damiano says, his voice dropping lower. "The casino was just the beginning. According to what Melania found, they're bringing in additional men from Moscow. Heavy hitters." "Timeline?" I ask. 3 days, maybe 4. Damiano pours himself another finger of whiskey. "We need to hit them first. Hard. Send a message." Noah shifts beside me. They'll be expecting retaliation. "Which is why we need to be unpredictable," Damiano counters. "The Volkovs think they know how we operate. We're going to prove them wrong." I study the warehouse photo. "Security?" "Heavy at the nightclub," Alessio says. "Lighter at the other locations, but they're not amateurs." "We hit all 3, Damiano decides. Simultaneously. They won't expect that." Enzo leans forward. "That spreads us thin." "We bring in the crews from Jersey and Connecticut," Damiano says. "I've already made the calls." I consider the logistics, the manpower, the risks. The warehouse first. Cut off their supplies, then their soldiers, then their leadership. Damiano nods. "Hayes, I want you to coordinate security here while we're out. The mansion is our priority." "With respect, sir, I should be on the assault team." "No." His tone brooks no argument. "If this goes sideways, the Russians will target our families." I clench my jaw but nod. He's right. The Russians are known for going after families when cornered. "We move tomorrow night," Damiano continues. "Full tactical gear, no survivors." The room falls silent. This isn't business anymore. This is war. The Russians don't play by rules, Damiano says, his voice hard. They're unpredictable, brutal. We need to be prepared for anything. I'll coordinate with the security teams, I say. Double the perimeter guards, change the patrol patterns. Good. Damiano looks at each of us in turn. This stays between us for now. No one else needs to know the details. We remain silent. There's no argue after all. Dismissed, Damiano says. Get some rest. Tomorrow we go to war. I exit Damiano's office, my mind already mapping security protocols and defensive positions. The weight of what's coming settles on my shoulders like armor. Familiar, heavy, necessary. Haze. Matteo's voice catches me in the hallway. He falls into step beside me, hands in his pockets. Casual in a way I've never managed to be. What? I keep walking, checking my watch. I need to brief the night shift, review the surveillance feeds, check on Lucrezia. You looked ready to put a bullet in someone back there. Matteo's voice drops lower. And it wasn't just about the Russians. I stop, turning to face him. We've got a war coming. Focus on that. Matteo studies me, his eyes too knowing. This about the Sartori marriage proposal? You were about to break the arm of the chair when Damiano mentioned it. My jaw tightens. Fuck. Was I that obvious? Don't know what you're talking about. The denial sounds weak even to my ears. Sure, Matteo smirks. And I don't know what good whiskey tastes like. I glance around the empty hallway, lowering my voice. It's a shit plan. Lou's been through enough. Lou? His eyebrow raises at the nickname. Interesting. Lucrezia, I correct myself. Too late. Look, I can see how you watch her. Matteo leans against the wall. That's my job. The words come out clipped, defensive. Your job is to protect her, not look at her like she's water in the desert. He holds up his hands when I step closer. Hey, I'm not judging, just observing. Observe something else? I start walking again. Matteo keeps pace. You know, Damiano notices too. He's not blind. That stops me cold. What did he say? Nothing directly, but he watches you watching her. Matteo shrugs. For what it's worth, I think he trusts you with her more than anyone. That's why you're on her detail exclusively. I process this, uncertain if it's reassurance or warning. Just be careful, man. Matteo's voice loses its teasing edge. The Ferettis protect their own, especially Lucrezia after what happened. I know what happened! The words come out sharper than intended. Then you know why this marriage talk has everyone on edge. Matteo glances toward Damiano's closed door. I don't respond. Can't. The thought of Lucrezia with Bruno Sartori is way too much to handle. Anyway, Matteo claps me on the shoulder. Just wanted to check if you're good. We need you focused if the Russians are coming. I'm good. The lie comes easily. Professional distance. That's what I need. Sure you are. Matteo doesn't believe me for a second. Get some rest, Hayes. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day. He walks away, leaving me with thoughts I can't afford to have and feelings I shouldn't indulge.
Chapter 9. Lucrezia. I wake up on the studio couch, my neck stiff and my clothes stained with paint. The memories of last night flood back. I drag myself to my room and shower, watching crimson and black swirl down the drain. After changing into another pair of leggings and an oversized sweater, I head downstairs. Ettore? I call out as I enter the kitchen. The familiar scent of fresh bread and coffee fills the air. Our family cook appears from the pantry, his face lighting up. Signorina Lucrezia, you're up early. Can you make some spritz? Scarlett's coming home today, and we're celebrating in the gallery. Ettore's blue eyes twinkle. Ah, the fiery one returns from Europe. Of course, of course. He bustles around gathering bottles of Aperol, Prosecco, and soda water. I will make my special recipe. the one your friend loves so much. You're the best, Ettore. I manage a small smile. For you, anything. He winks. How many glasses? 3. Zoe's joining us. I smile as Ettore bustles around the kitchen, his enthusiasm for Scarlett's return almost matching my own. I've missed her terribly. Scarlett is technically Zoe's best friend, but over the past 2 years, she's become one of the few people outside my family I truly trust. After what those men took something I can never get back, Scarlett was there alongside Zoe, sitting with me through the nightmares and panic attacks. I trace my finger along the marble countertop, remembering how Scarlett would show up at random hours with ice cream, never pushing me to talk, but always ready to listen when I did. Unlike others who treated me like I might shatter, she'd make inappropriate jokes that somehow made me laugh when I thought I'd forgotten how. Will you need anything else, Signorina? Ettore asks, interrupting my thoughts. No, that's perfect, thank you. While most people in my life walk on eggshells around me, Scarlett calls me on my bullshit. She was the first person who didn't look at me with pity. Instead, she looked at me with understanding and a fierce protectiveness that reminded me of my brothers, but without the suffocating guilt they carry. I check my phone and see a text from her. Landed, grabbing my bags now. Can't wait to see you and tell you about the hot Italian men I've met. I smile at her message. That's Scarlett, always trying to make me laugh even when she's exhausted from a transatlantic flight. An hour later, the doorbell rings. I rush to answer it before anyone else can. Lou! Scarlett's vibrant red hair catches the sunlight as she throws her arms around me. God, I've missed you. I hug her back, breathing in her familiar perfume. Almost a year, Scar. Too long. She pulls back, studying my face with those perceptive blue eyes. You look tired. I'm fine, I lie automatically. Scarlett raises an eyebrow but doesn't push. That's what I love about her. She knows when to wait. Zoe appears behind me. Scarlett! She joins our hug, completing our trio. Life has been so boring without you. We make our way to my gallery. Ettore has already delivered a tray with 3 vibrant orange spritz cocktails, garnished with orange slices. Etter is a saint, Scarlett declares, taking her first sip. I couldn't find a decent spritz anywhere in Paris. I settle into the white couch, tucking my feet under me. So, tell us everything. Your Instagram was like a European travel guide. Scarlett launches into stories about midnight swims in Santorini, getting lost in Prague, and dancing until dawn in Berlin. Her hands move animatedly as she speaks, her face glowing with the freedom I once took for granted. And then there was Gabriel, she sighs dramatically. Zoe leans forward. The Italian guy? The one with the yacht? That's the one. Scarlett takes a long sip of her spritz. Gorgeous, rich, amazing in bed. But, I prompt, knowing Scarlett's pattern, but boring as hell once I got to know him. She shrugs. 3 weeks in, all he could talk about was his investment portfolio and his mother's opinion on everything. So I dumped him in Monaco and took the train to Nice. His face when I walked away with my suitcase. Priceless. That's what, the 3rd guy this year? Zoe teases. 4th, Scarlett corrects, unashamed. I'm not settling for anything less than spectacular. I take a sip of my spritz, the bittersweet flavor matching my mood. Smart. Scarlett's eyes soften as she looks at me. How are you really, Lou? And don't say fine. I hesitate, glancing at Zoe, who nods encouragingly. It's been complicated. I set my glass down. The casino was attacked 2 nights ago. Russians. Scarlett's playful demeanor vanishes. Were you there? Are you okay? I was there. Daniel got me to a safe room. I don't mention the panic attacks or the nightmares that followed. But now there's this whole thing with the Sartoris trying to use it as leverage. Leverage how? Scarlett's eyes narrow. I look at Zoe again, who takes over explaining the marriage proposal and the casino license situation, while I stare at the paintings on the wall. Remnants of who I used to be. That's beyond fucked up, Scarlett declares when Zoe finishes. They can't seriously expect you to marry that creep. Damiano said no, I say quietly. but 400 families depend on that casino. Scarlett reaches for my hand. Lou, listen to me. You are not responsible for saving everyone, not at that cost. Zoe sets her glass down with a gentle clink. Scarlett, I love you very much, but there are things in this world you can't understand. Her voice is soft but firm. These marriages aren't about love. They're about power and money. Scarlett's eyes flash. That's medieval thinking. Lucrezia deserves better. I trace the rim of my glass, watching the orange liquid catch the light. I don't want to marry someone I don't care for, I admit quietly. But like Zoe said, it's not about that. It's about family obligations. Scarlett's voice rises. It's about survival, I cut in. The Feretti name comes with responsibilities. But after everything you've been through, especially after everything, I whisper, the weight of 400 families presses on my chest. Sometimes we don't get to choose. Scarlett opens her mouth to continue, her cheeks flushed with indignation on my behalf, when Zoe raises her hand. I think it's best we change the subject, Zoe says firmly. Her eyes meet mine with understanding. She knows what it means to be caught between duty and desire in this world. Scarlett takes a deep breath, visibly restraining herself. After a moment, her expression softens, glancing at both of us. Fine. Tell me about our babies. These little monsters must be getting big. The tension in the room dissolves as Zoe's face lights up. They're incredible. Sophia's talking in full words now, and Michael is trying to stand. She pulls out her phone, scrolling through photos. You'll see them before dinner. Does Sophia still have Damiano wrapped around her finger? Completely, Zoe laughs. You should see him when she says Papa. The most dangerous man in New York turns to absolute mush. I smile despite myself, grateful for the change in topic. The babies are the brightest spots in our complicated lives. And then Sophia tried to feed her peas to the dog. Zoe laughs, scrolling through more photos on her phone. Damiano was horrified. The sharp crack of gunfire cuts through her words. We freeze. 1 second. 2 seconds. More shots follow, closer this time. Glass shatters somewhere in the mansion. The children. Zoe gasps, her face draining of color. She's on her feet before I can blink, phone forgotten on the couch. Scarlett stands, eyes wide. What's happening? My heart hammers against my ribs. Not again, not here, not in our home. Men shout in the distance. Another burst of gunfire. Zoe is already running. I need to get to the nursery. I grab Scarlett's arm and drag her toward the walk-in closet at the back of the gallery. Stay here, I order, pushing her inside among the art supplies and canvases. Lou, no. Lock it from inside. Don't come out until one of us gets you. I slam the door before she can argue. My legs move before my brain can catch up. I'm running down the hallway toward the sound of chaos instead of away from it. Every instinct screams at me to hide, to curl up somewhere dark and safe, but I can't. Not when my family might be in danger. I sprint down the hallway toward the nursery, my heart pounding in my ears. The sound of gunfire grows louder with each step. My body remembers the casino attack, but I push through the fear. Zoe and the children need me. I round the corner and slam into something solid, a chest. Strong hands grip my shoulders. Lucrezia. Damiano's voice cuts through my panic. His face is hard, eyes scanning behind me. A gun hangs at his side. Enzo appears beside him, weapon drawn, his expression murderous. What the fuck are you doing out here? I heard shots. Zoe went for the children. My words tumble out. Damiano's grip tightens. The nursery is secure. Daniel's team has it covered. Relief floods through me at the mention of Daniel's name. He's handling it. He's keeping everyone safe. More gunfire erupts from the east wing. Damiano and Enzo exchange glances, a silent communication passing between them. Get to your room and lock the door, Damiano orders, already moving past me. Now, Lucrezia. I should listen. I should run and hide like they want me to, but my feet won't move. I stand frozen in the hallway, watching my brothers advance with their weapons raised. The mansion feels foreign suddenly. This place that should be our sanctuary transformed into a battlefield. The elegant wallpaper, the marble floors, the crystal chandeliers, all of it seems obscene against the violence unfolding. Shouting echoes from multiple directions. The security system wails. I hear glass breaking, heavy footsteps, more gunfire, and then nothing. No shots, no shouts, just the distant sound of the alarm and my own ragged breathing. I don't know how long I stand there, unable to move forward or back. Time stretches and warps around me. Footsteps approach from behind. I spin around, heart in my throat. Alessio bursts through the doorway at the end of the hall, his white shirt splattered with blood. His face is a mask of cold fury I've rarely seen, even on him. "Where are Damiano and Enzo?" he demands, barely slowing as he reaches me. "They went that way," I point with a shaking hand. "What happened? Is everyone okay?" Alessio's jaw tightens. "The Russians hit us where it hurts. They killed Fabio and Anthony." My stomach drops. Fabio has been with us for 15 years. Anthony just got engaged last month. "How?" I whisper. "Execution style. Left them displayed like fucking warnings." Alessio's voice is flat, controlled, but I can see the rage burning beneath. "They were off duty, having dinner with their families." "Where's Daniel?" I ask suddenly, looking around. "He should be here. He's always here when there's trouble." "What do you mean?" Alessio's brow furrows. "I haven't seen him." My heart stutters. Daniel is always where the danger is, always the first to respond, the last to retreat. "But he should be..." Heavy footsteps interrupt me as Damiano and Enzo round the corner, weapons still drawn. Enzo's knuckles are bloody, his expression thunderous. Damiano's face is carved from stone, his eyes scanning the hallway with lethal precision. "Clear?" Alessio asks. Damiano nods once. "For now, 2 got away. We have men in pursuit." "How the fuck did they get past our security?" Enzo demands, holstering his weapon with barely controlled rage. Before anyone can answer, the door at the end of the hallway bursts open. Daniel staggers through, one hand pressed against his left bicep. Blood seeps between his fingers, staining his shirt crimson. His face is pale but composed, jaw clenched against the pain. My stomach drops at the sight of him wounded. "Daniel!" Damiano whips around. What the hell happened? I was going to find Santiago when everything happened. Since Miss Lucrezia was not alone, I needed to inform them about our new rotation this week. Daniel straightens, professional even while bleeding. "Perimeter breach on the east side. They cut the power to the secondary alarm system before attacking. I took one down by the garage, but not before." He gestures to his arm. "How many?" Damiano demands. "At least 6. Coordinated attack." Daniel's eyes find mine briefly before returning to Damiano. "They knew exactly when to hit us." Enzo curses, low and vicious. "We have a fucking snitch." "We were planning to move against them tonight," Damiano says, his voice deadly quiet. "And they hit us in the middle of the day." They knew. The implications hang heavy in the air. Someone close to us betrayed the family. Someone with access to our plans, our schedules, our security protocols. I step closer to Daniel, unable to look away from the blood soaking his sleeve. "Are you okay?" His eyes meet mine, something unreadable flickering in their depths. "I'm fine." Enzo's gaze shifts between us, his expression suddenly calculating. The look he gives Daniel is loaded with meaning I can't decipher. "You need medical attention," I say, ignoring my brother's scrutiny. "That's a lot of blood." Daniel shakes his head. "It's just a graze." "Bullshit," I snap, finding strength in concern. "You're bleeding all over my mother's antique rug." A ghost of a smile touches Daniel's lips before vanishing. Wouldn't want to ruin the decor. "I'll get the first aid kit," I announce, already moving toward the stairs. No one stops me, though I feel Enzo's eyes following me. As I hurry down the hallway, I hear Damiano's voice behind me, low and dangerous. "Find the leak. I want to know who sold us out before the day ends." I quicken my pace, desperate to do something useful, Something that doesn't involve thinking about traitors or Russians or the sight of Daniel's blood.
Chapter 10. Daniel. I press my hand harder against my arm, trying to stem the bleeding while maintaining my professional demeanor. The bullet tore through muscle, burning like hell, but I've had worse. What bothers me more is the breach in security. My security. The Russians hit Fabio and Anthony at Carmine's, Alessio tells Damiano, his voice tight with controlled rage. Shot them both in the back of the head while they were eating dinner with their families. Jesus Christ, Enzo mutters, running a hand through his hair. Damiano's face hardens into something dangerous. Their families? Unharmed, Alessio confirms, but they made them watch. The room temperature seems to drop 10 degrees. Damiano's eyes go flat and cold, the look that makes even hardened criminals back down. I want names, Damiano says quietly. The quieter he gets, the more dangerous he becomes. Someone gave the Russians our security protocols. Someone told them we were moving tonight. Could be anyone with access to the plans, Enzo points out. That's at least 20 people. Then question all 20, Damiano snaps. Our system has triple redundancies. It doesn't just fail. I shift my weight, wincing as fresh pain shoots through my arm. The breach was too precise. They knew exactly where to cut power, which cameras to avoid. Footsteps approach from the hallway, and Lucrezia reappears carrying a first aid kit and dragging a chair behind her. Her determination would be almost comical if the situation weren't so serious. Sit, she orders, placing the chair in front of me. I blink, momentarily thrown by her commanding tone. In my world, I give the orders. I protect. I decide. But here's Lucrezia Feretti, 5'4" and fierce, telling me what to do. And damn if I don't find it both unsettling and arousing. I'm fine standing, I say. You're bleeding all over the floor, she counters, opening the first aid kit. Sit down before you pass out. Damiano raises an eyebrow, watching our exchange with unexpected interest. Let her patch you up, Hayes. We need you to be functional. With no choice but to comply, I lower myself into the chair, keeping my eyes on the doorways. Lucrezia moves in front of me, blocking my view of the room's eastern entrance. You're 3 o'clock, I murmur, and she immediately shifts to my side, understanding my need to maintain visual coverage. She works efficiently, cutting away my sleeve to expose the wound. Her fingers are cool against my skin, gentle but confident. The contradiction of her touch. This needs stitches, she says, cleaning away blood with an antiseptic wipe. I grit my teeth against the sting. Just wrap it tight. I'll get it looked at later. Her eyes flick up to mine, challenging. Don't be stubborn. It's not stubbornness, it's practicality, I counter. We're in the middle of a security crisis. She presses the antiseptic harder against the wound, making me hiss. Oops, she says, not sounding sorry at all. I narrow my eyes at her. This isn't the traumatized, quiet Lucrezia from the panic room. This is a glimpse of the woman she used to be. The one who never took shit from anyone, including her security detail. And fuck if I don't want to see more of her. The thought is completely inappropriate, especially now with her brothers 10 feet away discussing who might have betrayed the family. Especially with my blood on her hands and Russians potentially planning their next move. But as she leans closer, her breath warm against my skin while she cleans my wound. All I can think about is how I'd rather be giving her orders than taking them. Orders that would have her breathless and begging beneath me. I watch Damiano's face shift from cold rage to concern as he glances toward the staircase. I need to check on Zoe and the kids, he says, already moving. The Don might be ruthless in business, but when it comes to his family, nothing else matters. Go, I tell him. We've cleared the perimeter. They're secure. Lucrezia turns to Alessio, her hands still bloody from treating my wound. Scarlett's hiding in the closet in the gallery room. Can you get her? Alessio nods, already pulling his weapon. And I need to find Mateo and Hazel, Enzo adds, checking his gun. They were in the cellar picking up some drinks when this shit started. Within seconds, they're all gone, leaving Lucrezia and me alone in sudden silence. The tension in the room shifts, no longer about external threats, but something else entirely. She finishes wrapping the bandage around my arm, her fingers working with surprising skill. I've been shot before, patched up by field medics and trauma surgeons alike, but never by someone whose touch makes my skin burn more than the bullet did. Where'd you learn to do this? I ask, my voice rougher than intended. First aid course after. She doesn't finish the sentence. She doesn't need to. I nod, understanding what she doesn't say. She secures the bandage with medical tape, her face close enough that I can smell her perfume beneath the metallic scent of blood. A strand of hair falls across her face, and before I can think better of it, I reach up with my good arm and tuck it behind her ear. Her breath catches, her hands freeze on my arm. Our eyes lock, and for a moment, everything else disappears. There's just Lucrezia, her eyes wide and questioning, her lips slightly parted. I should pull back. I should do anything except what I'm doing, which is letting my fingers linger against her cheek for a heartbeat too long. Thank you, I say finally, dropping my hand. She blinks, as if coming out of a trance. Anytime, she whispers. The word hangs between us, loaded with meaning neither of us should acknowledge. Any time. As if there could be other moments like this, as if this isn't completely inappropriate and dangerous. I clear my throat and stand, testing my arm. The bandage is tight but allows movement. Professional, efficient, just like I need to be right now. We should join the others, I say, reaching for my weapon.
Lucrezia, I follow Daniel down the hallway, my heart hammering. What the hell was that? The way his fingers brushed against my cheek, tucking my hair behind my ear, wasn't the impersonal touch of a security guard. It was something else. My hands still tingle where they touched his skin. I've bandaged cuts before, helped Enzo with a knife wound once, but this felt different. Daniel's arm was all hard muscle beneath my fingers, his skin hot despite the blood loss. The bullet had carved a path through his bicep, yet he barely flinched when I cleaned it. I watch his back as he moves ahead of me. Even injured, there's something mesmerizing about the way he moves. Like a predator, aware of everything around him. His shoulders stretch the fabric of his torn shirt, the material stained dark with his blood. Daniel Hayes has always been a presence in our household. With his military buzz cut and those ice blue eyes that miss nothing, he's intimidating to most people. I used to find him terrifying when I was younger, always watching, always evaluating. Now I find myself studying the strong line of his jaw, the scar that cuts through his left eyebrow, the way his mouth rarely smiles but somehow still managed to soften when he looked at me moments ago. Why does his touch make me feel so unsettled? It's not fear. I've had enough of that to recognize it instantly. This is different. It's like electricity under my skin, making me hyper-aware of every movement, every breath. Stay behind me, he says over his shoulder, his voice low and rough. I nod, though he can't see me. We reach the main staircase, and I can hear voices from below. Enzo and Mateo, it sounds like. Daniel pauses, his body tense as he listens. The muscles in his back flex beneath his shirt as he raises his gun slightly, ready for anything. Clear, he finally says, relaxing marginally. I realize I've been holding my breath. Not from fear of another attack, but from being so close to him in this narrow hallway. The air feels charged between us, like the moment before lightning strikes. Daniel, I start, not even sure what I want to say. He turns, and for a second, his eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my stomach flip. We should keep moving, he says, breaking the moment. His voice is all business again, the professional mask sliding back into place. But I saw beneath it. For just a moment, I saw the man behind the soldier, and it's left me shaken in a way I have never felt before. I follow Daniel back to the main living area where my family has gathered. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Damiano stands with his back to the fireplace, his face carved from stone. Enzo paces like a caged animal, while Alessio sits with his head in his hands. Zoe enters the room, her face pale. She's holding her phone so tightly her knuckles have turned white. "I just spoke with Maria," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. "Fabio's wife." The room goes silent. Fabio Moretti had, worked for our family for 15 years. He started as a driver for my father and worked his way up to security. He was at my 16th birthday party. He brought his kids to our Christmas gatherings. "How is she?" Damiano asks, his voice rough. "Destroyed," Zoe says simply. She takes a deep breath. "I also called Anthony's mother. He has been supporting her since his father died." My stomach twists. Anthony was only 26. He joined us 3 years ago, eager to prove himself, always smiling, always respectful. "What did you tell them?" Enzo asks. She looks at Damiano. "I told them we would take care of everything, funeral arrangements, expenses, that Maria won't have to worry about money, that Anthony's mother will continue to receive his salary and will make sure she has everything she needs." Damiano nods. "Good. Make sure they know they're still part of this family. Their children will always have a place with us." "I'll personally visit them tomorrow," Zoe says. "They shouldn't be alone right now." I watch her. This woman who married into our world and has embraced all of it, the good and the terrible. She understands what family means to us, not just blood, but loyalty. "I'll go with you," I say suddenly. "Are you sure, Lou?" Damiano asks gently. "It will be difficult." "I know," I say, "but they died because of us, because someone betrayed us. The least I can do is look their families in the eye and promise them justice." Daniel shifts beside me. I can feel his gaze on my face, but I don't look at him. "I'll arrange security," he says, his voice neutral. "Maria asked about the funeral," Zoe continues. "I told her we would handle everything, but that she could make any special requests." "Full honors," Damiano says immediately. "They died in service to this family." Zoe nods. "I'll make sure they understand that we stand with them. Not just financially, but in every way." The weight of those words settles over the room. This is what it means to be a Feretti. We protect our own, even in death. The families of those who serve us become our family too. Chapter 11. Lucrezia. The cemetery stretches before us, a sea of black against the gray morning sky. Rain threatens, but hasn't fallen yet, as if even the heavens are holding their breath for this moment. I stand between my brothers as 2 caskets are lowered into the ground, Fabio and Anthony, men who died protecting us, men with families, with dreams, with futures that were stolen because they worked for the Ferettis. Maria clutches her children's hands, her face a mask of grief. Anthony's mother stands by his fiancé's side, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I can't look away from them. Their pain is a physical thing, hanging in the air around us all. Daniel stands 3 paces behind me, his presence constant as a shadow. Since the attack, he hasn't left my side except when absolutely necessary. Even now, at a funeral surrounded by our security, his eyes scan continuously, his body tense and ready. The priest's words blur together as I stare at those caskets. 2 more deaths. 2 more families were destroyed because of our world, our choices, our enemies. And there will be more. The realization settles like ice in my stomach. This war with the Russians is just beginning. More men will die. More wives will become widows. More children will grow up without fathers. All because of a blood feud that has nothing to do with them. I think of the 400 families who depend on the casino for their livelihoods. I think of every person who works for us, who trusts us to protect them. I think of the bodies being lowered into the ground before me. The price is too high. When the service ends, people begin to disperse. I watch Damiano approach Maria, taking her hands in his, speaking words I can't hear but understand. A promise of protection, of justice. The weight of responsibility sits heavy on his shoulders. I move toward them, feeling Daniel shift behind me, always watching, always guarding. When Damiano finishes speaking with Maria, I touch his arm. "I need to talk to you," I say quietly. He nods, and we step away from the others. Daniel maintains his distance, giving us privacy while keeping me in his sight. "I'll do it," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'll agree to the engagement with Bruno." Damiano's eyes sharpen. "Lou dash dash." "No, listen to me." I glance back at the fresh graves. "This is the cost of war, Damiano, and it will get worse. If marrying Bruno Sartori can prevent more funerals, more widows, more fatherless children, then I'll do it." My brother's face hardens. "This isn't your responsibility to bear, isn't it? We're Ferettis. We protect our own. That's what you always say." I look around at the grieving families. These people are ours to protect. The casino employees are ours to protect. If my engagement can secure peace with the Sartoris and save the casino, then it's my duty. Damiano studies my face, his expression unreadable. Finally, he says, "We'll talk about this later. At home. This isn't the place." I nod, knowing he's right. A funeral is no place to negotiate my future. I turn to leave, but a prickling sensation at the back of my neck makes me look up. Daniel's eyes meet mine across the cemetery, his gaze intense and unreadable. My stomach drops. He heard me. He must have heard my offer to marry Bruno. Heat rushes to my face as I quickly look away. Why do I care if he heard? Why does his opinion matter? He's my bodyguard, nothing more. The strange flutter in my chest when our eyes met is irrelevant, inappropriate. I straighten my shoulders and walk toward Maria, needing distance from Daniel's watchful eyes. The widow stands alone now, staring at the fresh mound of dirt that holds her husband. "Maria, is there anything that I can do for you now?" I ask, like there is the easiest thing in the world right now. She nods, clutching her wedding ring. "What I need is my husband back." The raw pain in her voice cuts through me. I've never been in love, never experienced that kind of connection, but I've seen it. I've watched Damiano with Zoe, the way his entire being softens around her. I've seen Enzo with Sienna, how he moves through the world as if she's his center of gravity. To lose that, to have half your soul ripped away, must be a pain beyond imagining. "The first night was the worst," Maria whispers, almost to herself, waking up and reaching for him, only to find empty space. I take her hand, saying nothing because there's nothing to say. What comfort could my words possibly offer? Over Maria's shoulder, I feel Daniel's eyes on me again. Always watching, always guarding. I don't look back at him. I can't. I've made my choice. I'll do what needs to be done to protect our people, to end this war before it claims more lives. Even if it means giving up any chance at finding what Damiano and Enzo have found, that soul-deep connection that makes life worth living, even if it means never knowing what might have been.
Daniel. I watch Lou from a distance as she speaks with Maria. Even from here, I can see the weight of grief pressing down on her shoulders. She takes Maria's hand, her face a mask of compassion that doesn't quite hide her own pain. My arm throbs where the bullet grazed me, but it's nothing compared to the ache in my chest. I heard every word she said to Damiano. She's going to marry Bruno. She's choosing duty over her own happiness. The gray sky presses down, matching my mood. Lou's face crumples for just a moment as Maria says something I can't hear. That brief flash of raw emotion hits me. She's taking on the weight of these deaths, these families' grief. She's offering herself up as a sacrifice to prevent more funerals. My jaw clenches so hard my teeth might crack. This is wrong. All of it. She's already survived hell once. She shouldn't have to martyr herself again. Before I can think better of it, I'm moving toward her. Maria has turned away to accept condolences from another family member, and Lou stands alone, looking lost. "We should go," I say, my voice low and rough. She startles as if she'd forgotten I was there. I need to stay for the reception. No, you don't. I step closer, close enough that no one else can hear. You've done enough. Her eyes flash. I haven't done anything. Exactly. I glance around at the mourners, then back to her face. This isn't your fault, Lucrezia. Isn't it? She looks toward the fresh graves. They died protecting our family. They died doing their job. The words come out harsher than I intended. Just like I would. Her eyes snap to mine, something fierce and wounded in them. Don't say that. The raw emotion in her voice catches me off guard. For a moment, we just stare at each other. I break first. Come on, I'm taking you home. She hesitates, her gaze drifting back to the mourners. I should stay. You've paid your respects. I keep my voice low, firm. The car's waiting. She nods finally, reaching into her coat pocket. Her fingers emerge with a set of rosary beads, black onyx with a silver cross. Lou's fingers tremble as she tries to wrap the beads around her wrist. They slip from her grasp, falling to the damp cemetery soil between us. We both move at once. I'm faster, crouching down before she can bend. My fingers reach the beads first, but then her hand is there too, warm skin brushing against mine in the cold dirt. The contact is electric. Her fingers freeze against mine, neither of us pulling away. Daniel? Her voice is barely audible, a whisper meant only for me. I look up, still crouched before her. Her face is inches from mine, eyes wide and vulnerable in a way I rarely see. Get me out of here before it's too late, she whispers, the plea raw and urgent. I don't know if she means the cemetery or something more, but I don't hesitate. Yes. I close my fingers around the beads and her hand both, rising to my feet and drawing her with me. I slip the rosary into my pocket, not breaking eye contact. I place my hand at the small of her back, guiding her through the crowd of mourners. I feel her trembling beneath my palm, but her steps are steady as we make our way to the waiting car. Damiano catches my eye from across the gravesite. His expression is unreadable, but he gives a slight nod. Permission to take her home. I open the car door for her, scanning the perimeter one last time before sliding in the driver's seat. I guide the car out of the cemetery, stealing glances at Lucrezia in the passenger seat. She stares out the window, silent and still as a statue. The rosary beads feel heavy in my pocket. Do you want to go straight home? I ask, breaking the silence. She doesn't answer, doesn't even look at me. My grip tightens on the steering wheel. What the hell was I thinking back there? For a moment I thought her plea meant something else. Something more. Get me out of here before it's too late. But she meant the cemetery. The grief, the weight of those deaths. Nothing more. I clear my throat. Lucrezia? She blinks, finally turning her head slightly. Home. Please. 2 words. That's all I get. I nod and focus on the road, mentally kicking myself. This is exactly why Matteo warned me. I'm letting my feelings cloud my judgment, seeing things that aren't there. The silence stretches between us like a living thing. I want to say something to break it, but what? Sorry I misread the situation? Sorry I can't stop thinking about you? She's Lucrezia Feretti, member of one of the most powerful crime families in New York, and she's just agreed to marry Bruno Sartori. The thought makes my jaw clench again. Bruno fucking Sartori, a man who sees her as nothing but a business acquisition, a trophy to hang on his arm. She deserves better. But it's not my place to say that. It's not my place to feel anything about it at all. I glance at her again. Her profile is sharp against the gray day outside, her face a careful mask, but I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers twist together in her lap. She's hurting, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. I'm too damaged for someone like her anyway. Too broken by what I've seen, what I've done. The nightmares that still wake me in a cold sweat. The way I can't walk into a room without checking all the exits. She needs someone whole. Someone who can give her the life she deserves, not a scarred ex-soldier who kills for a living. Chapter 12. Daniel. I pull the car into the mansion's circular driveway, cutting the engine. The silence between us feels heavier now that we're not moving. I stare at the grand entrance of the Feretti home, my mind racing with all the things I shouldn't say, but I can't let her walk away without asking. I turn in my seat to face her. Are you sure about this? Marrying Bruno? Her eyes widen slightly, surprise flickering across her face before she schools her expression. Excuse me? The engagement. To Bruno Sartori. My voice sounds rougher than I intended. Are you sure that's what you want? She unbuckles her seatbelt slowly, her movements deliberate. Instead of getting out of the car, she shifts in her seat to face me directly. It's not your place to ask. Either way, why would you care? She asks, her voice soft but direct. Fuck. I remain silent, jaw clenched, eyes locked on hers. She slides closer, the leather seat creaking beneath her. Why, Daniel? Her voice drops lower, almost a whisper. Why does it matter to you who I marry? She's too close. Close enough that I can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes, the slight tremble in her lower lip. Why do I care? Because every time I look at her, something inside me breaks and rebuilds itself. Because the thought of Bruno Sartori putting his hands on her makes me want to put a bullet between his eyes. Because I've spent 2 years watching her fight her way back from hell, and the idea of her sacrificing herself to that entitled prick makes me sick. Daniel. Her voice is barely audible now, a whisper that slides under my skin. I shouldn't care. This isn't my place. I'm her security, not her savior, not her lover, not anything that matters beyond keeping her alive. But I do care. Too much. Enough that it's compromising my judgment. She deserves better than being traded like a commodity, better than Bruno's hands on her body, his ring on her finger, better than being another chess piece in this endless war between families. Better than me. That's the truth I can't escape. My hands have too much blood on them. My mind is a battlefield of its own. What could I possibly offer her except more darkness? You don't have to do this, I finally say, my voice rough. There are other ways. Her eyes search mine, looking for something I'm not sure I can give her. Are there? She moves even closer now. Her hand reaches up, fingers brushing against my lapel before curling into the fabric. My control slips. I lean forward, drawn to her like gravity. Lou, I whisper. Her eyes flutter closed, her lips parting slightly. I can feel her breath against my mouth, the smallest space separating us. A sharp knock on the window shatters the moment. Lou jerks back, her hand releasing my jacket as if burned. I turn to see Hazel Taylor standing outside the car, her expression apologetic as she realizes what she's interrupted. I'm sorry. Hazel mouths through the glass, taking a step back. The spell breaks completely. Lou straightens her dress, composing herself in seconds. We should go inside, she says, not looking at me as she reaches for the door handle. I nod, professional mask sliding back into place despite the storm raging inside me. Yes, ma'am. The moment is gone. But the memory of her fingers on my lapel, her breath against my lips, burns into my mind like a brand.
Lucrezia. I step out of the car. Daniel's presence lingers like a ghost behind me as I force myself to walk toward the mansion with steady steps. The gravel crunches beneath my heels, each step putting distance between us and whatever almost happened in that car. I'm so sorry for interrupting, Hazel says, falling into step beside me. You didn't interrupt anything. I lie, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Hazel Taylor, Mateo's girlfriend, the woman who somehow managed to crack through his armor when no one else could. I was looking for Mateo, she explains, glancing back at Daniel, who follows at a respectful distance. He said he'd be back from the funeral by now. I push open the heavy front door, stepping into the marble foyer. They should be here soon. The service ran longer than expected. The mansion feels emptier than usual, most of the family still at the cemetery or handling the aftermath. Ettore appears from the kitchen, his weathered face brightening slightly at the sight of us. Miss Lucrezia, Miss Hazel, can I bring you anything? Just some tea in my room, please, I say, already heading for the stairs. I need space, need to breathe, need to process whatever just happened with Daniel. Make it 2, Hazel adds, following me up the grand staircase. I can feel Daniel's eyes on my back as we ascend, but I don't turn around. Can't turn around. If I look at him now, everyone will see exactly what I'm feeling written across my face. I'll be outside your door, Miss Feretti, Daniel calls, his voice back to that professional tone that creates distance between us. I nod without looking back and lead Hazel down the hallway to my suite. Once inside, I kick off my heels and sink onto the edge of my bed. The clothes feel suffocating now. Black dress, black stockings, black everything. I want to tear them off, to wash away the scent of cemetery soil and grief. Hazel closes the door behind us and leans against it, arms crossed over her chest. Okay, what's going on with you and Daniel? Nothing, I say too quickly. She raises an eyebrow. I may be new to this family, but I'm not blind, Lucrezia. I run my hands through my hair, messing up the careful styling. It's complicated. I gathered that much from the way you two were looking at each other in the car. She pushes away from the door and sits beside me on the bed. Talk to me. The kindness in her voice nearly breaks me. When was the last time someone asked how I felt without an agenda? When was the last time I could just be honest? I don't know what's happening, I finally whisper. Hazel sits beside me, her presence gentle but persistent. I think you do. I agreed to marry Bruno Sartori. The words hang in the air between us, heavy and final. At the funeral, I told Damiano I'd do it. Hazel's eyes widen. The Bruno Sartori? Matteo mentioned him. He's not exactly a fan. Nobody is, I laugh without humor. But we need the alliance. The casino, the Russians. People are dying, Hazel. She takes my hand, her touch warm against my cold fingers. And Daniel. Just hearing his name sends a flutter through my chest that I can't ignore anymore. For 2 years, he's been my shadow, my protector, always there, but somehow invisible. Until now. He was going to kiss me, I admit, the truth finally breaking free. And God help me, I wanted him to. I could see that, Hazel says softly. I stand up, suddenly restless, and pace across the room. It doesn't make sense. He's been my bodyguard for years, always professional, always distant. And now, I press my fingers to my lips, remembering how close we came. Sometimes we don't see what's right in front of us until something shifts, Hazel offers. But why now? I haven't ever felt anything like this. I didn't think I could anymore after what they did to me. Maybe that's why. Maybe you're finally healing enough to feel again. I stop pacing and face her. It doesn't matter. I'm marrying Bruno. Are you sure about that? Hazel challenges. Because from what I just saw in that car, what I want doesn't matter. I cut her off. It never has. Not in this family, not in this world. That's not true, Hazel says firmly. Matteo told me how your brothers protected you after what happened. They wouldn't force you into this. They're not forcing me. I'm choosing it. I sink back down beside her. 400 families depend on that casino. If marrying Bruno saves the business, how can I say no? Hazel is quiet for a moment. Yes, but what about Daniel? I close my eyes, feeling tears threatening. Daniel is complicated. He's Damiano's most trusted security. He's seen me at my absolute worst, and until today, I never even considered. I shake my head. I didn't know it was possible to feel this way about anyone. Life has a way of surprising us, Hazel says gently. Trust me, I know. It doesn't matter, I repeat, more to convince myself than her. I made a promise. The family comes first. Always. She squeezes my hand. I also know that sometimes we find happiness in the most unexpected places, with the most unexpected people. Matteo is a Mafia enforcer who came into my life randomly, and I would have chosen him again and again because it is exactly what I want, Lucrezia. I think about Daniel standing guard outside my door right now, so close yet impossibly far away. For 2 years he's been there, watching, protecting. How did I never notice the way he looks at me? How did I never recognize what I was feeling, and what the hell am I actually feeling? It's too late, I whisper. I've already made my choice.
Chapter 13. Daniel. I wake with a jolt, hand automatically reaching for the gun on my nightstand. The digital clock reads 5:17 a.m., later than usual. My body feels heavy, the wound in my arm throbbing dully beneath the bandage Lucrezia applied. Lucrezia. The memory of yesterday comes instantly to mind. Her face so close to mine in the car. The way she'd leaned in, her fingers clutching my lapel. How badly I'd wanted to close that final inch between us. Fuck. The guest room they've given me in the east wing of the Feretti mansion is comfortable but impersonal. King bed, expensive sheets, tasteful art on the walls. Nothing of me in it except the gun, my laptop, and a duffel bag of clothes. My real apartment across town has been collecting dust since I took on Lucrezia's security detail full-time. I stand, stretching carefully to avoid pulling at my wound. Noah and Matteo have been rotating shifts these days with me so I can get some sleep, but it never feels like enough. Not with Russians gunning for the family. I usually have my men replace me for some hours, but with all this shit going on, we can't truly trust anyone else. The bathroom mirror shows dark circles under my eyes. I splash cold water on my face, trying to wash away thoughts of her. It doesn't work. Nothing works. I dress quickly. Black tactical pants, black t-shirt, shoulder holster. The routine is automatic after years in the Rangers and then with the Ferettis. My body moves while my mind circles back to that moment in the car. I check my weapon, the familiar weight of it grounding me. What could I have said when she asked me why I care? I couldn't say any of what is true. So I'd said nothing. And somehow, that silence had pulled her closer. If Hazel hadn't knocked on that window. A sharp knock on my door interrupts the thought. I holster my weapon and open it to find Noah, looking as tired as I feel. "Morning, Daniel," he says, handing me a coffee. "Thought you might need this." I take it with a nod of thanks. "Anything happen overnight?" All quiet. Matteo's still on patrol. Noah leans against the doorframe. "How's the arm?" "Fine." The standard answer for any injury that hasn't killed me yet. Noah studies me for a moment too long. "You look like shit." "Thanks." "Seriously, man. When's the last time you took a day off? You've been here 24/7 since the casino attack." I take a long sip of coffee instead of answering. The truth is I can't leave. "Any word on the leak?" I ask, keeping my voice low even though we're alone. Noah's expression darkens. He steps fully into the room and closes the door behind him. "Nothing yet. Alessio and Enzo are pushing their men hard, but we've got jack shit for leads." He runs a hand through his hair, frustration evident in the gesture. "Everyone's on edge. You can feel it in the air." "What about the Russians? We moving on them?" Noah shakes his head. "Damiano's put everything on hold. Says if we've got a leak, the Russians already know how we operate. They'd be waiting for us." I nod. It's the right call, even if it feels like we're sitting ducks. "We need time to regroup," Noah continues, his voice barely above a whisper. "But first priority is finding the rat. Damiano wants the leak plugged before we make any moves." "Smart." I take another sip of coffee, the caffeine finally starting to clear the fog in my brain. Who's on the suspect list? That's the thing. Could be anyone who knew about the attack plans. That's at least 15 people, not counting support staff who might have overheard something. What about the casino situation? I ask. The Gaming Commission's deadline is coming up fast. Noah's expression tells me everything before he speaks. Still fucked. And with the Sartori marriage proposal on the table. He trails off, studying my face. I keep my expression neutral, but something must show because Noah raises an eyebrow. Heard Lucrezia agreed to it, he says carefully. At the funeral. My jaw tightens. Not my business. Right. Noah doesn't push, but his eyes say he knows better. Anyway, Damiano wants everyone on high alert. Double-check everything. Trust no one outside the inner circle. Copy that. Noah finishes his coffee and crushes the cup in his hand. I'm gonna grab some sleep. Mateo's on until 8. Then you're up. I'll be ready. He pauses at the door. Daniel? Yeah? Watch yourself. Not just with the Russians. His eyes meet mine, and I know exactly what he means. I give him a nod and he leaves, closing the door quietly behind him.
Lucrezia. The soft knock on my bedroom door barely registers through my sleep. I burrow deeper into my pillows, clinging to the last threads of sleep where I don't have to remember yesterday's funeral or my promise to marry Bruno Sartori. Signorina Lucrezia. Ginevra's voice is gentle but persistent as she opens the door. Time to wake up, cara mia. I groan and pull the duvet over my head. 5 more minutes. The mattress dips as Ginevra sits beside me, her hand finding my shoulder through the layers of bedding. Come now, Piccola. The sun is already up, and so should you be. I peek out from my cocoon to find Ginevra's kind face watching me, her gray hair pulled back in its usual perfect bun. She's been with our family since before I was born, the closest thing to a mother I've ever known after losing my own when I was barely 2 years old. There she is, Ginevra says, her weathered hand reaching to brush hair from my face. Her touch is gentle, familiar, the same hands that bandaged my scraped knees and wiped away childhood tears. What time is it? I ask, my voice still rough with sleep. Nearly 9. I've let you sleep as long as I can. The worry lines around her eyes deepen. How are you feeling today, Tesoro? I'm fine, I lie, sitting up against my headboard. Ginevra gives me her look, the one that says she's known me too long to believe such nonsense. In front of others, she maintains the proper distance of a housekeeper, but here in the privacy of my bedroom, she's always been more. Family in every way that matters. Damiano is waiting for you in the kitchen, she says, smoothing my duvet with practiced hands. He says you need to talk. My stomach tightens. I know exactly what Damiano wants to discuss. My impulsive offer at the funeral to marry Bruno. Did he seem angry? I ask. Ginevra shakes her head. Not angry. Worried, perhaps. She takes my hand in hers, her palm warm against mine. Whatever you've decided, Bambina, remember that your happiness matters too. I squeeze her hand, grateful for her unwavering support. I know what I'm doing, Ginevra. She studies my face for a moment, then nods, though doubt lingers in her eyes. If you say so. Tell Damiano I'll be down soon, I say, throwing back the covers. But only if Ettore makes his special breakfast. A smile breaks across Ginevra's face, softening the worry lines. The cinnamon ricotta pancakes with fresh berries. And extra maple syrup, I add. If I have to face an interrogation from my brother, I at least deserve comfort food. Ginevra chuckles, patting my cheek affectionately. I'll tell him. And Ettore will be delighted. He worries you don't eat enough. She stands, straightening her uniform with a quick tug. 15 minutes, yes? Before your brother comes looking for you himself. 20, I bargain, earning another smile. At the door, Ginevra pauses, her professional mask slipping for a moment. Whatever happens, Lucrezia, remember you are strong. Stronger than you know. The rare use of my full name underscores her seriousness. I learned from the best. I tell her softly. She nods once, composure returning as she steps back into the hallway, closing the door behind her. I drag myself out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cool, hardwood floor. I shuffle to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. After using the toilet, I brush my teeth and run a comb through my tangled hair, not bothering with makeup. I pull on a pair of jeans and a soft, oversized sweater that falls off one shoulder. Comfort clothes. Armor for difficult conversations with my brother. Taking a deep breath, I square my shoulders and head for my bedroom door. My hand closes around the doorknob, and I pull it open. Daniel stands there, ramrod straight in his dark suit, vigilant as always. His presence startles me, even though I should expect it by now. I freeze, memories of yesterday flooding back. "Good morning," I say, my voice coming out huskier than intended. Daniel's gaze locks with mine, then drops briefly to my lips before snapping back up. The movement is quick, almost imperceptible, but it sends a flutter through my stomach. "Good morning," he replies, his deep voice carefully neutral despite the tension crackling between us. We stand there for a moment, neither moving, the air thick with everything unsaid. I clear my throat, breaking the charged silence between us. "Damiano's waiting for me in the kitchen." Daniel nods once, his face slipping back into professional neutrality. "Yes, ma'am." The formality stings, a reminder of the boundaries between us. The kitchen smells of cinnamon and coffee when I enter. Damiano sits at the island counter, a steaming mug between his hands. He looks up as I approach, dark circles under his eyes suggesting he's had little sleep. "Good morning," he says. I slide onto the stool across from him. "Morning." Damiano's gaze shifts to Daniel, who has positioned himself near the doorway. "Hayes, give us a few minutes." Daniel's eyes meet mine briefly before he nods. "Yes, sir." He steps out, pulling the door closed behind him. The moment he's gone, Ettore bustles over from the stove, a plate of golden pancakes in hand. They're stacked high, drizzled with maple syrup and topped with fresh berries. "Your favorite, signorina," Ettore says, placing the plate before me with a flourish. "Extra syrup, just as you like." The familiar comfort food brings an unexpected lump to my throat. "Thank you, Ettore." The cook beams at me, then glances between Damiano and me. Understanding the need for privacy, he wipes his hands on his apron. "I'll just check on the garden herbs," he says, making his excuse to leave. When the door closes behind Ettore, silence falls between my brother and me. I pick up my fork, cutting into the soft pancakes more to have something to do with my hands than from actual hunger. Damiano watches me, his fingers tapping against his coffee mug. The kitchen feels suddenly too quiet. The only sounds are the gentle clink of my fork against the plate and the distant hum of the refrigerator. I take a bite of pancake, the sweetness of maple, and the tang of berries flooding my mouth. Despite everything, I can't help but close my eyes briefly at the familiar comfort of Ettore's cooking. When I open them again, Damiano is still watching me, his expression unreadable. "About what you said at the funeral," Damiano finally says, his voice quiet but firm. "Are you sure about this marriage, Lucrezia?" I set my fork down, the metal clinking against fine china. "To be honest, no." His eyebrows lift slightly, waiting for me to continue. "I always thought—" I pause, swallowing the lump forming in my throat. "I always believed I'd have this huge wedding someday, that I'd be walking down the aisle toward someone I was madly in love with, someone who made me feel safe and happy." Damiano's expression softens, the hard lines of his face melting into something more vulnerable. It's rare to see him this way. My oldest brother, the fearsome Don Feretti, looking at me with such naked concern. "You can still say no?" he says, reaching across the island to cover my hand with his. "We'll find another way." We both know he's lying. "But we need this arrangement," I say, voicing what we're both thinking. Damiano doesn't deny it. His silence is confirmation enough. I push my plate away, appetite gone. "I'll do it." "Lucrezia?" "No, it's okay." I force a smile that feels brittle on my face. Who knows? Bruno surely doesn't want this marriage either. It can be just on paper. Damiano studies me, searching my face for any sign of hesitation. You're sure? I'm sure. The words taste like ash in my mouth, but I keep my voice steady. Call Ricardo, tell him I accept. My brother holds my gaze for a long moment before nodding. He pulls out his phone, his fingers hovering over the screen. Once I make this call, I know what it means, I say. Make the call. Damiano dials, his eyes never leaving mine as he waits for Ricardo to answer. The kitchen feels suddenly airless, the ticking of the wall clock unnaturally loud. Ricardo, Damiano says, his voice shifting into the cool, controlled tone he uses for business. About your brother's proposal. We agree. I can't hear Ricardo's response, but Damiano's jaw tightens slightly. Yes, tonight would work. 8 o'clock. He pauses, listening. We can discuss the details then. He ends the call, setting his phone on the counter with deliberate care. Dinner tonight here, he says. 8 o'clock. The Sartoris want to discuss how we'll proceed. I nod, my fingers fidgeting with my napkin. Who else is coming? Ricardo, Ava, and Bruno. Damiano hesitates. You don't have to do this, Lucrezia. Even now you can change your mind. No, I say, straightening my shoulders. I've made my decision. The family comes first. It always has. Damiano reaches across the island again, this time taking both my hands in his. I never wanted this for you. After what happened, he trails off, unable to speak of that night even now. I know, I whisper, but this is different. This is my choice. My brother squeezes my hands once before letting go. I'll have Daniel drive you to the restaurant tonight. The mention of Daniel sends an unwelcome flutter through my chest. I push the feeling away, locking it in the same box where I've stored all my dreams of love and happiness. Fine, I say, standing up from the stool. Chapter 14. Lucrezia. Damiano sits at the head of the table in the dining room, commanding as always. To his right, Riccardo Sartori leans back in his chair, swirling red wine in his glass. His wife, Ava, sits beside him, her diamond necklace throwing prisms across the white tablecloth. And then there's Bruno, my fiancé. The word feels foreign, even in my thoughts. He sits across from me, his dark eyes occasionally meeting mine before sliding away. He hasn't said much beyond formal greetings, which I appreciate. I'm not ready for small talk with the man I'm supposed to marry. I push my risotto around my plate, appetite gone despite Ettore's perfect preparation. The conversation flows around me while I remain silent. My gaze drifts to Daniel, who stands against the wall behind Damiano. His face is a mask of professionalism, but I notice the tension in his jaw, the way his eyes constantly scan the room. The bandage on his arm is hidden beneath his suit jacket, but I know it's there. Hayes, Damiano says suddenly, interrupting Ricardo's monologue about liquor suppliers. Sit down and eat something. You've been on your feet all day. Daniel's expression flickers with reluctance. I'm fine, sir. It wasn't a suggestion, Damiano replies, gesturing to the empty chair at the far end of the table. I watch Daniel's internal struggle play across his face. Finally, he gives a curt nod and moves to the chair. Ginevra appears immediately with a plate, setting it before Daniel with a warm smile. Daniel murmurs his thanks, his discomfort obvious in the rigid set of his shoulders. So, Ricardo says, breaking the awkward silence, we should discuss the engagement announcement. I'm thinking we hold a formal event at the Venetian Rose once it reopens. The casino won't reopen for at least 3 weeks, Damiano counters. The Gaming Commission is dragging their feet. Then we'll host it at one of our venues, Ava suggests, her voice smooth as silk. The grand ballroom at the Sartori Hotel would be perfect. I feel Bruno's eyes on me, studying my reaction. When I look up, his gaze is calculating rather than warm. This is business for him, too. What do you think, Lucrezia? Ava asks, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Would you prefer something intimate or grand? All eyes turn to me. I set down my fork, the soft clink against china unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. I don't have a preference, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Whatever works best for both families. I take a sip of water, trying to ease the dryness in my throat. Actually, there's something we should consider. The press has been relentless since the casino incident. Damiano's expression darkens. Bastards. It's not just about the shooting, I continue. They're also following up on my announcement about funding the women's shelter. The reporters won't leave us alone until they have something else to focus on. I take a deep breath, feeling everyone's eyes on me. The women's shelter has been my passion project for months now, though few understand why it matters so much to me. After what happened to me, I thought I was alone in my darkness. Then I met Sienna, sweet, broken Sienna, who endured years of abuse before Enzo found her. And then Hazel came into our lives with bruises she tried to hide beneath makeup and long sleeves. Her husband, the man who vowed to love her, had used his fists to control her. We were three women from different worlds, connected by trauma that no one should ever experience. I think about the statistics I've memorized during my research. 1 in 3 women. 1 in 3. The number haunts me at night. I hate that I understand the shame that keeps women silent, the fear that keeps them trapped. The shelter isn't just about building walls and rooms. It's about creating a space where broken women can remember they're still whole inside, where they can find their strength again, just as I'm trying to find mine. Bruno cuts off my thoughts. And you think our engagement will distract them? Not just the engagement, Ava says, leaning forward with sudden interest. A grand celebration would give them exactly what they want: photos, gossip, something to fill their columns besides speculation about violence and family rivalries. Ricardo nods slowly. She's right. The sooner we give them a spectacle, the sooner they'll back off our business dealings. We could hold the party the day after tomorrow, Ava suggests, already pulling out her phone. I know it's rushed, but I have connections who can make it happen. I feel a flicker of panic at how quickly this is moving. That soon? The faster we move, the better, Damiano says, his tone leaving no room for argument. We need the press focused on wedding bells, not gunshots. From his position at the end of the table, Daniel shifts slightly. I catch his eye for just a moment before looking away. What about the shelter fund? Bruno asks unexpectedly. If that's drawing attention, perhaps we should address it. I straighten my shoulders. My friend Scarlett has agreed to run the foundation until things settle down. She has experience in nonprofit management, and she's not directly connected to either family, which will help with legitimacy. Smart, Ricardo says with approval. Keeps your charitable work at arm's length while maintaining control. It's not about control, I say, more sharply than intended. It's about helping women who need it. An uncomfortable silence falls over the table. I feel Bruno studying me with renewed interest. Of course, Ava says smoothly, breaking the tension. And a high-profile engagement party will actually bring more attention to your cause. We could even incorporate a fundraising element. I hadn't considered that angle. That could work. Then it's settled, Damiano declares. A grand engagement party at the Sartori Hotel in New York the day after tomorrow. We'll invite the press, give them their photo opportunity, and hopefully buy ourselves some peace. I watch as Ricardo sets down his wine glass, his expression shifting to something more serious. Damiano, perhaps we should continue our discussion about the Russians in your office since we settled the marriage thing, Ricardo suggests, his tone making it clear it's not really a suggestion. Damiano nods once, pushing back from the table. Of course. Enzo, join us. Bruno stands without being asked, straightening his tie. I'll come as well. Just like that, the men rise in unison. The business that actually matters will happen behind closed doors, while we're expected to discuss flower arrangements and guest lists. As they file out, I glance around at the remaining faces. Something's off. The silence feels heavy, unnatural. Zoe stares down at her plate, pushing food around with her fork. She hasn't looked at me once since we sat down. Not a single glance. If our eyes met, I know what would happen. We'd both break. The tears we're holding back would come flooding out. I shift my gaze to Sienna, expecting her usual calm presence. Instead, I find her watching me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. Her eyes are wide, almost panicked, and when she catches me looking, something flashes across her face. A warning. Run! That's what her expression screams at me. Run while you still can. Even Ava seems subdued, her social polish dimmed. She sips her wine mechanically, her eyes distant. "Excuse me," I manage to say, pushing back my chair. "I need to use the restroom." No one protests. No one even acknowledges that I've spoken. I walk out of the dining room with measured steps, refusing to rush despite the pressure building in my chest. Only when I'm safely in the hallway do I quicken my pace, nearly running to the powder room at the end of the corridor. I lock the door behind me and grip the marble countertop. The tears come without warning, hot and fast. I press my hand against my mouth to muffle any sound that might escape. Crying is weakness. Crying is surrender. But I can't stop. Everything about this evening feels wrong. The way my family avoids my gaze. I grab a hand towel and press it against my face, absorbing the tears. I never cry. But here, alone in this bathroom, watching my engagement party being planned like a military operation while my family acts like strangers, it's too much. I take deep breaths, trying to regain control. In through the nose, out through the mouth, just like Daniel taught me during my panic attacks.
Daniel. I remain seated as Lucrezia excuses herself from the table. Every instinct screams at me to follow her. But I've learned when she needs space. This is one of those times. My eyes track her movement until she disappears down the hallway. Only then do I shift my attention back to the table, where an unnatural silence has fallen over the remaining people. Matteo catches my eye from across the table. His expression is strange. He tilts his head slightly toward Hazel, who sits beside Sienna. Hazel meets my gaze and gives me a subtle gesture with her hand, palm down, pressing toward the table. Calm down. How the fuck does she know I'm not calm? My face is a mask of professional indifference. Years of military training have taught me to hide every emotion. But somehow she sees through it. I force my shoulders to relax. This is my punishment. For all the men I've killed, for all the blood on my hands, for daring to feel something for a woman so far above my station that I might as well be reaching for the stars. I'm her bodyguard. My job is to stand in the shadows and keep her safe while she lives her life, gets engaged, gets married, has children with another man. All while I watch in silence, my feelings locked away where they can't hurt anyone but me. Zoe rises suddenly, murmuring something about checking on the children. Sienna follows a moment later, leaving only Hazel and Ava at the table. "More wine?" Ava offers, lifting the bottle toward Hazel. "No, thank you," Hazel replies, her voice soft but firm. Ava turns to me. "What about you, Mr. Hayes? You've barely touched yours." "I'm on duty, ma'am." "I should check the perimeter," I say, needing to escape the suffocating tension. "Of course," Ava replies smoothly. "Security first." I push back from the table, nodding to Hazel and Ava before heading toward the hallway. The mansion feels too small suddenly. I need air, need to check the perimeter, need to do my damn job instead. I round the corner into the hallway and stop dead. Lucrezia stands frozen a few feet away, her eyes wide and rimmed with red. She's been crying. The knowledge hits me like a punch to the gut. She doesn't cry that easily. Her hair falls loose around her shoulders, and she's wrapped her arms around herself like she's cold, or protecting herself. From what? From me? We stare at each other, neither moving. The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything we can't say. "Daniel, she starts, her voice barely above a whisper. Something shifts in her expression. Vulnerability, confusion, maybe even longing. I don't know. I can't trust what I see because I want too much. I take a step toward her without thinking, my body moving on instinct before my brain can stop it. Lou. The sound of male voices cuts through the moment. Heavy footsteps approach from the study. Need to move quickly on this, Damiano's voice carries down the hall. Lucrezia's eyes widen. She takes a quick step back, putting proper distance between us just as Damiano, Riccardo, Enzo, and Bruno round the corner. The four men stop, taking in the scene. I shift my stance, hands clasped behind my back, face blank. Years of military training kicking in automatically. Everything all right? Damiano asks, his eyes moving between Lucrezia and me. Yes, Lucrezia says, her voice steady now. I was just returning to the dining room. Hayes, Damiano says. Problem? No, sir, I reply, voice flat. Was heading out to check the perimeter and security positions. Riccardo Sartori looks between us, his expression calculating. Always good to have thorough security, especially with recent events. I nod to Damiano and step back, ready to continue my security check. Before I can move away, Enzo steps forward. I'll join you, Hayes, he says, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp. I nod once. Yes, sir. We walk in silence until we reach the back garden. The night air is cool against my face, a welcome relief from the tension inside. Security lights illuminate the perimeter, casting long shadows across the manicured lawn. Enzo stops by a stone bench, far enough from the house that we won't be overheard. He pulls out a cigarette but doesn't light it, just rolls it between his fingers. Did my sister say anything to you? He asks finally. About the wedding? No, sir. Nothing at all? Enzo presses. You've been with her almost constantly since the attack. I keep my face neutral. She hasn't shared any concerns with me. Enzo studies me, his eyes calculating. The Feretti middle child, the enforcer, the sword. Not as strategic as Damiano, not as innocent as Lucrezia used to be, but perceptive in ways his siblings sometimes aren't. Look, Hayes, he says, his voice dropping. You've been closer to her than anyone these past months. I need your honest assessment. I wait, saying nothing. I'm worried about her, Enzo admits. Lou's always been good at hiding how she really feels. Too good, after what happened. He pauses, pain flashing across his features. She refuses to see a therapist again after those initial sessions. I'm afraid she might. He doesn't finish the thought. She wouldn't hurt herself, I say immediately, more forcefully than intended. You sound certain. I am. I meet his gaze directly. Your sister is stronger than you think. Than any of you think. Enzo raises an eyebrow, waiting for me to continue. She's determined to do whatever needs to be done, I say. Not because she's weak or broken, but because she's kind. She spreads kindness in this shitty world without even trying. The words pour out before I can stop them. She's rebuilding herself day by day. Different than before, but not less. She remembers the names of every security guard's kids. She notices things others don't. I stop abruptly, realizing I've said too much. My jaw tightens as I look away, focusing on the perimeter fence. Enzo is silent for a long moment, studying me. I brace myself for questions I can't answer honestly. Instead, he just nods. You're right, he says quietly. We underestimate her. He tucks the unlit cigarette back into his pocket. I want you to keep an even closer eye on her, Hayes. One way or another. That's my job, sir. I'm not talking about just physical protection. His eyes narrow. Watch her behavior. Her moods. If anything seems off, I want to know immediately. I nod stiffly. Understood. Chapter 15. Daniel. The morning sun streams through the windows of the Feretti mansion. I stand near the main entrance with Alessio, reviewing security protocols on his tablet. We've doubled the perimeter guards, Alessio says, swiping through camera feeds. But I'm concerned about this blind spot near the east gate. I study the layout, noting the vulnerability. We need another camera here, I tap the screen, and motion sensors along this section of wall. Agreed. Alessio nods, making notes. What about rotating the guard shifts? 4 hours instead of 6 might keep them sharper. Good call. Fatigue leads to mistakes. I scan the property through the windows, checking sight lines and potential breach points, and we should add another man at the north entrance. It's too exposed. The front door swings open, and I tense automatically, hand moving toward my weapon before I register the visitor. Liam Davis, 29. Harvard Law. The Feretti family's newest attorney. Smug bastard. Gentlemen, Liam greets, flashing that practiced smile as he removes his sunglasses. His eyes barely acknowledge me before focusing on Alessio. I have those contracts Damiano requested. He's in his office, Alessio replies, not looking up from the tablet. Liam nods, but makes no move to head upstairs. Instead, he lingers, checking his reflection in the hallway mirror and adjusting his already perfect tie. The kitchen door opens, and Lucrezia steps out, a coffee mug in hand. She's dressed casually in jeans and a loose sweater, her hair pulled back in a simple ponytail. She's breathtaking even if you see her sweating after practicing in the gym. Liam's face lights up. Lucrezia? Just the person I was hoping to see. Her steps falter slightly, but she recovers with a polite smile. Liam, I didn't know you were coming by today. Last-minute meeting with your brother. He moves toward her, blocking her path with casual presumption. I heard the news about your engagement. Congratulations are in order. Thank you, she says, her voice neutral. Liam leans closer. The Sartori family. Quite the alliance. His eyes sweep over her appreciatively. Bruno's a lucky man. Bastard. I force myself to remain still, to keep my expression blank. I watch Liam's hand reach out and touch Lucrezia's arm, his fingers lingering against her sweater. Your charity work is truly impressive, he says, leaning closer. The Women's Shelter Foundation shows such compassion. I'd love to discuss how I might contribute, perhaps over dinner sometime. Something snaps inside me. Before I can process the thought, I'm moving. 3 steps and I'm between them, my body creating a physical barrier as I position myself directly in Liam's space. Remove your hand, I say quietly. The words come out calm, measured, but there's an edge underneath that makes Liam's eyes widen. He drops his hand immediately. I know exactly what you were doing. My voice remains low, controlled. Miss Feretti has a security detail for a reason. That reason includes maintaining appropriate physical distance. I don't raise my voice. I don't need to. Years in combat taught me that true intimidation comes from control, not volume. The next time you feel compelled to touch Miss Feretti, remember this conversation. I hold his gaze, letting him see what lurks behind my eyes. There won't be a second warning. Liam's throat bobs as he swallows. The lawyer mask slips, revealing the uncertainty beneath. He takes a step back, straightening his tie with nervous fingers. I meant no disrespect, he says, his confident tone faltering. I apologize if I overstepped. Not to me, I say, my eyes never leaving his. To Miss Feretti. Liam turns to Lucrezia, who stands watching the exchange with an unreadable expression. My apologies, Lucrezia. That was unprofessional of me. I can feel Alessio's presence behind me, silent but alert. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut. Damiano's waiting for those contracts, Alessio reminds him, his voice deceptively casual. Liam nods quickly. Of course. I'll head up now. He gives Lucrezia a final apologetic glance before hurrying toward the stairs, maintaining a wide berth around me. When his footsteps fade, I step back, creating appropriate distance between Lucrezia and myself. I force my breathing to slow, my muscles to relax from their combat-ready tension. Alessio turns to Lucrezia. "You okay, Lucrezia?" Lucrezia's eyes flash with annoyance, or maybe embarrassment as she looks between us. Why wouldn't I be okay? We were just talking. Her voice is cool, controlled. I've been dealing with men like Liam Davis my entire life. The dismissal stings more than it should. Of course, she doesn't need my protection from a harmless flirtation. She's a Feretti. She's been navigating sharks since childhood. Alessio raises his hands in mock surrender. Just checking. Forget I asked. He shoots me a look I can't quite interpret before heading toward the stairs. "Coming, Daniel." "Right behind you," I say, not moving yet. When Alessio disappears up the stairs, Lucrezia turns to me, her eyes narrowing. "What was that?" she demands, setting her coffee mug down with a sharp click. "Security protocol," I answer, my voice flat. "Bullshit." She steps closer. "That wasn't protocol. That was something else." My jaw tightens. "He was touching you." "People touch me all the time, Daniel. It's called being social." Her chin lifts in challenge. I shake hands. I hug friends. Sometimes men flirt with me. My fists clench at my sides, knuckles white with the effort of restraint. "Not while I'm here." The words scrape out of my throat, rough and raw. Lucrezia's eyes widen slightly. "Excuse me? Not while I'm here." Each word comes out like a bullet. I take a step toward her, closing the distance between us. Every muscle in my body is coiled tight, ready to spring. The rational part of my brain is drowning under a flood of possessive rage. "You're engaged to Bruno Sartori," I say, my voice dropping dangerously low. "And until that changes, no other man touches you." Her breath catches. "That's not your call to make." "It is when I'm assigned to your protection." My hand moves without permission, fingers wrapping around her wrist, not hurting, but claiming, marking. "My job is to keep you safe." "Safe from Liam Davis?" She tries to pull away, but I tighten my grip slightly. "He's our family lawyer, for God's sake." "I don't care if he's the fucking Pope." The curse slips out, harsh and unfiltered. "No one touches what's mine to protect." The moment the words leave my mouth, I know I've crossed a line. Lucrezia isn't mine. She's my assignment, my responsibility, nothing more. Except that's a lie, and we both know it. Her eyes darken, pupils dilating as she stares up at me. "What did you just say?" I should back down, apologize, maintain professional distance. Instead, I step closer until we're breathing the same air. "You heard me." My free hand comes up to her face, thumb brushing across her cheekbone in a touch that's anything but professional. "While I'm assigned to you, you're mine to protect. Mine to keep safe." My voice has transformed into a growl. The violence I've spent years controlling simmers just beneath my skin, ready to erupt against anyone who dares approach her. "And if Bruno Sartori or Liam Davis or any other man puts their hands on you?" I trail off, the threat hanging unspoken between us. Lucrezia's pulse races under my fingers where they circle her wrist. Her chest rises and falls with quick, shallow breaths. "You'd what?" she whispers, challenging me even now. "What would you do, Daniel?" The answer burns in my blood, primitive and absolute. I'd tear them apart. I'd make them regret the moment they thought they could touch her. What the fuck am I doing? I've become the very thing I'm supposed to guard her against. A threat. I release her wrist suddenly, stepping back as if burned. My training kicks in, forcing my breathing to slow, my muscles to unclench. "I apologize, Miss Feretti," I say, my voice mechanical as I retreat behind professional walls. "That was inappropriate." I turn and leave her there.
Lucrezia. I remain frozen where Daniel left me, my wrist still tingling from his touch. The ghost of his fingers burns against my skin like a brand. Mine to protect. The words echo in my head. Daniel Hayes just claimed me, not as a job, not as an assignment, but as his. And God help me, I liked it. I should be terrified. I should be running in the opposite direction. After what happened to me, a man's possessiveness should trigger nothing but panic and revulsion. And that was indeed happening to me whenever someone got closer to me, even if he was just talking. Instead, heat pools low in my belly, and my skin feels too tight, too sensitive. I've seen Daniel take down threats before. I've watched him scan rooms, position himself strategically, communicate silently with the security team. Always calm, always controlled, always the perfect soldier. But just now, that wasn't the controlled professional I've known for years. And I want to see more. I want to push him further, past those rigid boundaries he's built. I want to see what happens when Daniel Hayes finally breaks. Would he back away again? Or would he? Earth to Lucrezia? Hello? I blink, suddenly aware that Zoe is standing in front of me, waving her hand before my face. Sorry. What? I shake my head, trying to clear the fog of Daniel from my mind. Zoe's eyes narrow with suspicion. I've been talking to you for like 30 seconds. Where did you go just now? I glance toward the direction where Daniel disappeared, then back to my sister-in-law. Nowhere. Just thinking. Uh-huh. Zoe crosses her arms, not buying it for a second. And would this nowhere happen to be 6'2" with tattoos and a gun? Heat rushes to my cheeks. I don't know what you're talking about. Please. Zoe rolls her eyes. I just witnessed the most sexually charged security protocol in history. The testosterone was so thick in here I could barely breathe. Daniel was just doing his job. If that's his job, then security has become sexy as hell. Seriously, Lucrezia, what's going on between you two? Nothing, I say too quickly. Nothing is going on. Nothing can go on. I'm engaged to Bruno, remember? An engagement you agreed to yesterday, Zoe points out, for business reasons. It doesn't matter why. I gave my word. Zoe studies me for a long moment, her expression softening. You know, when I first came here, I thought I understood how this world worked. The arrangements, the alliances, the sacrifices. But some things shouldn't be sacrificed, Lucrezia. Like what? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Like the way you looked just a minute ago. She reaches out, squeezing my hand. I shake my head, pulling my hand away from Zoe's. There's nothing there. This is his job, Zoe. Daniel takes his responsibilities seriously. I know that, Zoe says, leaning against the wall. Daniel's always been a professional, but being married to Damiano has taught me something important. Where there's a spark, there's desire and need underneath. You didn't see what you think you saw, I insist, crossing my arms over my chest. Besides, me with a bodyguard? Come on. Damiano would kill him just for thinking he could have anything to do with me. Zoe tilts her head, considering. You're right, but not because he's a bodyguard. What do you mean? It's not about Daniel's position. It's because Damiano cares so much about you that he doesn't want any man to destroy you. Her voice softens. I know Damiano doesn't want this Bruno thing for me, but the family needs this alliance. Zoe steps forward suddenly, grabbing both my hands. Lucrezia, Damiano, and Enzo are freaking out about it. What? They're trying to find another way. Any other way. Her green eyes are intense, searching mine. Damiano was up all night after you made that announcement at the funeral. And Enzo, she shakes her head. I've never seen him so angry. He punched a hole in the wall of his office. But they agreed to the dinner. The engagement party is happening. Because you insisted, and right now they don't have any other plan, Zoe says. They're respecting your choice and why you do this. But they hate it. Damiano told me he feels like he's failing you all over again. The weight of her words settles over me. I thought I was helping, I whisper. I know. Zoe squeezes my hands. That's what makes you so special, Lucrezia. You'd sacrifice yourself for whoever needs help without hesitation. I pull my hands away from Zoe's grip, suddenly needing space to breathe. I think I need to lie down for a bit. It's been a lot. Of course. Zoe's concern is written all over her face. Do you want me to come with you? No, I say quickly. I just need to be alone for a while. I'll be in my room if anyone needs me. Zoe nods, though I can tell she wants to say more. I turn away before she can, walking quickly toward the stairs. I feel her eyes on my back the whole way. Once inside my bedroom, I lock the door and lean against it, sliding down until I'm sitting on the floor. My head falls back against the wood with a soft thud. What Zoe said about my brothers hits me hard. They're trying to find another way. They don't want me to marry Bruno. They're respecting my choice, but they hate it. And still, I insisted. I closed my eyes, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. Of course I did. It's what I always do. Even as a little girl, I was always the first to share my toys, my snacks, my everything. If Madison or any of my friends even glanced at something I owned and mentioned they liked it, I'd give it to them on the spot, even if it was my favorite thing, even if I'd just gotten it. Here, take it, I'd say. I want you to have it. I'd feel good about it for a moment, that rush of being needed, of making someone else happy. But later, alone in my room, I'd miss whatever I'd given away. I push myself up from the floor and walk to my dresser, staring at my reflection. The woman looking back at me seems like a stranger sometimes. Maybe I've been giving pieces of myself away for so long that there's not much left. My time, my energy, my body, my choices, everything up for grabs. Sometimes I think it's because I've lost so much since I was born. My parents, my innocence, my sense of safety. Giving is the only purpose I have left. The only thing that makes me feel like I matter. Other times, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'm just not a good person. If I'm punishing myself for some reason. For being born into this family. For the blood money that pays for my clothes, my food, my shelter. And after those men took my virginity. God, the things I've thought about myself. That it was my fault somehow. That I'm paying for something in this world. Something I must have done that I'm not even aware of. I reach up and touch the scar on my cheek from the casino shooting. Another reminder of violence. Another mark left on me by men who wanted to hurt my family. And now I'm giving myself to Bruno Sartori to fix another problem. Another sacrifice. Another piece of me gone. I stare at my reflection until my vision blurs with tears. I don't even know if I have anything left to give. Chapter 16. Lucrezia. The stylist has transformed me into a vision in midnight blue silk that hugs my curves before flowing to the floor. My dark hair falls in soft waves around my shoulders, and my makeup is flawless. Tonight is my engagement party to Bruno Sartori. The thought sits like lead in my stomach. You look stunning, Bella says from where she's perched on the edge of my bed. I meet my cousin's eyes in the mirror. Thanks. There's an awkward silence between us. Once we would have been giggling together, sharing secrets and dreams. Bella and I were inseparable growing up, more like sisters than cousins. We'd spend hours in this very room, planning our futures, talking about boys, and imagining the lives we'd lead. Remember when we stole Damiano's cologne? I say suddenly, unable to bear the quiet. We thought it would make us smell sophisticated. Bella's mouth twitches. We doused ourselves in it. Ettore banned us from the dining room because the smell was making everyone's eyes water. A smile tugs at my lips. Or that summer at the beach house when we convinced Enzo there were sharks in the sea. He wouldn't go near it for 2 days. Bella laughs, the sound warming something cold inside me. My chest tightens at the memory. We were inseparable, I murmur, more to myself than to her. Bella's eyes meet mine in the mirror. We were, past tense. I remember countless sleepovers in this very room, whispering about our futures under blanket forts. Bella wanted to be a fashion designer. I wanted to paint in Paris. Then Bella went to Stanford 3 years ago, and everything changed. She stepped into a normal world, sorority parties, finals, and regular college drama. The dress is perfect, Scarlett chimes in, breaking the tension as she adjusts one of my earrings. Bruno won't be able to take his eyes off you. That's the point, isn't it? I say, more bitterly than I intended. Bella shifts uncomfortably. Lou, are you sure about this? You don't seem happy. It's not about happiness, I reply, reaching for the diamond bracelet on my vanity. It's about family. But you're the one who has to live with him, Bella argues. Forever. I snap the bracelet closed around my wrist with more force than necessary. I know what I'm doing. Do you? Bella stands up, crossing her arms. Because this isn't you, Lou. The cousin I grew up with wouldn't agree to marry someone she doesn't love. The cousin you grew up with doesn't exist anymore, I say quietly. Bella's face falls. Lou, I'm sorry I wasn't here when it happened. I should have come home. You were in the middle of exams. And anyway, what could you have done? I turn away from the mirror to face her directly. Scarlett clears her throat. Maybe we should focus on getting ready. The guests will be arriving soon. Bella and I stare at each other for a moment longer before I nod. You're right. Hand me those earrings, would you? I look at her, regret washing over me. Her hurt expression makes my chest tighten. This isn't her fault. None of this is her fault. I'm sorry, I say, reaching for her hand. I didn't mean to snap at you like that. Bella's eyes soften, but uncertainty lingers in her expression. It's just, I struggle to find the right words. I can't seem to control my feelings lately. Or my words. Everything comes out wrong or too harsh. I squeeze her fingers. You didn't deserve that. I know you care. Of course I care, Bella says, her voice gentle. I always have. I look down at our joined hands. I know you couldn't be here after. That wasn't your fault. I never blamed you for that. But I blamed myself, Bella admits. I should have been here for you. You're here now, I say, feeling tears threatening to spill. I blink them back. Bella stands, still holding my hand. Lou, I want you to know something. Her eyes lock with mine, fierce and determined. No matter what happens, I will always be your one and only best friend. Nothing will ever change that. The sincerity in her voice breaks something loose inside me. Before I can stop myself, I pull her into a tight hug, breathing in the familiar scent of her perfume. I've missed you so much, I whisper against her hair. I've missed you too, she says, hugging me back just as fiercely. My heart aches with the weight of everything. For a moment, I allow myself to be just Lucrezia, Bella's cousin and best friend. Scarlett clears her throat softly. Ladies, it's time. Everyone's waiting downstairs. I pull back from Bella, giving her a watery smile. Thank you. She nods, understanding everything I'm not saying. With a deep breath, I smooth down my dress and check my reflection one last time. The woman staring back at me looks confident, poised, ready to face the crowd below. It's the mask I've perfected over the last 18 months. Let's go, I say, squaring my shoulders. Bella links her arm through mine as we leave the suite. I'm right beside you. The elevator ride down to the grand ballroom feels too short. With each floor we descend, I can feel myself transforming. Back straightening, chin lifting, expression carefully arranged into one of pleasant anticipation. When the doors open, the sound of music and conversation washes over us. The Sartori Hotel's ballroom glitters with crystal chandeliers and floral arrangements in cream and gold. Hundreds of guests mill about in designer gowns and tailored suits, champagne flutes in hand. And there, waiting at the bottom of the marble staircase, stands Bruno Sartori in a perfectly fitted tuxedo, his dark eyes finding mine immediately. Behind him, I spot Damiano and Enzo, both looking uncomfortably formal, and just beyond them, standing against the wall with his eyes scanning the crowd, is Daniel. My heart stutters in my chest. Bella gives my arm a gentle squeeze. Ready? I force a smile. As I'll ever be. Bruno stands at the bottom of the staircase, waiting for me with a practiced smile. I can't deny he's handsome, tall and broad-shouldered with olive skin and dark eyes that most women would find irresistible. His black hair is perfectly styled, not a strand out of place. He could have any woman he wanted with a snap of his fingers. Models, actresses, socialites. They'd all line up for a chance with Bruno Sartori, and I hate him for it. Not for his looks or his wealth, but for the arrogance that radiates from him. The entitlement. The way he looks at me like I'm already his possession. A prize he's won, rather than a person with thoughts and feelings. Your fiancé is staring, Bella whispers beside me. I glance at her, surprised by the strange tone in her voice. Following her gaze, I realize she's staring at Bruno too, but not with the disgust or pity I expected. There's something else in her expression, something I can't quite place. Bella? I nudge her gently. She doesn't respond, her eyes still fixed on Bruno. I've never seen her look at a man this way before. Bella usually ignores men completely unless she's deliberately flirting, and even then, she never gives them this kind of prolonged attention. This unblinking stare that seems to drink him in. Bella, I say again, louder this time. She blinks rapidly, as if coming out of a trance. Sorry, what? Are you okay? Of course, she says quickly. We reach the bottom of the stairs and Bruno steps forward, taking my hand and bringing it to his lips. His touch sends an unpleasant chill down my spine. You look breathtaking, Kara, he says, his eyes roaming over me. Thank you, I reply automatically, the words hollow. I turn slightly. Bruno, this is my cousin Bella. Bella, this is Bruno Sartori. Bruno shifts his attention to Bella. A pleasure to meet you, Bella. Likewise, Bella says, her voice slightly higher than normal. An uncomfortable silence falls between us. I should go grab us some drinks, Bella suddenly announces. Champagne for everyone. That would be lovely, Bruno replies smoothly. I'll be right back, she says, and leaves us alone. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. The ballroom swirls with activity around us. Can we talk? I ask, forcing myself to meet his gaze. Somewhere private. Bruno's eyebrow lifts slightly, but he nods. Of course. He guides me toward a small alcove near the terrace doors, far enough from the crowd that we won't be overheard. The cool night air drifts in, bringing relief from the stifling atmosphere. Do you actually want this? I ask bluntly once we're alone. This marriage. For real. Bruno studies me for a moment, his dark eyes unreadable. Then he laughs, not cruelly, but with genuine amusement. Let's be honest with each other, Lucrezia, he says, his voice dropping lower. You and I would never be a real couple, not in a million years. The directness of his answer surprises me. What do you mean? You don't want me, he states matter-of-factly. And I'm not the kind of man who gets married and has kids. Not really. He leans against the wall, completely at ease. The confidence radiating from him isn't arrogance now, it's honesty. I like my freedom, Bruno continues. I like women. Many women. I'm not built for fidelity. Then why agree to this? I press. The same reason you did. He shrugs. Family. Business. We do what we must for our people. Your brothers need my family's support against the Russians. His eyes harden slightly. We both know how this world works. I nod slowly, processing his words. There's something almost refreshing about his candor. So what are you suggesting? A marriage in name only? Precisely. Bruno steps closer, lowering his voice. We play the happy couple in public. Behind closed doors, we live our separate lives. As he speaks, his hand slides around my waist, pulling me against him. To anyone watching, we look like lovers sharing an intimate moment. I maintain my smile, perfectly practiced for the watching crowd. but my voice turns to ice. "Keep your hands off me," I whisper through my teeth, "or I will tear your eyes out." Bruno blinks, then throws his head back and laughs and draws glances from nearby guests. "You really are something, Lucrezia Feretti," he says, but he releases me. Message received. He steps back, respecting my space while maintaining our public facade. "Do we understand each other then?" I ask. "Perfectly." Bruno nods, his expression serious despite the smile still playing on his lips. "A business arrangement. Nothing more." "Good. But," he adds, his voice dropping to ensure only I can hear, "we still need to convince everyone else. Your family, my family, our enemies. They all need to believe this is real." "I can play my part," I assure him. Bruno studies me. "I believe you can. And I'll keep my hands to myself, unless the performance requires otherwise." I return to the ballroom with Bruno, our silent agreement hanging between us. The crowd parts as we walk through, all eyes on the happy couple. I scan the room automatically, a habit I've developed since the incident. That's when I see him. Daniel stands near the bar, his posture rigid, eyes locked on us. No, on Bruno. The look on his face makes my breath catch. It's not the controlled professional mask he usually wears. This is raw, unfiltered rage. His jaw clenches so tight I can see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. His eyes burn with such intensity that I'm surprised Bruno doesn't burst into flames on the spot. Daniel Hayes wants to kill him. The realization sends a jolt through me. I need to get away from Bruno before Daniel does something we'll all regret. I see some friends I should greet. I murmur to Bruno, who merely nods, already distracted by a business associate approaching us. I make my way across the room, heart pounding. Evelyn stands near a potted palm with Hazel and Sienna, their heads bent together in conversation. Perfect. "Ladies," I say, sliding into their circle. "Having fun?" Hazel smiles warmly. "As much fun as one can have at these things." Sienna just nods. She's still learning to navigate these events. I understand completely. "The champagne is excellent," Evelyn says, raising her glass slightly. "Though I've had enough, I think." She sets her glass down on a passing waiter's tray. Something about her seems off. Her face looks flushed, her breathing shallow. "Are you feeling okay?" I ask. Evelyn opens her mouth to respond, but instead, her hand flies to her throat. Her eyes widen in panic as she starts to gasp and choke. "Evelyn?" Hazel steps forward, alarmed. Before any of us can react further, Evelyn's eyes roll back and she crumples. I lunge forward, barely catching her before she hits the floor. "Help!" I cry out, struggling under her weight. "Something's wrong." People turn to stare, but I don't care. Evelyn's lips are turning blue, her body convulsing in my arms. "Daniel!" I scream his name without thinking, panic overtaking me. "Daniel!" In seconds, he's there, Noah right behind him. They drop to their knees beside us. "What happened?" Noah demands, already checking Evelyn's pulse. She was fine, and then she started choking," I stammer. Noah tilts Evelyn's head back, checking her airway. "She's having an allergic reaction. Anaphylaxis." "I called an ambulance," Hazel says, phone still in hand, her voice shaking. Noah works with practiced efficiency, holding her on her side for the liquid to run out of her mouth. The realization hits me like a physical blow. "Someone poisoned her," I whisper, horror washing over me. "Someone put something in her drink." My eyes dart to the discarded champagne glass, now lost among the crowd. The room starts to spin around me. "Lucrezia." Daniel's voice cuts through my panic. He's kneeling beside me, his hands on my shoulders. "Lucrezia, look at me." I turn to him, but I can't focus. All I can see are his eyes, those incredible steel blue eyes that somehow manage to be both ice and fire at once. Eyes that see through me, that know me better than I know myself. "Your eyes," I murmur, reaching up to touch his face. "They're so." The world tilts sideways. Daniel's face blurs, his voice becoming distant as he calls my name. The last thing I feel is his strong arms catching me as darkness claims me.
Chapter 17. Daniel. I pace outside the hotel's private conference room, my mind racing faster than my feet. 15 minutes since Lucrezia collapsed in my arms. 15 minutes of pure hell. For one terrible moment, I thought she'd been poisoned too. The doctor assured us it was just shock. Her vitals are stable. No signs of poisoning. But I won't believe it until I see her conscious with my own eyes. The conference room door opens, and I snap to attention. Lucrezia emerges, looking pale but steady on her feet. Hazel and Sienna flank her sides while Bella hovers close behind. The relief that floods through me is so intense it's almost painful. "How's Evelyn?" Lucrezia asks immediately, her voice hoarse. "Noah went with her in the ambulance," I report, keeping my tone professional despite wanting to pull her into my arms. She was stabilized at the scene. The paramedics administered epinephrine. They're optimistic. Lucrezia nods, swaying slightly. Hazel catches her elbow. "You should sit down," Hazel says. "I'm fine," Lucrezia insists, but allows herself to be guided to a nearby chair. The hotel ballroom has emptied of guests. The engagement party abruptly concluded after the medical emergency. Only key family members remain. Damiano and Enzo stand with Riccardo and Bruno Sartori near the bar, their faces grim. Damiano notices Lucrezia and breaks away from the group, heading toward us. His face is carved from stone, but I see the relief in his eyes when he looks at his sister. "Anything from the cameras?" he asks me. I shake my head. We've reviewed the footage. When the waiter approached Evelyn, someone else moved into the frame, blocking our view. "What exactly happened?" I ask, turning to the women. Hazel straightens, her expression serious. "We were standing together, just talking. A waiter came directly to us with only one glass of champagne on his tray. He specifically asked if one of us wanted it." She swallows hard. "Evelyn took it." Damiano's expression darkens. "This is some kind of Russian roulette. They didn't care which one of you got poisoned." "But why target us specifically?" Sienna asks, her voice barely above a whisper. "To send a message," I answer. "The women connected to the Feretti family. Our vulnerabilities." Lucrezia looks up at me, her face pale but her eyes clear. "They could have targeted any of us." "That's what makes it effective," Damiano says. "Random terror. No one feels safe." "We need to move," I tell Damiano. "This location is compromised." He nods, already reaching the same conclusion. "Enzo, get Lucrezia back to the compound. Daniel, coordinate with Dash Dash." "No." Lucrezia's voice cuts through the tension. She stands, steadier now, her spine straightening with determination despite the pallor of her skin. "I need to go to the hospital." "To Evelyn?" Damiano shakes his head. "Not safe. We don't know." "She was poisoned," Lucrezia interrupts, her voice breaking. "I need to see her." I watch her face crumple, the weight of another person hurt because of their connection to her family settling on her shoulders. Her hands tremble slightly, but she clenches them into fists. "Please," she whispers, turning to Enzo. "Take me to the hospital." Enzo looks at Damiano, a silent communication passing between them. "I'll take her," Enzo finally says, "with proper security." "I'm coming too," I say immediately, not waiting for orders. "I'll call Noah for an update," Hazel offers, already pulling out her phone. Lucrezia sways slightly, and I step closer, my hand hovering near her elbow without touching her. Her eyes meet mine, filled with a familiar, haunted look I've seen too many times since her trauma. "Another person hurt because of me," she whispers, so quietly only I can hear. "This isn't your fault," I tell her firmly. "The Russians are targeting all of us." She shakes her head, unconvinced. First Fabio and Anthony. Now Evelyn. Who's next? I don't have an answer that will comfort her. The truth is, we're all targets now. Enzo approaches, car keys in hand. Let's go. I've got 4 men meeting us downstairs. As we move toward the service elevator, avoiding the main lobby where press might still be lingering, I position myself at Lucrezia's back, scanning constantly for threats. The Russians have proven they can get to us anywhere, even at an engagement party with top-tier security. In the parking garage, we load into an armored SUV. I take the front passenger seat while Enzo drives, and Lucrezia sits in the back, flanked by 2 armed guards. 2 more follow in a separate vehicle. Noah says Evelyn is stable, Enzo tells Lucrezia as we pull out. They're running tests to identify the poison. Lucrezia nods, staring out the window. Her reflection in the glass shows tears she's fighting to hold back. We'll find who did this, I promise, turning to look at her. The Russians, the leak in our organization, all of them. And then what? She asks, her voice hollow. More violence? More funerals? I don't answer. There's nothing I can say that won't sound like empty platitudes. In our world, violence begets violence. It's an endless cycle. As we drive through the night toward the hospital, I watch Lucrezia in the rearview mirror. Her face is composed, but I can see the trauma etching itself deeper into her soul with each passing minute. Another attack. Another loved one hurt. Another reason to blame herself. The Russians knew exactly what they were doing. Physical wounds heal. Psychological ones fester. I stand in the hallway of the private Feretti clinic, watching through the glass as Evelyn sleeps. The machines monitoring her vitals beep steadily, a reassuring rhythm after last night's chaos. How is she? I ask Noah, who emerges from her room looking exhausted. Better. He rubs his bloodshot eyes. The doctors say she'll make a full recovery. I nod, relief washing over me. Good. We moved Evelyn here at dawn, the Feretti's private medical facility in Manhattan, unmarked and unknown to the public. The security is impenetrable, the staff hand-picked and vetted by me personally. No one gets in without clearance. We got him, Noah says, pulling out his phone. He shows me a crystal-clear image of a man in a waiter's uniform. Facial recognition matched. Dmitry Sokolov, former FSB, now freelance, known Volkov associate. I study the face, mid-30s, unremarkable features, the kind of person you'd pass on the street without a second glance. Perfect for infiltration work. How'd he get past security, I ask, though I already know the answer. Inside help, Noah confirms. Someone gave him credentials, uniform, everything he needed. The leak. The same person who told the Russians about our plans that night at the compound, the same person responsible for Fabio and Anthony's deaths. Matteo's close, I say. He told Enzo he has someone in mind. Someone near him constantly, Noah adds, his voice dropping lower. That narrows it down. We fall silent, both thinking the same thing. The traitor is someone we know, someone we work with, someone we trust. Noah glances back at Evelyn's room, his face hardening. If she had died last night, he doesn't finish the sentence. But she didn't, I remind him. We got lucky, Noah says, his voice rough with emotion. The doctor said if the paramedics had been 5 minutes later, he shakes his head. I don't know what I would have done. I think about Lucrezia, how I felt when she collapsed in my arms last night. The terror that gripped me, the helplessness. I understand Noah better than he knows. We'll find Sokolov, I promise, and whoever helped him. Noah nods, his expression shifting back to the professional mask we all wear. Matteo's running down leads, says he'll have something concrete by tonight. Good. I check my watch. I need to get back to Lucrezia. How's she holding up? Noah asks. Blaming herself, I answer. For Evelyn. For everything. Noah's eyes meet mine, understanding passing between us. That's not on her. Try telling her that. Whatever happens in this family, she just blames herself for fuck's sake. I check my watch. 2:17 a.m. The streets are empty, just how we need them. There, Noah whispers, pointing to a figure slipping out the back door of a dingy Brighton bar. Dmitry Sokolov. We've been tracking him for hours. Noah and I hang back in the shadows as Sokolov lights a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his unremarkable face. He looks nothing like a killer. Average height, average build, forgettable features, the perfect ghost. On your call, Noah murmurs, hand resting on his weapon. I wait until Sokolov moves toward the alley. Now. We move in perfect sync, silent as shadows. I approach from the front while Noah circles behind. Sokolov spots me too late, his hand reaching inside his jacket. I'm faster. My fist connects with his jaw before he can draw his weapon. He staggers back, right into Noah's waiting arms. Noah locks him in a chokehold while I disarm him. Glock 19, switchblade, garrote wire, professional kit. Dmitry Sokolov, I say, keeping my voice low. We need to talk. He spits blood onto the pavement. I have nothing to say to Feretti dogs. Noah tightens his grip. That's not how this works. I zip-tie his wrists while Noah keeps him subdued. We drag him to our SUV parked at the end of the alley, checking twice to make sure no one's watching. The streets remain deserted. Just another quiet night in Brighton Beach. We throw him in the back, and I climb in beside him while Noah takes the wheel. Sokolov's eyes dart between us, calculating his chances. There aren't any. You made a mistake targeting the women, I tell him, as Noah pulls away from the curb. Sokolov's lips curl into a bloody smile. Did I? Seemed effective to me. My fist connects with his ribs before I can stop myself. He grunts, doubling over. Easy, Noah warns from the front seat. Damiano wants him to talk, and I want to kill him. I take a deep breath, pushing down the rage. Who gave you access to the hotel? I ask. Sokolov stares back, silent. We already know there's a leak, I continue. Give us a name, and maybe Damiano goes easy on you. He laughs, a harsh sound in the quiet car. You think I fear Damiano Feretti? The Volkovs will burn your entire family to the ground. Noah catches my eye in the rearview mirror. I pull out my phone and dial Damiano. We got him, I say when he answers. Heading to the warehouse now. Matteo's waiting for us. Good, Damiano replies, his voice cold and precise. Get what you can from him. I want a name. Understood. The call ends. I pocket my phone and look at Sokolov, who's watching me with narrowed eyes. You should have stayed in Russia, I tell him. Noah drives through the empty streets, heading toward the abandoned warehouse district where Matteo is waiting with everything we'll need to make Sokolov talk. The Russian might think he's tough now, but everyone breaks eventually. Chapter 18. Daniel. I check my watch. 3 hours. 3 hours of Sokolov's screams bouncing off concrete walls. Noah works with cold precision, carving another line across Sokolov's chest. The Russian's scream tears through the warehouse, raw and desperate. His once average face is now a swollen mess of purple bruises and split skin. Blood soaks through his shredded shirt, mapping the path of Noah's blade. Ready to talk yet? Noah asks, voice flat. Sokolov spits blood. It lands on the floor, joining the growing puddle beneath his chair. Matteo steps forward, a small bowl of salt in his hands. Your choice, he says, his usual charm replaced by his darker side. Names, or more pain. When Sokolov remains silent, Matteo nods to Noah, who makes another precise cut along the Russian's collarbone. Then Matteo dips his fingers into the salt and presses them into the fresh wound. The scream that follows doesn't even sound human. I stand back, arms crossed, watching. This isn't my first interrogation, but the sound still crawls under my skin. Necessary evil. That's what I tell myself. The leak, I say when the screaming stops. Who's feeding you information about the Ferettis? Sokolov's head hangs forward, chin touching his chest. His breathing comes in ragged gasps. Zip ties cut into his wrists and ankles where he's strapped to the metal chair. The concrete floor beneath him is stained dark with blood and urine. "Fuck you," he manages, voice barely audible. Matteo sighs, placing the salt bowl on a nearby table. He pulls out a pair of pliers. "We've been gentle so far," he says, turning the tool in his hand. "But my patience is running thin." Sokolov's eyes widen at the sight of the pliers. For the first time, real fear breaks through his defiance. I watch Noah lean closer to Sokolov, his blade still dripping red. The Russian's breathing is shallow, desperate. Blood pools in the hollow of his throat. "Let's try a different approach," I say, stepping forward. "What do the Volkovs actually want?" Sokolov's swollen eyes focus on me with effort. His laugh sounds like broken glass. "You think this is about revenge for Ivan?" "Isn't it?" Matteo asks, setting the pliers down. "Alexei Volkov?" Sokolov gasps. "Never liked his brother. Ivan was reckless. Got himself killed playing games with your family." He spits more blood. "Alexei didn't shed one tear when Ivan died. You did him a favor." My jaw clenches. Then what the fuck is this about? The Andersons owed money. Lots of money. To Ivan before he died. Sokolov's head lolls back. Alexei inherited those debts. But you, Ferettis, you stuck your noses where they don't belong. Protected the girl's family. Made Alexei look weak. Noah's grip tightens on his knife. So this is about respect. "Bratva doesn't play games," Sokolov wheezes. "Someone disrespects us, we make examples. Show everyone what happens when you cross the Volkov name." The pieces click together in my head. The attack at the casino, Evelyn's poisoning. All of it designed to prove a point, that the Volkovs can reach anyone, anywhere. "When do they hit again?" I demand. Sokolov's laugh turns into a wet cough. "Soon. Very soon. Alexei's bringing more men from Moscow. Your little family war is just beginning." Noah moves the blade to Sokolov's throat. "I need the name of whoever's working with Volkov inside the Feretti organization." Fear flashes in Sokolov's eyes. Real terror now. He knows this information is his death sentence either way. "I don't..." Noah presses the blade deeper. A thin line of blood appears. "The name!" "Nathan," Sokolov gasps. "Nathan Turner, from your security team." Nathan Turner, one of my own men. Young guy, been with us for 3 years. Always eager, always volunteering for extra shifts. Always around when things went to shit. Never talking, but he was fucking good doing his job. My hands clench into fists. Nathan fucking Turner. Matteo nods grimly. That's who I suspected. He was the common thread, present at every incident. He knew about the casino security rotation. He knew which hotel suite you'd be staying in for the engagement party. Rage burns through my chest like acid. I trusted Nathan, brought him into the inner circle. Let him guard Lucrezia. One of my own men has been feeding information to the Russians, setting up his brothers to die, setting up Lucrezia to be targeted. Noah's blade moves faster than lightning. It slides across Sokolov's throat in one smooth motion. Blood sprays across the concrete floor. "That's for poisoning, Evelyn, you bastard," Noah says quietly, watching Sokolov's eyes go blank. The warehouse falls silent except for the steady drip of blood hitting the floor. I stare at Sokolov's lifeless body, my mind already racing. Nathan Turner. The betrayal cuts deeper than any knife wound. But now I know. Now I can act.
Lucrezia. I wake to sunlight streaming through my bedroom curtains, momentarily disoriented. The events from last night flood back. My head pounds as I sit up, noticing I'm still wearing the silk dress from the engagement party, now wrinkled beyond repair. A soft knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. Come in, I call, my voice raspy from sleep. Damiano enters, dark circles shadow his eyes, and the lines around his mouth seem deeper than yesterday. He hasn't slept. How's Evelyn? I ask immediately. Stable. Noah's with her. He sits on the edge of my bed, something he hasn't done since I was a child. We need to talk, Lou. Whatever he's about to say, it's serious. What happened? I pull my knees to my chest, bracing myself. I spoke with Ricardo this morning. Damiano rubs his hand across his jaw, the stubble making a scratching sound against his palm. In light of last night's attack, we've agreed to move up the wedding. My stomach drops. Move it up. To when? 1 week from today. The room spins slightly. 1 week? That's impossible. It's necessary, Damiano cuts in, his voice firm but gentle. The Russians are escalating. We can't afford to wait. I press my fingers against my temples, trying to process this. But why would moving up the wedding help anything? Ricardo has already transferred half of the $10 million the Gaming Commission is demanding. With the engagement officially sealed, he's committed to our alliance. Damiano leans forward. This buys us time and resources to deal with the Volkovs while protecting our business interests. So I'm just a transaction that needs to be completed quickly? The words come out sharper than I intended. Damiano flinches. Lucrezia. No, I understand. I force my voice to steady. Family first. Business first. It's always been this way. If there was another option, but there isn't. I meet his eyes. I agreed to this arrangement. I'll honor it. Damiano studies my face, searching for doubt, perhaps, or the breaking point he fears I'm approaching. I keep my expression neutral, the way I've learned to do at countless business dinners and social functions. Ava will help with the arrangements, he says finally. She's already contacted a planner who can work with the timeline. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. Lucia. Damiano takes my hand, his calloused fingers wrapping around mine. I swore after what happened that I would never let anyone hurt you again. That I would never put you in a position where you felt powerless. This isn't the same, I say automatically. Isn't it? His eyes, so like mine, hold a pain I rarely see him reveal. I'm trading my sister's future for business security. I squeeze his hand. I'm choosing this, Damiano. There's a difference. He doesn't look convinced, but he nods. Daniel will continue as your security detail until the wedding. After that, I'll belong to the Sartori family. The unspoken truth hangs between us. 1 week. I repeat, the reality sinking in. 7 days until I leave behind whatever chance I might have had at finding real love. Daniel's face flashes in my mind, and I push the thought away. There's no room for what-ifs now. 1 week, Damiano confirms, standing. I'll let you get dressed. Breakfast in 30 minutes. When the door closes behind him, I finally allow myself a single shuddering breath. I rise from the bed, letting the ruined silk dress fall to the floor. Chapter 19. Lucrezia, my phone buzzes on the nightstand. A text from Daniel. Where are you? I stare at the message, my thumb hovering over the screen. In my room, the response comes immediately. Coming up. I barely have time to grab my robe and tie it around my waist before soft knocks echo through the door. Come in. Daniel enters, his eyes scanning the room before settling on me. He's changed from his formal suit into dark jeans and a black t-shirt that stretches across his broad shoulders. Is it true? His voice is rough, lower than usual. 1 week? I nod, unable to form words. The space between us feels charged, dangerous. He steps closer, and I catch the scent of cedar and smoke that always clings to him. Lou dash dash. Daniel, don't. I hold up my hand, but he keeps moving toward me until only inches separate us. You can't marry him. The words come out fierce, desperate. Not Bruno Sartori, not anyone. I have to, my voice cracks. The family, Fuck the family. His hands frame my face, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones. What about what you want? I try to speak, to explain about duty and obligation and the 400 families depending on us. But his touch burns through me, awakening feelings I've buried for so long. The careful walls I've built around my heart start crumbling. I can't, I begin, but the words dissolve. Daniel's eyes search mine, and I see everything I've been trying to ignore reflected back at me. The longing, the need, the impossible truth that this man has become everything I never knew I wanted. Tell me you don't feel this, he whispers, his forehead touching mine. Tell me I'm imagining what's between us. I can't. God help me. I can't lie to him anymore. But as his hands slide down to my shoulders, something shifts inside my mind. The gentle pressure of his fingers suddenly feels different, restraining instead of comforting. No, the cell, the warehouse. Byron's men laughing as I begged them to stop. Please, I whispered, my voice breaking. Please don't hurt me. But they just laughed harder. Look at this pretty little thing, one of them said, his hands pulling at my dress. Boss said we could have some fun before the exchange. My vision blurs. Daniel's concerned face wavers, replaced by leering grins and cold concrete walls. Don't touch me, I had screamed, but the ropes cut into my wrists as I struggled. Shh, princess, we're going to take real good care of you. The tearing sound of fabric, their disgusting comments about my body, every curve and hollow they exposed. I used to love myself, used to feel beautiful and confident in my own skin. After that night, I couldn't even look in mirrors without seeing their hands on me, hearing their voices. Lou! Daniel's voice cuts through the flashback, sharp with worry. I realize I'm shaking, pressed against the wall with my arms wrapped around myself. When did I move? How long have I been lost in that nightmare? Daniel doesn't move, doesn't speak. He just stands there like a statue, waiting. That day, I whisper, my voice barely audible, when Byron took us, I thought nothing could touch me because I was a Feretti. I had this stupid confidence, this arrogance that came from growing up protected. My hands shake as I wrap my arms tighter around myself. They left me alone in that warehouse for maybe an hour before. I swallow hard. Before Byron's men came back. They weren't supposed to hurt me. The plan was just to hold us for leverage. But Byron wasn't there, and these men saw an opportunity. Daniel's jaw ticks, the only sign he's affected by my words. I kept telling them who I was, like it mattered, like my name would save me. A bitter laugh escapes. They just found it funnier. Look at this pretty little Feretti princess, they said. Let's see how untouchable she really is. The words pour out now, unstoppable. I was so weak, Daniel. So pathetic. I couldn't fight them off. They took everything from me in that room. My clothes, my dignity, my sense of safety. Even my body stopped feeling like mine. Tears start falling, hot against my cheeks. 21 years of believing I was strong, that I was protected, that being a Feretti meant something. And in one afternoon, 2 strangers proved how easy it was to destroy everything I thought I was. Evil just walked in and took my life like it was nothing. My voice breaks completely. Sometimes I still feel their hands on me. Still hear them laughing. Still smell that concrete and mold and fear. And I hate that I let them break me. I hate that I'm still broken. The sob that tears from my throat sounds foreign, raw. Daniel moves then, crossing the space between us. His arms wrap around me, pulling me against his chest with a fierce protectiveness that steals my breath. You're not broken, he growls against my hair, his voice low and commanding. You survived. You're here, breathing, fighting. That makes you the strongest woman I know. His hands stroke my back, one sliding up to cradle the base of my skull. Your pain is my pain, Lou. Every hurt, every nightmare, I carry it with you. His grip tightens, possessive and warm. You're mine to protect, not because you're weak, but because you're everything fierce and beautiful in this world. I press my face into his chest, inhaling his scent. Those men didn't take who you are, Daniel continues, his voice rough with emotion. They tried, but they failed. You're still that fearless girl who'd sneak out to paint murals at midnight, still the woman who comforts widows at funerals and builds shelters for other survivors. He pulls back just enough to look at me, his eyes blazing. And if anyone tries to make you feel less than the incredible woman you are, I'll tear them apart with my bare hands.
Daniel, I've crossed every fucking line. Professional boundaries, shattered. Emotional distance, gone. The careful control I've maintained for months, obliterated the moment Enzo told me they moved the wedding up to 1 week. 1 week, 7 days before she becomes Bruno Sartori's wife. Before I lose her forever to a man who will never understand the depths of her strength, who will never see past the surface to the warrior beneath. The moment those words left Enzo's mouth, something snapped inside me. All the reasons I shouldn't touch her, shouldn't want her, shouldn't love her. They crumbled like dust. Now I'm holding her broken pieces against my chest, and her pain is tearing through whatever's left of my heart. Every sob that shakes her small frame feels like bullets ripping through my ribs. The raw agony in her voice when she described what those animals did to her. Christ. I want to resurrect them just so I can kill them again. Those men didn't take who you are. I whisper fiercely against her hair. They tried, but they failed. Her fingers fist in my shirt, clinging to me like I'm her anchor in a storm. The trust in that simple gesture destroys me completely. This woman, this incredible, devastating woman who survived hell and still worries about families she's never met, who comforts grieving widows while carrying her own shattered pieces, who agreed to marry a man she doesn't love because she thinks it's her duty. She pulls back slightly, tilting her face up to mine. Tears streak down her cheeks, but her brown eyes hold something that makes my breath catch. Hope. Longing. A desperate kind of need that matches the ache in my chest. Daniel, she breathes, my name barely a whisper on her lips. Those eyes. Fuck, those eyes are begging me to do the one thing I can't take back. The one thing that will change everything between us. Her lips part slightly, and I can feel her warm breath against my skin. We're standing at the edge of a cliff, and one kiss will send us both tumbling into free fall. Fuck it. The decision tears through me like a gunshot, and before I can talk myself out of it, I'm cupping her face in my hands and claiming her mouth with mine. The kiss starts gentle, a question more than a demand. Her lips are soft and warm beneath mine, and for a heartbeat she goes completely still. Frozen. My chest tightens as I wait for her to push me away, to remember all the reasons this is wrong. But she doesn't. Instead, she melts against me with a small broken sound that makes my control snap. Her hands slide up my chest to fist in my shirt, and suddenly she's kissing me back with a desperation that matches my own. Christ. The taste of her, the feel of her soft body pressed against mine, it's everything I've imagined and nothing like I expected. She's not fragile glass that might shatter. She's fire and steel wrapped in silk, and she's kissing me like I'm her salvation. Her tongue darts out to trace my lower lip, and I groan deep in my throat. The sound seems to unlock something in her because she presses closer, her curves molding against my body. Every soft noise she makes goes straight to my cock, and I have to grip her waist to keep from lifting her against the wall. Easy, Hayes. She needs time. She needs control. But fuck the way she's responding to me, like she's been starving and I'm her first meal. Her fingers tangle in my hair. When I nip at her bottom lip, she gasps and arches against me, and the sound nearly destroys what's left of my restraint. I want to take her, Want to lift her onto that bed and worship every inch of her until she forgets her own name. Want to show her what it feels like to be cherished instead of used, protected instead of traded. But I won't. Not until she asks. Not until she's ready. So I pour everything I can't say into this kiss instead. Every night I've stood guard outside her door, fighting the urge to go to her. Every moment I've watched her smile and wished I could be the reason. Every fucking time I've had to listen to plans for her wedding to another man. She makes another soft sound, and it nearly brings me to my knees. Her lips are swollen from my kisses, her cheeks flushed, and she's looking at me like I hung the moon. Daniel, she whispers against my mouth, and my name on her lips sounds like a prayer. I'm about to deepen the kiss, to taste more of her sweetness, when the door suddenly swings open. We spring apart like we've been electrocuted, but it's too late. Zoe stands in the doorway, her hand still on the knob, completely frozen. Her eyes are wide as they dart between us, taking in Lucrezia's swollen lips and my protective stance in front of her. For a moment, nobody moves. Nobody breathes. Zoe's mouth opens and closes like she's trying to find words, but nothing comes out. The silence stretches between us, heavy and loaded with implications that could destroy everything.
Lucrezia. The silence stretches between the three of us like a taut wire ready to snap. My lips still burn from Daniel's kiss, and I can taste him on my tongue. My heart pounds against my ribs so hard I'm sure they can both hear it. Zoe's green eyes dart between Daniel and me, the charged air that still crackles with the electricity of what just happened. Daniel clears his throat, his jaw tight with tension. I should go check the perimeter. His voice is rough, strained, and when his eyes meet mine for just a moment, I see everything he can't say. The regret, the longing, the fear of what we've just done. Yeah, I whisper, my voice barely audible. You should. He nods once, sharp and military precise, before striding past Zoe toward the door. She steps aside to let him pass, but I catch the way her gaze follows him, analyzing every line of his retreating form. The door closes behind him with a soft click that sounds deafening in the sudden quiet. I'm alone with Zoe, my sister-in-law, who's also become one of my closest friends, who knows all my secrets except this one, who's looking at me now with a mixture of concern and something else I can't quite identify. I press my fingertips to my lips, still feeling the phantom pressure of Daniel's mouth against mine. The taste of him lingers, sweet and dangerous, and I'm terrified of how much I want more. Lou, Zoe starts, then stops, shaking her head. I wait for the lecture, for her to remind me that I'm engaged to Bruno Sartori, that I'm supposed to marry him in 1 week, that kissing my bodyguard is the kind of scandal that could destroy everything my family has worked for. Instead, she closes the distance between us with quick, determined steps. Oh, Lou, she breathes, and then her arms are around me, pulling me into a fierce embrace. The unexpected tenderness breaks something loose in my chest. All the emotions I've been holding back come rushing to the surface. My eyes burn with unshed tears as I melt into her warmth. I'm so scared, I whisper against her shoulder, the words torn from somewhere deep inside me. Zoe's hand strokes through my hair, gentle and soothing. I know, sweetheart. I know. We stand there for a long moment, holding each other in the soft light filtering through my bedroom windows. With Zoe, I don't have to pretend to be strong. I don't have to carry the weight of everyone's expectations. How long? She asks quietly, not pulling away. I know what she's asking. How long have I been falling for Daniel Hayes? How long have I been fighting feelings that go against everything I'm supposed to want? I don't know, I admit, my voice muffled against her shoulder. Maybe since the beginning. Maybe since that first time when he helped me through the panic attack. Zoe makes a small nod. She knows about the attacks, about the nights when the memories become too much and I can't breathe. She's talked me through more than one of them herself. He sees me, I continue, the words spilling out now that I've started. Not the broken girl everyone thinks they need to protect. Not the princess who needs to be kept in a tower. He sees me. Zoe pulls back enough to look at my face, her hands framing my cheeks. Her green eyes are soft with compassion, but there's a sadness there too that makes my chest tight. Chapter 20. Lucrezia. I slide my fingers along the delicate white petals of the peony's Hazel clutches in her arms, their soft fragrance a welcome distraction from the chaos swirling in my mind. Noah's apartment building looms above us, all glass and steel reaching toward a gray Manhattan sky that matches my mood perfectly. She's going to love these, I tell Hazel, though my voice sounds distant even to my own ears. Evelyn mentioned peonies were her favorite when we talked at the hospital. Hazel gives me a knowing look as we step into the elevator with Mateo. You sure you're okay, Lou? You've been quiet since we left the mansion. I press the button for the 15th floor, avoiding her gaze. How can I explain that I haven't slept more than 30 minutes since Daniel kissed me? That every time I close my eyes, I feel his lips against mine, taste the desperation and longing that poured between us like a dam finally breaking. I'm fine. I lie, watching the numbers climb. Just worried about Evelyn. Mateo shifts beside us, his dark eyes studying my face in that way all the Feretti men do when they sense weakness. Daniel's been handling perimeter security all morning. That's why he couldn't come with us. Haven't seen him since the briefing. Heat floods my cheeks at the mention of his name, Daniel, the man I can't have because I'm supposed to marry Bruno Sartori in 6 days. 6 fucking days. The elevator dings softly as we reach Noah's floor. My stomach churns with a mixture of exhaustion and want that's been eating at me since Zoe walked in on us. Lou. Hazel's voice is gentle but firm. You need to talk to someone about whatever's eating you alive. I shake my head as Mateo knocks on Noah's door. There's nothing to talk about. I have a wedding to prepare for. The words taste like ash in my mouth. A wedding to a man I don't love, while the man I'm falling for stands guard outside my bedroom door every night. Noah opens the door, his usually controlled expression softening when he sees us. She's awake, been asking for flowers all morning. We follow him into the apartment, and I'm struck by how normal it looks. Exposed brick walls, comfortable furniture, books scattered on the coffee table. It's the kind of home I used to dream about having, before I learned that dreams are dangerous luxuries in my world. Evelyn sits propped up on the couch, still pale but smiling when she sees the peonies. You remembered, she breathes, her voice slightly hoarse. Of course. I settle beside her while Hazel arranges the flowers in a vase Noah provides. How are you feeling? Like I got hit by a truck, but alive. Evelyn's fingers trace the soft petals. The familiar weight of guilt settles on my chest. I'm so sorry, Evelyn. Stop. Her hand covers mine, surprisingly strong. You didn't poison that champagne. None of this is your fault. But it feels like it is. This happened because she is involved with the Ferettis. Mateo's phone buzzes, and he steps away to answer it. I watch him through the window, noting the tension in his shoulders, the way his free hand clenches into a fist. More bad news, probably. There's always more bad news. Mateo returns from his phone call, sliding the device into his jacket pocket. His expression has shifted from concerned to business-focused. Change of plans, he announces, his voice carrying that tone all the Feretti men use when they're about to deliver news we won't like. We need to head to the boutique now for your dress fitting, Lou. I blink at him, still processing. Now? But we just got here. Daniel's going to meet us there. Then I need to be somewhere else. Mateo's eyes find Hazel's and something passes between them. A look I recognize from watching Damiano with Zoe, Enzo with Sienna. The kind of silent conversation that happens between people who love each other enough to communicate without words. Hazel crosses her arms. Where exactly do you need to be? Mateo moves toward her with that predatory grace all the men in my family possess. But when he reaches Hazel, his hands are gentle as they frame her face. His thumbs trace along her cheekbones, and I watch her melt despite the defiance in her eyes. I can't tell you right now, baby. He murmurs, his voice dropping to that intimate tone he reserves only for her. But I promise I'll explain everything later. Hazel rolls her eyes, but the gesture lacks any real annoyance. You're lucky I love you, Matteo Caruso. The luckiest man alive, he agrees, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Something warm and bittersweet blooms in my chest as I watch them. Hazel has been through hell. We all know what Elliot did to her during their marriage. The bruises may have faded, but the scars run deeper than skin. Yet here she is, trusting Matteo with her heart, letting him love her back to life piece by piece. She deserves this happiness. After everything Elliot put her through, after the fear and control and systematic destruction of her spirit, Hazel deserves a man who looks at her like she hung the moon. Lou? Evelyn's voice pulls me from my spiral. You okay? I force a smile, the same practiced expression I've worn to countless family dinners and business meetings. Of course, just thinking about the dress fitting. Hazel moves to gather her purse, but her eyes find mine across the room. She knows. Somehow, she always knows when I'm drowning beneath the surface of my composure. The boutique Ava recommended is supposed to be amazing, she says, her tone light. Very exclusive, very discreet, perfect for our family's unique needs. Meaning bulletproof glass and multiple exit routes, I mutter under my breath.
Daniel. I'm positioned outside Damiano's office, running final security checks before I leave for the boutique, when their voices carry through the partially open door. I should walk away, should give them privacy for whatever family business they're discussing. But then I hear her name. Lucrezia will need to understand her duties as Bruno's wife. Riccardo's voice cuts through the air like a blade. The alliance between our families requires certain commitments. My hand freezes on my phone screen. Every muscle in my body goes rigid. Meaning? Damiano's tone is carefully neutral, but I know him well enough to hear the warning underneath. Children, obviously. The sooner the better. A pregnancy within the first year would send a strong message to our associates and the press about the strength of our union. The phone nearly cracks in my grip. They're talking about Lucrezia like she's breeding stock, like her body, her future, her choices are just another negotiating point in their fucking business deal. The bloodlines need to be clear, Riccardo continues, his voice taking on that casual tone men use when discussing livestock at auction. Bruno understands this. He's prepared to be attentive to his marital obligations. Red edges my vision, the thought of Bruno Sartori's hands on Lucrezia, of him touching her, claiming her, putting his child in her. And if she struggles with intimacy, Damiano asks quietly, she'll need to work through it. Marriage has a way of healing old wounds, especially when there are expectations to meet. Bruno can be patient, but not indefinitely. Our families are watching. I want to put my fist through the wall, want to storm into that office and show Riccardo exactly what I think of his timeline for Lucrezia's healing. The casual way he dismisses her trauma, like it's just an inconvenience to work around while they breed her like a prize mare. My breathing turns sharp and shallow. This obsession with her has been eating me alive for months, and hearing them plan out her intimate life like a business strategy is pushing me past every rational boundary I've built. Riccardo, I appreciate you being direct, but I'm not going to force my sister to have children or anything else you might be thinking about. If it was Vittoria, I wouldn't be having this conversation either, Riccardo replies, his tone softening slightly. But the reality is the press will be following Lucrezia constantly, analyzing every aspect of her marriage, looking for signs of weakness or cracks in our alliance. The sound of chair legs scraping against hardwood carries through the door. Someone's moving around the office. When that time comes, Damiano says with finality, Lucrezia will choose what's best for her and for both families. On her timeline, her body, her choice. Fair enough, but Bruno will have expectations. Bruno's expectations are his problem to manage. I force myself to step back from the door.
Chapter 21. Lucrezia. The boutique is all cream walls with plush white couches and champagne flutes waiting on silver trays. It's exactly the kind of place I would have loved before. Now it feels like walking into my own funeral. Miss Feretti, what an honor. A tall, willowy woman with a perfect blonde chignon glides toward us, her smile too bright, too eager. I'm Vivian. We're absolutely thrilled you've chosen Eleganza for your bridal journey. Bridal journey. Thank you for accommodating us on such short notice, I say, the words mechanical but polite. My family raised me better than to punish retail workers for my own problems. For the Feretti family, we'd move mountains. Vivian's gaze flicks to Hazel, then to Mateo, who stands by the entrance, scanning for threats. Will your other bridesmaids be joining us today? Just us, Hazel says quickly, squeezing my hand. We're keeping it intimate. Vivian leads us to a private fitting area with mirrors on 3 sides and a small platform in the center. More champagne waits on a side table with chocolate-covered strawberries that I know I won't be able to stomach. First, I'll need to take your measurements, Vivian says, producing a measuring tape from her pocket. Then I'll bring some sample gowns for you to try. Even with our rushed timeline, we want to make sure you find exactly the right style. I nod, standing still as she wraps the tape around my waist, hips, bust. Each touch makes my skin crawl, but I force myself to breathe. This isn't her fault. None of this is her fault. You have such a lovely figure, Vivian comments. Any designer would be thrilled to dress you. Thank you, I manage, catching Hazel's concerned gaze in the mirror. The measuring tape feels like a noose tightening around my neck. I focus on the crystal chandelier above us, counting the dangling prisms. 1, 2, 3. What style were you envisioning? Vivian asks, jotting numbers in a small notebook. Something traditional? Modern? Princess? Mermaid? I haven't really thought about it, I admit. Her perfectly shaped eyebrows rise slightly before she catches herself. Of course. With such a quick timeline, you haven't had much chance to browse. No worries, I'll bring several silhouettes for you to try. She disappears through a doorway, leaving Hazel and me alone. You okay? Hazel asks quietly. I shake my head. Not really. But I need to get through this. Vivian returns before Hazel can respond, pushing a rack of white gowns. I've selected some of our finest pieces, she announces proudly. Let's start with this Vera Wang. Classic elegance with modern details. She holds up a strapless gown with a sweetheart neckline and delicate beading. It's beautiful. It makes me want to scream. Lovely, I say instead, because Ginevra taught me manners and because Vivian doesn't deserve my rage. No one in this room is responsible for the cage I'm walking into. Not even me, really. Shall we try it on? Vivian asks, already moving to help me undress. I nod, letting her unzip my dress while I stare at a spot on the wall, trying to disconnect from my body. The Vera Wang slides over my skin like silk armor. Vivian bustles around me, adjusting the bodice, smoothing the skirt, making small sounds of approval. Absolutely stunning, she breathes, stepping back to admire her work. The way it hugs your curves. Divine. What do you think? I stare at my reflection. The woman in the mirror looks like a bride. She looks beautiful and tragic and completely hollow inside. It's nice, I say. Vivian's smile falters slightly. Nice? Oh, darling, you look like a goddess. The beadwork catches the light perfectly, and the train, simply magnificent. It's fine, I clarify, still staring at myself. The dress is objectively gorgeous. It's probably worth more than most people's cars, and I feel absolutely nothing looking at it. Perhaps we should try another style, Vivian suggests, her voice climbing an octave. Something with sleeves? More coverage can be very elegant. I nod because she expects me to. Because this is what we're here for. To find a dress for a wedding that shouldn't be happening. The second dress is Marchesa, off the shoulder with intricate lace appliques and a cathedral train. Vivian practically vibrates with excitement as she zips me into it. "Oh my goodness," she gasps, pressing her hands to her heart. "This is it. This is absolutely it. You look like a fairy tale princess." I turn slowly on the platform, watching the skirt swirl around me. The lace is exquisite, each flower carefully placed. The craftsmanship is undeniable. "What do you think?" Vivian asks, her eyes bright with anticipation. "It's beautiful," I say truthfully. "Beautiful? It's perfection. The way the neckline frames your décolletage, the way the waist accentuates your figure. I've never seen a bride look more radiant." Hazel catches my eye in the mirror. She can see what Vivian can't, that I'm dying inside this gorgeous dress, that no amount of lace or beading can make this feel real or right. "Maybe we should look at a few more options," Hazel suggests gently. "More options?" Vivian's voice goes shrill. "But this is perfect. I mean, if we're concerned about time constraints, this dress could be altered within the week. The measurements are nearly perfect already." I can't decide, I admit, and it's the truth. Not because both dresses are lovely, but because choosing feels impossible when nothing about this matters. When I'm just a doll being dressed up for someone else's benefit. "Well, of course it's a big decision," Vivian says, misreading my hesitation entirely. "It's your wedding dress. The most important dress you'll ever wear. But honestly, between you and me, the Marchesa is absolutely divine on you. I've dressed countless brides, and I've rarely seen such a perfect match." I nod absently, still staring at my reflection. The woman in the mirror looks like she belongs in magazines. She looks like someone who should be happy, who should be glowing with joy. Instead, she looks like an expensive mannequin. A soft knock interrupts my spiral. Matteo's voice carries through the door. "Ladies, I need to speak with you for a moment." Vivian looks annoyed at the interruption. We're in the middle of a fitting. "It's fine," I call out. "Come in." Matteo appears in the doorway, his gaze carefully averted from my dress. "Daniel's arrived. I need to head out for a meeting with Damiano." Heat floods my cheeks, remembering that he was going to come. Daniel, here, while I'm standing in a wedding dress like some grotesque mockery of what we almost had yesterday. Vivian claps her hands together. "Oh, wonderful. You and the other gentlemen can give us an opinion. Men have such interesting perspectives on bridal fashion." My stomach drops to my toes. The idea of Daniel seeing me like this, draped in white silk and lace, playing bride to another man, makes me want to crawl under the platform and disappear. "That won't be necessary," I say quickly.
Daniel. I hear my name being called from inside the bridal salon. The saleswoman waves me over with a bright smile. "Mr. Daniel, please come in. The bride is trying on dresses, and we'd love a man's opinion." My feet move before my brain can stop them. I step into the fitting area, and everything else disappears. Lucrezia stands on a small platform surrounded by mirrors, draped in white silk and lace that catches the light like fresh snow. The dress hugs her curves before flaring at her hips, trailing behind her in a delicate train. Her dark hair falls in waves against the white fabric, creating a contrast that steals my breath. She's not just beautiful, she's devastating. Her eyes meet mine in the mirror, wide and filled with something that looks like pain. The flush on her cheeks deepens as I stare, unable to look away or form words. My hands clench at my sides, fighting the urge to cross the room and tear that dress off her. "You look—" The words die in my throat. What can I possibly say? Matteo clears his throat loudly, breaking the spell between us. He looks pointedly at me, then at Lucrezia. "I need to head out." I nod, grateful for the interruption, yet desperate for him to stay. "Actually," Hazel says, glancing between us with knowing eyes, "I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." Before I can object, both Matteo and Hazel are moving toward the door. The door closes behind them, leaving me alone with Lucrezia and the saleswoman. Lucrezia's eyes never leave mine in the mirror. "Vivian," she says, her voice steady despite the tremor I can see in her hands. Could you give us a moment? I'll call you when we're ready. Vivienne looks between us, curiosity plain on her face. Of course, Miss Feretti. Take your time. She hesitates, then adds with a smile, the dress is stunning on you. When the door clicks shut behind Vivienne, the silence in the room feels thick enough to cut. Lucrezia turns slowly on the platform to face me directly instead of through the mirror. Say something, she whispers. I cross the room slowly, each step measured and deliberate. The plush carpet muffles my footsteps as I approach her, my eyes never leaving hers. When I reach the platform, I stop. She stands above me, wrapped in white silk and lace, looking like everything I've ever wanted and can never have. You shouldn't be wearing that dress, I say, my voice low and rough. Her lips part slightly, hurt flashing across her face before she masks it. Not because you don't look beautiful in it, I continue, stepping onto the platform with her. Because you should be wearing a dress you chose for yourself. For a man you chose for yourself. I reach out, my fingers hovering near her face without touching her. You deserve a dress that makes you feel like the queen you are, not like property being transferred between families. Her breath catches as I move closer, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from her skin. If you were mine, I say, the words scraping my throat raw with honesty, I wouldn't let you walk down any aisle unless your eyes lit up at the thought of reaching me at the end of it. My hand finally makes contact, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I trace my thumb along her jawline, feeling her pulse race beneath my touch. You deserve a man who would burn the world down to keep you safe, but who knows you're strong enough to save yourself. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears as she leans into my touch. I see you, Lucrezia Feretti, I whisper, the words falling between us like a confession. I've always seen you. I cup her face in my hands, my control hanging by a thread. The world narrows to just this moment. Her eyes locked with mine, her breath warm against my skin, the soft silk of her wedding dress brushing against my legs. I shouldn't do this. She belongs to someone else, to the family, to duty. But I'm done fighting what I feel. I close the distance between us, pressing my lips to hers. The kiss is gentle at first, a question more than a demand. Her body goes rigid for a heartbeat before she melts against me, her hands clutching at my shirt. A small sound escapes her throat as I deepen the kiss, my hands sliding from her face to her waist, pulling her closer. She trembles against me, her whole body shaking like a leaf in a storm. I pull back just enough to look at her face, to make sure she's okay. More, she whispers, the word barely audible. That single word snaps the last thread of my control. I crush my mouth to hers again, harder this time, pouring years of longing into the kiss. My hands tangle in her hair. Her fingers dig into my shoulders as she rises on her tiptoes, pressing herself against me. I want to tear this dress off her body. I want to erase any trace of Bruno Sartori from her life. I want to claim her as mine in every way possible. My hands find the zipper at the back of the dress, and I'm seconds away from ripping the fabric apart when voices filter through the door. I think the Marchesa would be perfect for the reception, Vivienne's cheerful voice carries from the hallway. Lucrezia and I break apart, both breathing hard. Her lips are swollen from my kisses, her cheeks flushed. I step back, putting distance between us as the door handle turns. I'll take this one, Lucrezia says quickly, smoothing her hands over the silk of the gown. Her voice sounds steadier than I expected, though I can see her hands still trembling. Vivienne enters, her face lighting up at Lucrezia's words. Oh, wonderful choice. We can have it altered and ready in just a few days. Hazel slips in behind Vivienne, her eyes darting between Lucrezia and me. She raises an eyebrow slightly, taking in Lucrezia's flushed face and my clenched fists. It's perfect, Hazel agrees, though her eyes tell me she knows exactly what interrupted the fitting. I clear my throat, finding my voice. I'll wait at the entrance. Take your time. I need to get out of this room. Lucrezia's eyes meet mine one last time in the mirror as I turn to leave. The longing I see there matches the ache in my chest. I walk out, closing the door firmly behind me. In the hallway, I lean against the wall, trying to regain my composure. The taste of her still lingers on my lips, and I know with absolute certainty that I'm in trouble, because I want what I can't have, and what I want is about to marry someone else. Fuck. 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 Chapter 22. Daniel. The car feels like a pressure cooker. My knuckles turn white on the steering wheel as I navigate through Manhattan traffic. In the rearview mirror, I catch glimpses of Lucrezia and Hazel sitting in silence in the back seat. Lucrezia stares out the window, her profile illuminated by passing streetlights. No one speaks. What is there to say after what happened in that fitting room? I focus on driving, on the mechanical process of checking mirrors and signaling turns. Anything to keep my mind off the taste of Lucrezia's lips, the feel of her body pressed against mine. When we pull up outside Mateo and Hazel's brownstone, relief and dread wash over me in equal measure. Relief that the suffocating silence will break. Dread that I'll be alone with Lucrezia. Thanks for coming with me today, Lucrezia says to Hazel, her voice surprisingly steady. Hazel squeezes her hand. Call me later, okay? Her eyes flick to mine in the rearview mirror, a silent warning I can't quite decipher. I watch Hazel walk up the steps to her door, waiting until she's safely inside before pulling away from the curb. The car feels even smaller now. Where to? I ask, my voice rougher than I intended. Lucrezia doesn't answer immediately. I glance in the mirror and find her watching me, her eyes dark and unreadable. I don't want to go home yet, she finally says. Fuck me. Lu, I start, but she cuts me off. Please, Daniel. Her voice is soft but determined. Just, not yet. I should take her straight back to the mansion. I should call Damiano and tell him I can't do this anymore. I should do anything except what I'm about to do. Okay, I say, turning the car away from the route that would lead us to the Feretti compound. We drive in silence for 20 minutes. I take random turns, no destination in mind, until I realize where my subconscious has been steering us all along. My neighborhood, my street, my house. I pull into the driveway of the small brick house I bought 5 years ago but rarely see. It's nothing like the Feretti mansion, just a modest 2-bedroom with a postage stamp yard, but it's mine. No one from the family has ever been here. Lucrezia sits up straighter, looking around with curiosity. Where are we? My place, I say, killing the engine. I thought you might want somewhere quiet. She studies the house through the windshield, then turns those dark eyes on me. I didn't know you had a house. Not much reason to use it. I'm usually at the compound or traveling with Damiano. We sit in silence for a long moment. I should start the car again. I should take her home. Instead, I get out and open her door. The night air is cool against my face as I lead her up the short walkway. My hands shake slightly as I unlock the door, hyper-aware of her presence behind me. I flick on lights as we enter, suddenly self-conscious about the sparse furnishings. There's nothing personal here, just functional furniture and bare walls. It's not much, I say, watching her take in the living room. Lucrezia turns to me, her eyes shining with something I can't name. Understanding dawns on her face as she looks around. This is your house, she says softly. Your actual home. I nod, unable to speak past the tightness in my throat. She steps closer, close enough that I can smell her perfume. We only have this one chance, Daniel. Her voice trembles slightly. In 5 days, I'll be married to someone else. My heart hammers against my ribs. Lou dash dash. I want this, she whispers, reaching up to touch my face. I want you. Those are exactly the words I've been dying to hear from Lucrezia's lips. Even though I know after today she still won't be mine, I can't stay away. Not now. Not when she's looking at me like that. I crash my mouth against hers, all restraint gone. My hands grip her waist as I walk her backward until her back hits the wall with a soft thud. She gasps into my mouth, her fingers digging into my shoulders. I break away just long enough to look into her eyes. Are you sure? Yes, she breathes. That's all I need. My hands find the zipper of her dress, tugging it down with trembling fingers. The fabric pools at her feet, leaving her in nothing but lace underwear. She shifts nervously, crossing her arms over her chest. We can stop, I say, though it might kill me. No, she says, dropping her arms. Keep going. I peel away her bra, then slide her panties down her legs, leaving her completely naked except for those black heels. Fuck, Lou, I growl, my cock straining painfully against my pants. You're so goddamn beautiful. Her chest rises and falls with rapid breaths, her skin flushed pink. I've never seen anything so perfect in my life. I drop to my knees in front of her.
The unabridged version is available on our website. With the code YT25, enjoy 25% discount. Thank you for watching. By the way, where are you listening from? Comment below, Chapter 23. Lucrezia. I stand in Daniel's bathroom, towel drying my hair after a quick shower. The warm water washed away the evidence of our lovemaking, but nothing could erase the memory of his hands on my skin, his mouth against mine. My body still hums with the afterglow, muscles pleasantly sore in ways I've never experienced before. When I step back into the bedroom, Daniel is sitting on the edge of the bed, phone in hand. He's pulled on his boxers and pants, but his chest remains bare, the scars I traced with my fingertips still visible. Everything okay? I ask, adjusting the borrowed t-shirt he gave me. It smells like him. Clean laundry and that subtle cologne that's become so familiar. Daniel looks up, his expression tight. Damiano's called, twice. My stomach drops. Reality crashes back with brutal force. What did you tell him? Nothing yet. He sets the phone down beside him. I don't care if he knows we were together, Lou. I move to sit beside him, my still damp hair leaving a wet patch on his shoulder. Daniel. I know what you're going to say. His voice is controlled, but I can hear the frustration simmering beneath. That this was just once. That you're still marrying Bruno in 5 days. The truth of his words stings. You know I have to. Do you? He turns to face me, eyes intense. 400 employees, the casino license, the Russians. I understand the stakes, Lou. But at what point do you get to choose your own life? I shake my head, throat tight. You know Damiano would never let this happen. If he found out about us. Let him come for me. Daniel's jaw clenches. I can handle Damiano. No, you can't. I take his face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. He'd hurt you, Daniel. Maybe not physically, but he'd make sure you lost everything. Your position, your reputation, everything you've worked for. Daniel catches my wrists, his thumbs stroking over my pulse points. Some things are worth losing. The tenderness in his touch nearly breaks me. We both knew what this was. One time, one chance to have something real before I do what I have to do. He stands abruptly, pacing the small bedroom. This is bullshit, Lou. All of it. You being traded like a commodity. The Sartoris using you to gain power. Your brothers letting it happen. They're not letting it happen. I chose this. Did you? Or did you just decide to sacrifice yourself because that's what you've been taught to do your entire life? His words hit too close to home. I look away, unable to meet his gaze. Daniel kneels in front of me, taking my hands in his. I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at this whole fucked up situation. In a world where someone as incredible as you doesn't get to make her own choices. I lean forward until our foreheads touch. I made my choice today. I chose you. His phone buzzes again on the bed. We both turn to look at it, Damiano's name flashing on the screen. I should get dressed, I whisper, pulling back. We need to go. Daniel nods, resignation settling over his features. He answers the phone as I gather my clothes, his voice shifting into the professional tone I've heard him use countless times. Yes, sir. We're on our way back now. Had to make an unexpected stop. He pauses, listening. Understood. 20 minutes. When he hangs up, the air between us has changed. Reality has reasserted itself, pushing back the magic of what we shared. Lou, he says softly. I look up, afraid of what I might see in his eyes. Regret, perhaps. Or worse, pity. Instead, I find only fierce determination. This isn't over.
Daniel. I drive through the streets of Manhattan with Lucrezia beside me, the silence between us heavy with everything we can't say. Every few minutes I catch myself glancing at her profile, the curve of her cheek. I'll tell Damiano I needed to stop at a gallery, she says suddenly, breaking the silence. That's why we're late. I nod, not trusting my voice. The lie comes as another small sacrifice to protect what we did, what we had, what we can't have again. He won't question it, she continues. Art has always been my excuse. I clear my throat. Whatever you think is best. She turns to look at me then, those dark eyes searching my face. Daniel? Don't, I say, softer than I intended. Please. She falls silent again, turning to stare out the window as rain begins to speckle the glass. I focus on driving, on the mechanical actions of checking mirrors and signaling turns. Anything to keep from reaching for her hand. When we pull up to the Feretti mansion, I kill the engine but don't move to get out. For just a moment we sit in the bubble of the car, the last private space we'll share. Lou, I start, but the front door opens, and Zoe steps out onto the porch, waving. The moment shatters. I get out and circle around to open Lucrezia's door, maintaining the professional distance that's expected. There you are, Zoe says, her eyes moving between us with too much understanding. We were getting worried. Sorry, Lucrezia says. I wanted to stop at a gallery. Zoe nods, accepting the lie without question. Dinner will be ready in about 30 minutes if you need to freshen up. Thanks, Lucrezia says, already moving toward the stairs. I'll be down soon. I follow her, as I always do, keeping a respectful distance as we climb the stairs. When we reach her bedroom door, she pauses, her hand on the knob. For a moment, I think she might say something, might invite me in. The thought sends heat coursing through me, memories of her body against mine still fresh. But she just nods, a small formal gesture. Thank you, Daniel. Of course, Ms. Feretti, I reply, the formality a shield between us. She slips inside, closing the door with a soft click that feels like a gunshot. I take up my position outside her room, back against the wall, eyes on the hallway, doing my job, being what I'm supposed to be. I want to pound on her door. I want to tell her that we can find another way, that she doesn't have to marry Bruno, that I'll protect her from whatever comes. I want to tell her that what happened between us wasn't just sex, but I say nothing. I stand guard in silence because I can't trust myself to say only what she needs to hear. Because the things I want to say would only make this harder for both of us, or will make her run even faster away from me. I choose to be a coward. A fucking useless coward who can't have the woman he wants, who doesn't deserve to have the woman he wants. So I wait, listening to the soft sounds of her moving around her room, preparing to go downstairs and play her part.
Chapter 24. Lucrezia. I sit on the edge of my bed, staring at the wedding dress hanging on my closet door. The Marchesa gown looks like a ghost in the darkness, haunting me with promises I don't want to keep. Tomorrow, I'll be Mrs. Sartori. The thought makes my stomach twist into knots. 4 days. It's been 4 days since Daniel and I were together at his house. 4 days of avoiding his eyes, of maintaining a careful distance, of pretending I don't feel the electricity crackling between us whenever we're in the same room. 4 days of hell. I haven't slept more than a few hours each night. Food tastes like ash in my mouth. Generva keeps bringing me plates I barely touch, her eyes filled with concern she doesn't voice. "You need to eat, Miss Lucrezia," she said this morning, setting down a tray of pastries I couldn't stomach. I tried, for her sake, took 2 bites before pushing it away. The wedding preparations have been a blur. Fittings, tastings, meetings with the florist, the photographer, the wedding planner. I've nodded and smiled and agreed to everything, letting Ava Sartori make most of the decisions. What does it matter what flowers decorate the tables or what songs the band plays? This isn't a celebration. It's a business transaction. Daniel has been there through it all, a silent shadow at my back. Professional, distant, the perfect bodyguard. Except for those moments when our eyes meet, and I see everything he's not saying. Everything I'm not saying back. The worst part is knowing what I'm giving up. Now that I've experienced what it feels like to be with someone I truly want, how can I spend my life with someone else? I rise from the bed, unable to sit still with these thoughts circling like vultures. My bare feet make no sound on the plush carpet as I approach the wedding dress. I reach out, running my fingers over the delicate beadwork, the fine lace. It should be the most beautiful thing I own. Instead, it feels like a funeral shroud. I remember the look on Daniel's face when he saw me in it at the boutique, the raw hunger in his eyes, quickly masked but unmistakable, the way his hands trembled slightly when he touched my face. And then later, at his house, a soft knock at my door pulls me from my thoughts. I turn away from the wedding dress. "Come in," I call. Hazel slips inside, closing the door quietly behind her. She's wearing pajama pants and an oversized t-shirt that probably belongs to Mateo. Her hair is pulled into a messy bun, and she looks so normal, so comfortable in her own skin. I envy that. "I thought you might want some company," she says, holding up a bottle of sparkling water and 2 glasses. Pre-wedding jitters? I appreciate that she tries to make me laugh. I do laugh, but it sounds hollow even to my own ears. Something like that. She sits on the edge of my bed, patting the space beside her. I join her, accepting the glass she offers. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Hazel asks, her eyes kind but searching. There's no judgment there, just concern. I take a sip of water, buying time. What can I say? That I'm in love with my bodyguard? That I can't stop thinking about his hands on my body, his lips on mine? That every time I close my eyes, I'm back in his bed feeling things I never thought possible after what happened to me? "I can't stop thinking about him," I whisper before I can stop myself. Hazel doesn't ask who. She doesn't need to. I nod, staring down at my glass. What happened between us? I've never felt that way before. Not ever. And now I'm supposed to marry someone else tomorrow. What exactly happened? Hazel asks, then quickly adds, "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." Heat rushes to my cheeks. We were together, at his house. Understanding dawns in her eyes. "Oh, yeah." I set my glass down on the nightstand. And now I can't stop thinking about it. About him. How am I supposed to marry Bruno tomorrow when all I can think about is Daniel? Hazel takes my hand, squeezing gently. "I wish I had an answer for you." We sit in silence for a moment. My mind drifts to other concerns. "Has anyone told you anything about the Russians?" I ask, changing the subject. No one tells me a single word about what's happening. It's like they think I'll break if I know too much. Hazel hesitates, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Not much. After they lost the man who poisoned Evelyn, things have been quiet. Too quiet, according to Mateo. My interest peaks. "What else?" "I know they found the leak," she says. "The person who was feeding information to the Volkovs." "Who was it?" "Someone on Daniel's security team. Nathan Turner, I think his name was." Mateo didn't give me details about what happened to him. Her expression tells me I probably don't want to know. That's it? Nothing else about what the Russians are planning or why they're targeting us specifically? Hazel shakes her head. That's all I know. Mateo doesn't tell me much either. He says it's safer that way. I sigh, frustration building in my chest.
Daniel. I pace my apartment like a caged animal, boots striking the hardwood floor with each measured step. 7 steps from wall to wall. Turn. 7 steps back. Turn. Repeat. The walls close in on me with each pass. My skin feels too tight, like I'm about to burst out of it. My fists clench and unclench at my sides. Tomorrow, Lou marries Bruno Sartori. The thought sends a wave of rage through me so intense my vision blurs at the edges. I grab the nearest object, a glass from the counter, and hurl it against the wall. It shatters, the sound echoing through my empty apartment. Not enough. Not nearly enough. I slam my palm against the wall, welcoming the sting of pain. Better than this helplessness. This fucking powerlessness. The image of Lou in that wedding dress burns behind my eyes. She looked like something from another world. Too beautiful, too perfect to be real. And tomorrow, she'll walk down the aisle wearing it, saying vows to a man who sees her as nothing but a business acquisition. Fuck. The word tears from my throat, raw and primal. I can't stand the thought of Bruno touching her, his hands on her body, his lips on hers, his ring on her finger. The possessive beast inside me roars, demanding blood. Mine. She's mine. I've never felt this way about anyone, never wanted to claim someone so completely, never been willing to risk everything for another person. But for Lou, I'd burn the whole fucking world down. 4 days ago, I had her in my arms, in my bed, the memory of her skin against mine, her taste on my tongue, her soft sounds in my ears. It's driving me insane. How am I supposed to stand by tomorrow and watch her become someone else's wife? 7 steps, turn. 7 steps, turn. My training taught me to compartmentalize, to lock away emotions that interfere with the mission. But this is beyond anything I've experienced. This isn't just emotion. It's instinct, primal and overwhelming. The thought of Lou in Bruno's bed makes me want to put a bullet between his eyes. I've killed men before, in war, for the Ferettis. I've never enjoyed it, never wanted it. It was always just the job. But for Bruno Sartori, I'd make an exception. I stopped pacing, breathing hard, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool air in the apartment. This isn't helping. I need to think clearly, find a solution. There has to be another way. I stop pacing and stand perfectly still in the center of my apartment. The chaos in my mind suddenly goes quiet, replaced by crystal clarity. I will prepare myself. I will get to her, and if she agrees, I'm going to stop that wedding. The decision settles in my chest like a lead weight. Final. Irreversible. I know exactly what this means. I'll be declaring war on 2 of the most powerful families. The Ferettis, who've been like family to me. The Sartoris, who'll want my head on a spike. I'll be throwing away years of loyalty, my career, probably my life, and I don't give a fuck. If Lucrezia tells me to fuck off, I will never get closer to her again. But I need to try. I move to my bedroom closet. Behind the hanging clothes, I press my palm against a hidden scanner. The false wall slides open, revealing my personal arsenal. This isn't the standard security chief equipment. These are my war tools, things I never thought I'd need again after leaving the Rangers. I select a matte black Glock 19, checking the action with practiced hands. 2 spare magazines, a ceramic knife that won't set off metal detectors. I strap a lightweight Kevlar vest under my shirt. For Lou, I whisper as I load each weapon. I've spent my entire career as a protector, following orders, keeping people safe, playing by rules. Not anymore. The line I swore I'd never cross has disappeared. I've become the very thing I was hired to guard against. A threat. A predator. I grab my phone and disable the GPS tracking. Then I remove the battery completely. No one can know where I'm going or what I'm planning. I'll be a ghost. In the garage, I bypass my SUV, too easily recognized, and head for the nondescript sedan I keep as a backup. I pop the trunk and remove the license plates, replacing them with clean ones I've kept for emergencies. I check under the chassis for tracking devices, finding and removing the standard Feretti security tag. Inside the trunk, I access the hidden compartment beneath the spare tire. More weapons, more ammunition, enough firepower to start a small war. Which is exactly what I'm doing. I load everything methodically, my mind running through scenarios, contingencies, angles of attack. This is it, the point of no return. Tomorrow, Lou walks down the aisle to marry Bruno Sartori. Except she won't, even if it's the last thing I do.
Chapter 25. Lucrezia. I stare at my reflection in the mirror. My hair is half-styled, pinned up on one side while the hairdresser works on the other, weaving tiny white flowers through the intricate braids. The makeup artist hovers nearby, brush in hand, waiting to add the final touches to my face. "You look beautiful," Hazel says, squeezing my shoulder gently. I try to smile but can't quite manage it. My wedding day. The words feel hollow, empty of the joy they should contain. "Something borrowed," Bella announces, fastening a delicate diamond bracelet around my wrist. This was my grandmother's. She wore it on her wedding day. "Thank you," I whisper, touching the sparkling stones. My cousin's eyes meet mine in the mirror, filled with concern she's trying to hide. The bedroom buzzes with activity around me. Zoe arranges my veil on the bed, careful not to wrinkle it. Melania sits in the corner, fingers flying over her phone screen, occasionally glancing up with a tight smile. They're all here, supporting me, even though none of them believe this marriage should happen. "Tilt your chin up, please," the makeup artist instructs, and I obey mechanically. "Not too much blush," I hear myself say. They have told me that it doesn't suit me. "Screw what others like," Melania mutters from her corner, not looking up from her phone. "It's your face." A surprised laugh escapes me, breaking through the numbness for just a moment. "Melania," Zoe scolds, but I catch her smile in the mirror. "What?" "I'm just saying what we're all thinking." Melania shrugs, finally setting her phone down. "This whole thing is..." "Mel," Hazel cuts her off with a warning look. The room falls silent except for the soft click of the hairdresser's scissors. I know what Melania was going to say. This whole thing is wrong, a mistake, a sacrifice. "It's fine," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. "We all know why I'm doing this." The hairdresser steps back, admiring her work. "All done, Miss Feretti." "It's beautiful," Bella says, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes. I touch one of the tiny flowers woven into my hair. "What are these called?" "Baby's breath," the hairdresser answers, "for innocence and purity." I almost laugh at the irony. There's nothing pure about this marriage. "Time for the dress," Hazel announces, moving toward the garment bag hanging on my closet door. My stomach twists into knots. Daniel. His name sends a jolt through me like touching a live wire. I haven't seen him since yesterday when Damiano reassigned him from my security detail. "Wedding preparations," he'd said. "Are you okay?" Hazel asks quietly, noticing my expression. "You're pale." "I'm fine," I lie. "Just wedding nerves." Zoe exchanges a look with Hazel that I pretend not to notice. They know. Of course they know. Zoe caught us kissing, and I told Hazel everything about our night together. "You don't have to do this," Melania says suddenly, her voice cutting through the room. "There are always other options." "Melania," Zoe warns again. "What?" "Someone should say it." Melania stands up, crossing her arms. "This isn't the Middle Ages. Women don't have to marry for alliances anymore." "It's complicated," I say, the words feeling inadequate. "It's bullshit," Melania counters, but her eyes are kind. "But it's your choice." The makeup artist finishes with a final sweep of powder and steps back. Perfect, she declares. I look at my reflection again. The stranger staring back at me is flawless, hair arranged in elegant waves and braids, makeup enhancing my features while looking natural, eyes empty of everything but resignation. The perfect Feretti bride.
Daniel. I check my watch. 15 minutes until Damiano returns to escort Lucrezia to the church. The mansion feels empty with most of the security detail already at the church. I move through the hallways like a ghost, my footsteps silent on the marble floors. My Glock presses against my lower back, a constant reminder of what I'm risking. Everything. I'm risking everything. I pause outside Lucrezia's door, listening. Female voices drift through the wood, her bridesmaids helping her prepare. My jaw clenches at the thought of her dressing for him, for Bruno fucking Sartori. I don't knock. I push the door open and step inside. The room freezes. 5 pairs of eyes lock onto me: Lucrezia, Hazel, Zoe, Bella, and Melania. The hairdresser and makeup artist shrink back against the wall. Daniel? Hazel recovers first, stepping forward. What are you doing here? Damiano reassigned you. I ignore her, my eyes fixed on Lucrezia. She sits at her vanity in a silk robe, her hair adorned with tiny white flowers, her face a perfect mask. Only her eyes betray her, wide, shocked, a flicker of something I can't name. Everyone out, I command, my voice low and dangerous. Excuse me? Zoe steps forward, protective instinct flaring. You can't just... Now. The word cuts through the room like a blade. Melania stands, a slow smile spreading across her face. Come on, she says to the others. Let's give them a minute. But, Bella protests. Now, Melania echoes my command, already herding the makeup artist and hairdresser toward the door. Hazel hesitates, looking between Lucrezia and me. Lou. Lucrezia hasn't moved, hasn't spoken. She stares at me like I'm a ghost. It's okay, she finally whispers, her voice barely audible. Hazel nods once, sharp and decisive. 5 minutes, she says to me. That's all you have before Damiano gets back. A lie. I know how much time I have. They file out, Zoe last, her eyes warning me not to hurt Lucrezia. The door clicks shut behind them. We're alone. You can't marry him, I say, the words bursting from me like bullets. Lucrezia stands slowly, her silk robe flowing around her. Daniel. No. I cross the room in 3 strides, stopping just short of touching her. Listen to me. You can't do this. I have to. Her voice is steady, but her hands tremble. You know why? Fuck why. I reach for her, cupping her face in my hands. Fuck the casino. Fuck the Russians. Fuck all of it. Her skin is warm under my palms. Those flowers in her hair make her look like something from a dream. Too beautiful, too perfect to be real. But the pulse hammering in her throat is real. The slight catch in her breath is real. Daniel, she whispers, her hands coming up to grip my wrists, not pushing me away, just holding on. It's too late. It's not too late until you say I do. I lean closer, our foreheads almost touching. Come with me, right now. Her eyes widen. What? I have a car. Untraceable. We can be out of New York before anyone realizes you're gone. You're insane. But there's a flicker in her eyes. Hope, maybe, or fear. Damiano would hunt us down. The Sartoris would never stop looking. Let them try. I stroke my thumb across her cheekbone, smearing a bit of her perfect makeup. I was Special Forces, Lou. I know how to disappear. She shakes her head, but it's weak, uncertain. They'd kill you. Some things are worth dying for. I hold her gaze, letting her see everything I've tried to hide. You're worth dying for. The door opens behind me. My hand instinctively moves to my weapon, but it's just Zoe. "Daniel," she says, her voice low and urgent. "Damiano just called. He's 5 minutes out." I don't move, my eyes still locked with Lucrezia's. I can see the war raging behind her eyes. Duty versus desire, family versus freedom. "Lou," Zoe says, stepping further into the room. "Is this what you want?" "Him." Lucrezia's breath catches. A tear slips down her cheek, ruining the perfect makeup. "I can't." "You can," Zoe interrupts. "If this is what you want, you can." I turn to look at Zoe, surprised. Damiano's wife, standing here, encouraging his sister to run away with me. Zoe meets my eyes, determination hardening her features. "Take care of her," she says. "I'll try to fix things here." "Zoe," Lucrezia whispers, "they'll never forgive." "Let me worry about that." Zoe crosses to the closet, pulls out a coat. "Put this on." "Over the robe. Now." Lucrezia hesitates for only a second before slipping the coat on with trembling hands. "Your brothers love you," Zoe says, helping Lucrezia button the coat. "They'll be angry, yes, but they want you happy more than they want this alliance." "The casino," Lucrezia starts, "is just a business," Zoe finishes. "Family is what matters. You are what matters." I check my watch. "We need to go." "Now." Zoe nods. "There's a service elevator at the end of the east wing. The one the staff uses. No cameras." She looks at me. "You know where it is?" I nod. Of course I know. I've memorized every inch of this place, every exit, every blind spot. "Go," Zoe says. "I'll tell them you weren't feeling well, that you needed air. I'll buy you as much time as I can." Lucrezia throws her arms around Zoe, hugging her fiercely. "Thank you," she whispers. I move to the door, checking the hallway. Clear. "Lou," I say, holding out my hand. She takes a deep breath, then places her hand in mine. Her fingers are cold, but her grip is strong. We slip into the hallway, moving quickly and quietly toward the east wing. I keep us close to the wall, away from the security cameras I know are watching the main corridors. At the service elevator, I punch the call button, scanning our surroundings. The mansion is eerily quiet, most of the staff already at the church. The elevator arrives with a soft ding. I usher Lucrezia inside, then follow, hitting the button for the garage level. As the doors close, Lucrezia looks up at me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. "Are we really doing this?" she asks. I pull her against me, one arm around her waist, the other hand cupping her face. "Only if you want to." She nods, determination replacing the uncertainty in her eyes. "I want to." The elevator descends, carrying us away from the life she was supposed to have, toward something unknown but chosen. Her choice. Finally, her choice.
Chapter 26. Lucrezia. The elevator doors slide open to the garage level. Daniel checks both directions before taking my hand and leading me through the dimly lit concrete space. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my throat. "This way," he whispers, guiding me toward a nondescript black sedan I've never seen before. "Whose car is this?" I ask as he unlocks it. "No one's. Untraceable." He opens the passenger door. "Get in." I slide into the seat, my wedding robe rustling beneath the coat Zoe gave me. Daniel starts the engine and peels out of the garage, tires squealing against concrete. We burst into daylight, and I instinctively duck down in my seat. "They won't be looking for us yet," Daniel says, his eyes constantly checking the mirrors as he weaves through Manhattan traffic like a man possessed. He runs a yellow light, cuts between two delivery trucks, and takes a sharp turn that has me gripping the door handle. "Are you trying to kill us before they can?" I ask, but there's no real fear in my voice. Strangely, I feel safer with Daniel driving like a maniac than I ever did. He glances at me, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. Trust me. And I do. That's the craziest part of all this. I trust him completely. We merge onto the highway heading north, Daniel constantly checking the mirrors. His hands grip the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turn white. The speedometer creeps well above the limit, but he handles the car with practiced precision. We need to drive for at least 3 hours, he says. Get some distance. I have a place upstate where we can lay low for a day or two while I figure out our next move. I nod, unable to form words. The enormity of what we're doing washes over me in waves. Relief mingles with terror, freedom with guilt. Are you okay? Daniel asks, his voice softening as he reaches across to take my hand. I don't know, I answer honestly. I feel everything, all at once. His thumb strokes the back of my hand. That's normal. Is it? I laugh, the sound edged with hysteria. Is any of this normal? No, he admits, but the feeling is. When you make a big decision, when you change your life completely, it's overwhelming. I look down at my lap at the ridiculous silk robe. Baby's breath flowers fall from my hair onto the fabric. They're going to be so angry, I whisper. Yes, Daniel doesn't sugarcoat it, but they love you. What about the Russians? The casino? All those families who depend on us? Daniel's jaw tightens. Your brothers will handle it. They always do. I stare out the window as the city gives way to suburbs, then gradually to more open land. Trees blur past, their spring green a stark contrast to the turmoil inside me. I've never done anything like this before, I say quietly. Run away? Choose myself. I turn to look at him. I've always done what was expected, what was needed, what was best for the family. Daniel takes his eyes off the road for a moment to meet mine. How does it feel? I consider the question, sorting through the tangle of emotions. Terrifying, I admit, but also right. He nods, understanding in his eyes. That's how I felt when I decided to come get you. You could lose everything. So could you. We fall silent, the weight of our choices settling between us. But his hand remains wrapped around mine, warm and steady, an anchor in the storm. The highway stretches before us, leading away from the life I was supposed to have and towards something unknown.
Daniel. I pull off the highway after 3 hours of driving, my eyes scanning for any signs of pursuit. The neon vacancy sign of the Pinewood Motel flickers. Not exactly 5-star accommodations, but right now, anonymity matters more than comfort. We'll stop here for today, I tell Lou, parking the sedan at the far end of the lot where shadows provide extra cover. She hasn't asked a single question about our destination since we left Manhattan. Just sat quietly beside me, occasionally reaching for my hand when I wasn't shifting gears. I cut the engine and turned to her. She's still wearing the delicate white slip dress she had on under her wedding gown, her hair falling loose around her shoulders. Even exhausted and rumpled, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Lou, this place isn't what you're used to. I gestured toward the single-story motel with its peeling paint and buzzing ice machine. But they don't ask questions here. Don't care who you are as long as you pay cash. To my surprise, she laughs. Daniel, I would stay in a barn if I needed to. She reaches for my hand, her fingers cool against mine. I didn't run away from my wedding for the accommodations. Something loosens in my chest. Good to know. I grab my duffel from the back seat, scanning the parking lot one more time before we head toward the office. My hand rests instinctively at the small of Lou's back, guiding her through the darkness. The lobby smells like cigarettes and cheap air freshener. A bored-looking clerk glances up from his phone, barely making eye contact. Need a room, I say, keeping my voice neutral. Just for tonight. He slides a registration card across the counter. 75. Cash only. Perfect. I fill out the form with false information, muscle memory from years of covert ops. The clerk doesn't even look at it when I hand it back with 420s. Room 14, end of the building. He tosses a key attached to a plastic tag across the counter. Checkout's at 11. I take Lou's hand as we walk back into the night air. Her fingers intertwine with mine like they belong there. You know, I say quietly as we walk toward our room, I have enough money set aside. Offshore accounts they can't trace. We could disappear completely, never worry about jobs or money again. Lou squeezes my hand. I wasn't worried about that. What are you worried about? She stops walking, turning to face me under the harsh glow of a security light. That you'll regret this, throwing away your career, your life, for me. I cup her face in my hands. Lou, you are my life now. Everything else is just details. The key turns easily in the lock of room 14. I usher Lou inside, checking the parking lot one last time before closing the door behind us. One bed, worn carpet, faded wallpaper, but it's clean enough. I drop my duffel by the door and turn the deadbolt. We should be safe here for... Lou crashes into me before I can finish, her body colliding with mine as her arms wrap around my neck. Her lips find mine with desperate hunger, her whole body trembling against me. I respond instantly, my hands sliding down to grip her thighs, lifting her up as she wraps her legs around my waist. I press her against me. Her fingers tangle in my hair as I deepen the kiss, tasting her need and relief and fear all at once. Without breaking the kiss, I carry her to the bed, lowering her gently onto the faded comforter. I pull back just enough to look at her, hair splayed across the pillow, eyes dark with desire, chest rising and falling with quick breaths. I want you, she whispers, her voice steady despite her trembling body. But this time, I want you to be yourself. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? The first time you were so careful with me, so gentle. Her fingers trace my jawline. You were worried about me the whole time. A laugh escapes me. How did you know? Her lips curve into a smile. I didn't. Just guessed. We both laugh, the tension in the room shifting into something warmer, more intimate. I lean down, brushing my lips against her ear. I wanted it to be perfect for you, I admit, after everything you've been through. It was perfect. Her hands slide under my shirt, fingertips exploring the ridges of my scars. But now, I want to know what you like. I want to find out what I like, what I don't like. I pull back to look at her, searching her eyes for any hint of uncertainty. There's none, just trust and desire. Try me, she challenges, her voice soft but determined. I run my thumb across her bottom lip. The things I truly like. They're not what all women prefer. Her eyes widen with curiosity, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Tell me. I shake my head slightly. One step at a time, Lou. I lower my mouth to hers again, murmuring against her lips. We've got all night to figure it out. She arches up to meet my kiss, her body melting into mine as her hands pull me closer.
Chapter 28. Lucrezia. I wake slowly, my body deliciously sore. Daniel's arm drapes heavily across my waist, his breath warm against my neck. Morning light filters through the thin motel curtains, casting the room in a soft glow. For one perfect moment, I feel whole, complete, like the broken pieces inside me have finally found their proper alignment. Then reality crashes in. I ran away from my own wedding, left Bruno Sartori standing at the altar, abandoned my family, the casino deal, everything. My stomach twists into a tight knot. What have I done? I shift slightly, and Daniel's arm tightens around me. Even in sleep, he's protective, possessive. You okay? His voice is rough with sleep, vibrating against my skin. Just thinking. Dangerous activity. He presses a kiss to my shoulder, especially at... He squints at the bedside clock, 6 in the morning. I can't help but smile, but it fades quickly. Damiano is probably losing his mind right now. Daniel goes still behind me. Probably. And Enzo, my voice catches. Sweet, protective Enzo, who's always been my champion. He's probably tearing the city apart looking for us. Daniel sits up, running a hand through his sleep-mussed hair. They'll be angry. Furious, actually. But they love you, Lou. They'll understand eventually. Will they? I turn to face him. I just destroyed a multi-million-dollar deal. The casino license, the alliance with the Sartoris against the Russians. I threw it all away. For yourself, Daniel says firmly. Is that noble or selfish? I whisper. It's necessary. He cups my face. You can't keep setting yourself on fire to keep everyone else warm. I lean into his touch, drawing strength from his certainty. Damiano will never forgive you. I know. He trusted you to protect me. I am protecting you. His thumb traces my cheekbone. From a life you don't want. I close my eyes. What do you think they're doing right now? Daniel sighs. Honestly? Damiano's probably in his office, making calls, pulling in every favor he has. Enzo's likely threatening everyone who might know where we went. He pauses. They'll have people checking airports, train stations, bus terminals. The Sartoris? Ricardo will be livid. Bruno? He shrugs. Hard to say. Depends how much he actually wanted this marriage. I think about Bruno's face when we agreed our marriage would be in name only. The relief in his eyes. Maybe he's not as upset as everyone thinks. I shift in Daniel's arms, my body suddenly tense. The memories I try so hard to bury claw their way to the surface. There's something I need to tell you, I whisper, about what happened to me. Daniel's eyes darken. He sits up against the headboard, pulling me gently against his chest. You don't have to, Lou. I want to. I take a deep breath. I want you to know everything. His arms tighten around me, protective but not confining. I'm listening. It was when Damiano found out who Zoe really was. My voice sounds distant, even to my own ears. Daniel nods. I remember the chaos when that came out, and how you played us that day when you took Zoe out of that basement. I had to. Damiano was so angry. I'd never seen him like that before. I twist my fingers together, but I believed in love back then. I saw how Zoe looked at my brother, how he looked at her. I knew it was real. I closed my eyes, remembering. So I helped her. I told her to hide until Damiano calmed down enough to listen. We arranged to meet at this little cafe. Daniel's breathing changes, growing more controlled. He knows what's coming. Byron's men were waiting. They grabbed me and Damiano inside the cafe. My voice catches. They took us to some warehouse. Daniel's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. He already knows the story, but I'm trying to buy some time before saying what still hurts. I take a deep breath. 2 men. They took turns. Daniel's body is rigid against mine, but his touch remains gentle. But they didn't just... I swallow hard. After they were done with their bodies, they used other things. Daniel goes completely still. A gun barrel, a knife handle. My voice drops to barely a whisper. They laughed about it, said they were making sure no man would ever want me. A tear slides down my cheek. I was a virgin before that day, as I already told you. Daniel's arms tighten around me, and I feel a dampness against my hair. He's crying too. That's why I couldn't... I struggle to find the words, why I thought I'd never be able to. Lou, Daniel's voice breaks. You are the strongest person I've ever known. I shake my head. I'm not strong. I'm broken. No. His voice is fierce now. You survived something that would have destroyed most people, and you're still here, still fighting. Sometimes I don't know what I'm fighting for anymore. Daniel tilts my chin up, making me look at him. For yourself. For the life you deserve. I lean into him, drawing strength from his solid presence. I used to dream about falling in love, having a family someday. After what happened, I thought that was impossible. Nothing is impossible for you, Daniel whispers against my hair. Nothing. I close my eyes, letting his words wash over me. I pull back slightly, studying Daniel's face. I realize how little I actually know about him. You've been my shadow for so long, I say softly. But we've never really talked, have we? Not until recently. Daniel's expression shifts, something guarded replacing the tenderness. That's how it's supposed to be. Security maintains distance. But you were different with me. So serious, so... I search for the right word. Formal. Even when I tried to talk to you. He looks away, jaw tightening. I knew my position. What does that mean? It means I'm your bodyguard, Lou. I work for your family. His voice drops lower. It means I knew who I was and who you were, and that those worlds don't mix. I touch his face, turning it back toward mine. But they have mixed. We're here. Because I broke every rule. His eyes meet mine, intense and vulnerable. Because I couldn't stand by and watch you marry someone else, even though I know you deserve better than me. Better than you? I repeat, confused. Look at me, Lou. He gestures to himself, to the scars visible on his chest. I'm damaged goods, broken. The things I've done, the things I've seen. You deserve someone whole. I almost laugh at the irony. Daniel, I just told you what happened to me. If anyone's broken, don't. His voice is sharp. Don't ever call yourself broken again. Then don't call yourself that either. I take his hand, placing it over my heart. We've both survived things that should have destroyed us. That doesn't make us broken. It makes us survivors. He's quiet for a long moment, his hand warm against my skin. Tell me your story, I whisper. I want to know you. All of you. Daniel takes a deep breath. It's not pretty. Neither is mine.
Daniel. I look away from Lou's expectant face, my throat suddenly tight. I don't know if this is the right time, I say, my voice rougher than I intended. Why not? She touches my face, turning it back toward her. Because we just ran away together. Because you just told me about the worst thing that ever happened to you. I pause, swallowing hard. Because I'm afraid of what you'll think of me when you know everything. Lou's eyes don't waver. I'm not afraid. Maybe you should be. She shakes her head. This is you, Daniel. Whatever you've done, whatever you've been through, it's made you who you are. And I'm here with you, aren't I? I take a deep breath. She deserves the truth, all of it. I grew up in Detroit. My father left when I was 4. My mother worked 3 jobs to keep us fed. The words come out mechanical, like a mission report. At 18, I joined the Army Rangers. It was a way out. Lou listens silently, her hand still on mine. I was good at it. Following orders, completing missions, killing when necessary. I feel her fingers tighten slightly on mine, but continue. After my 3rd tour, something broke in me. I couldn't sleep, couldn't connect with anyone. The military shrink called it PTSD. I looked down at our joined hands. When I got out, I was lost. Damiano found me through a mutual contact. offered me a job. As security, I nod. I was perfect for it. Already dead inside. No attachments, no distractions. Lou flinches at my blunt words, but I can't soften this. She needs to know who I am. For years, I was a ghost. I did my job, protected the family, eliminated threats. I didn't form connections, didn't want them. I meet her eyes. Matteo and Noah were the closest things I had to friends, but even with them I kept a wall up. And Damiano, I respected him. He gave me purpose when I had none, structure, a place to belong, even if I never really felt like I belonged anywhere. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated at my inability to articulate what I need to say. The thing is, Lou, I've been empty for so long, dead inside, and then... And then? She prompts softly. And then, there was you. The words come out raw. At first, it was just a job. Protect the boss's sister, keep her safe. But you were... I struggled to find the right words. You were fucking sunshine, bright and warm and alive in ways I'd forgotten people could be. Her eyes widen in disbelief. I tried to keep my distance. Told myself it was professional, but it was more than that. I look away. I was afraid of contaminating you, of my darkness touching your light. Daniel, let me finish. I need to get this out. After what happened to you, when they assigned me to your security detail, I watched you struggle, fight, survive. And something in me started to wake up. I take her hand, placing it over my heart. It fucking terrified me, Lou. Feeling anything after being numb for so long, it was like being burned alive. Her fingers spread against my chest, feeling my heartbeat. Every time you smiled, every time you showed kindness to someone, every time you refused to let what happened define you, it cracked me open a little more. My voice drops. I started to want things I had no right to want. Like what? She whispers. Like you. Like a life I don't deserve. Like a chance to be something more than just a weapon. I watch Lou's face as she processes everything I've told her. Instead of the disgust or fear I expect, her eyes soften. You're not broken, Daniel, she says, her voice gentle but firm. You just needed to survive. That's what you did. I shake my head. I could have survived being a better person. Could you? She challenges me with her gaze. When you're drowning, you don't get to choose how you reach the surface. You just fight to breathe. Her words hit me hard. I've never thought of it that way. I read something once, Lou continues, tracing patterns on my chest with her fingertip. I can't remember where, but it stuck with me. It said there aren't bad people out there. There are just people who sometimes do bad things. I raise an eyebrow, skeptical. I know it sounds simple, she admits. Maybe even naive. But it was the only thing that made me feel that humanity and kindness can't be gone completely. It gave me hope when I needed it most. I take her hand, bringing it to my lips. Kindness exists because people like you happen to exist among us. She smiles but shakes her head. I'm not special, Daniel. You are to me. The words come out rough. I've done things, Lou. Bad things. Enough for this life and the next 3. I've got blood on my hands that will never wash clean. We all have regrets. Not like mine. I cut her off, needing her to understand. The things I've done for your family, for Damiano, they're unforgivable. Lou shifts closer, her body warm against mine. Then don't ask for forgiveness. Ask for a chance to be different going forward. I cup her face, struck by how much I don't deserve her. I would hunt you down in all of them, you know. All of what? All of my lives. This one and the next 3 I owe for my sins. I brush my thumb across her cheek. I'd find you in every single one to brighten up my darkness. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. That's the most romantic, terrible thing anyone's ever said to me. I laugh, the sound rusty from disuse. I'm not good with words. You're better than you think. She leans forward, pressing her lips to mine in a kiss so gentle it breaks something loose inside me. When she pulls back, I see no judgment in her eyes. Just acceptance, and something else I'm afraid to name. I pull Lou closer, savoring the warmth of her body against mine. Lou, I say, my voice low, I need to call Damiano. Her body tenses against mine. Why? Because he needs to hear it from me, too. She pulls back, searching my face. He'll trace the call. I reach for my jacket on the floor and pull out a phone. Not this one. Lou watches as I remove the battery and SIM card, showing them to her before reassembling the phone. Military habit, I explain. Can't be tracked if there's no signal until the moment you need it. Her fingers grip my arm. Daniel, he'll kill you. Probably. I don't sugarcoat it. But I owe him this much. A man-to-man explanation. You don't owe him anything. I do. I cup her face. I betrayed him, Lou. I took his sister, destroyed a business alliance, compromised his position with the Sartoris, in his world, in our world, that deserves death. Fear flashes across her face. Then don't call him. If I don't, he'll never stop hunting us. At least this way. He knows it was my choice. My betrayal, not yours. Lou's eyes fill with tears. It was my choice too. I know. I kiss her forehead. But let me do this. Before she can argue further, I power up the phone. It takes a moment to connect. I dial the number I've known by heart for years. He answers on the first ring. Where is she? Damiano's voice is deadly calm. She's safe, I reply, keeping my tone even. She's with me. You have exactly one chance to fix this, Hayes. Bring her back now, and I might let you live. Lou watches me, her eyes wide. She can hear his voice through the speaker. I can't do that, boss. Can't or won't? The edge in his voice could cut glass. Both. I take a deep breath. She doesn't want to marry Bruno. And I don't want her to either. Silence stretches between us. When Damiano speaks again, his voice has dropped to a whisper that's more terrifying than a shout. You're a dead man, Hayes. You understand that? I trusted you, made you family, and you betray me like this? It wasn't planned. I look at Lou, drawing strength from her presence. But I won't apologize for loving her. Another silence. I can almost see him processing my words, his knuckles white around his phone. Bring her back, and I'll make it quick. Keep running, and I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth. I'll take you apart piece by piece. Lou reaches for my free hand, squeezing it tight. I understand, I say, but I choose her. Over duty, over loyalty, over my own life, if necessary. Daniel. His voice hardens with warning. Goodbye, Damiano. I end the call, immediately removing the battery and SIM card again. My hands are steady, but my heart hammers. Lou stares at me, tears streaming down her face. He'll never stop looking for us. I know. I gather the phone parts and wrap them in a towel, but we have a head start, and I'm very good at disappearing. You just signed your death warrant, she whispers. Chapter 29. Daniel. I toss the dismantled phone on the nightstand and check my watch. Nearly noon. We need supplies, I tell Lou, running a hand through my hair. Food, clothes for you, and I need to talk to the manager about extending our stay another night. Lou sits up, clutching the sheet to her chest. Is that safe? What if someone recognizes you? I've got this. I move to my duffel bag and pull out a baseball cap and non-prescription glasses. Old habits. Always pack a quick disguise. Very spy movie of you, she says, a small smile playing on her lips. I pull on jeans and a plain t-shirt, then add the hat and glasses. The transformation isn't dramatic, but it's enough to avoid casual recognition. I'll be quick, I promise. 30 minutes, tops. Lou stretches, the sheet slipping lower. I think I'll take a shower while you're gone. The image of water running down her naked body hits me hard. I walk to the bed, leaning down until my face is inches from hers. When you shower, I say, my voice dropping to the commanding tone I used last night. I want you to think about me, about my hands on you, and when you're done, I want you waiting for me on the bed. Naked. Her pupils dilate, her breath catching. Yes, sir. Those two simple words send heat straight through me. The power exchange we explored last night clearly affected her as much as it did me. I cup her chin, my thumb brushing her lower lip. Good girl. Her cheeks flush pink. I lean in for a kiss, but instead of the gentle press I intended, Lou surges forward, her mouth hungry against mine. I respond instantly, my hand sliding to her ass and delivering a sharp slap. She gasps into my mouth, arching her back. Interesting. I pull back slightly. You like that? Lou bites her lip, nodding. I deliver another slap, slightly harder, watching her reaction carefully. Her eyes flutter closed, a small moan escaping her lips. My body tightens with need, but I force myself to step back. I need to get us food before I get too distracted. Lou pouts playfully. Hurry back. I grab my wallet and keys, pausing at the door to look back at her. Remember my instructions? Yes, sir, she says again, the words sending another jolt through me. I close the door behind me, taking a deep breath of the cool air outside. Last night was about showing Lou the basics of power exchange, keeping things simple while she explored, but her responses suggest she might be more naturally submissive than either of us realized. The thought of exploring those boundaries with her, of pushing her limits while keeping her safe, makes it hard to focus on the mundane task of finding food.
Chapter 30. Lucrezia. My stomach growls loudly in the aftermath of our intense encounter. I realize I'm absolutely starving. We've barely eaten anything since yesterday. Just some stale protein bars Daniel had stashed in his glove compartment. What's in those bags? I ask, eyeing the plastic shopping bags he dropped by the door. Something smells incredible. Daniel smiles, a rare softness crossing his features. Food. Figured you'd be hungry. He helps me up from the bed, his touch gentle now that our passionate moment has passed. I wince slightly, my body deliciously sore in places I didn't know could be sore. You okay? He asks, concern flashing in his eyes. More than okay, I assure him. Just well used. He kisses my forehead before retrieving the bags. Let's get you fed. We sit cross-legged on the bed, the food spread between us. Daniel has brought an impressive haul. Fried chicken, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, and biscuits from some local place. My mouth waters at the sight. This smells like heaven, I moan, tearing into a chicken thigh. The crispy skin gives way to juicy meat, and I close my eyes in bliss. God, I didn't realize how hungry I was. Daniel watches me eat with amusement, taking smaller bites of his own food. I notice he's not saying much, just observing me with his blue eyes. After a few minutes of me chattering about how good the food is, I realize he's barely spoken. You're quiet again, I say, wiping my fingers on a napkin. He shrugs. Just thinking. About what? Next steps. safe houses, routes out of the country if needed. I reach for his hand. But it's more than that, isn't it? You've gone all soldier mode. Daniel takes a deep breath. Whenever I'm in stress, I choose silence, old habit from the Rangers. When things get tense, I go internal, process, plan. And you're stressed now? I ask softly. Not about us, he clarifies quickly. About keeping you safe. I nod, understanding. So you retreat into your head. Affirmative, he says, then catches himself with a small smile. I mean, yes. We eat in comfortable silence for a few moments before Daniel reaches for another bag. Got you some clothes, he says. Nothing fancy, but they'll fit. He pulls out jeans, t-shirts, a hoodie, underwear, and a pair of sneakers. Simple, practical items in neutral colors. I hold up a soft gray t-shirt against my chest. How did you know my size? I ask. A hint of a smile crosses his face. I've been your security detail for years, Lou. I notice things. I slip the shirt over my head, surprised by how well it fits. The cotton feels heavenly against my skin after wearing nothing but the slip since yesterday. The jeans are a bit loose but workable with the belt he's included. They suit you, Daniel says, his eyes warming as he takes me in. Better than Valentino? I tease. Much better, he says seriously. This is the real you. I look down at myself in these simple clothes. No designer labels, no family expectations, no image to maintain, just me. It feels strangely liberating. Thank you, I say, meaning it for more than just the clothes. Daniel nods, understanding passing between us. He goes back to eating, falling into that comfortable silence again. I don't push him to talk more.
Daniel. I watch Lou finish her food, savoring every bite like it's her first real meal in days. Maybe it is. The stress of the wedding preparations probably killed her appetite. She's quiet now, lost in thought as she wipes her hands on a napkin. I clear away our trash, tossing it in the bin by the small desk. The motel room feels smaller now that we're not lost in each other. Reality is creeping back in around the edges. I grab the remote and turn on the TV, keeping the volume low. Some mindless sitcom fills the screen with canned laughter. Lou settles back against the headboard, and I join her, our shoulders touching. The normalcy of it feels strange, like we're playing house while the world burns around us. She hasn't spoken much since our earlier conversation. I don't push. Sometimes silence is what you need to process everything that's happening. God knows I've lived most of my life in it. The sitcom plays on, neither of us really watching. I feel Lou shift beside me, and when I glance over, she's looking at me with those big brown eyes. Daniel, she says softly, I need to talk to Zoe. My body tenses automatically. Not a good idea. I need to make sure she's okay after covering for us, Lou insists. She risked everything to help us escape. I consider this. Zoe has proven herself loyal to Lou, but any contact is a risk. Damiano could be monitoring her calls, or worse, she could be under pressure to help locate us. But Lou's right. Zoe put herself in danger for us. We owe her this much. 30 seconds, I say firmly. Not a word about where we are or where we're headed. Lou nods, relief washing over her face. I get up from the bed and go to my bag. I pull out the burner phone from my bag, along with the battery and SIM card. I assemble it quickly. I'll dial for you, I tell Lou. Remember, 30 seconds max. When I power up the phone, the screen immediately lights up with notifications. 132 missed calls. All from Enzo's number. Fuck, I mutter, staring at the screen. What is it? Lou asks, her voice tight with worry. I'm about to dismiss it. Enzo probably got the number from Damiano and is trying to track us when a text message appears. Move now. Compromised. Every instinct in my body goes on high alert. I'm on my feet in an instant, gun already in hand. Get behind me, I command Lou. Now! To her credit, she doesn't question me. She slides off the bed and moves behind me, her breathing quick but controlled. I dial Enzo's number, keeping my body between Lou and the door. He answers on the first ring. About fucking time. Enzo's voice explodes through the speaker. Get out. Now. Damiano sent a team to your location. They're already at the motel. How? No time. Move. I end the call, shoving the phone in my pocket. My mind shifts into combat mode, assessing and planning in fractions of seconds. We need to go. Now. I grab my wallet and tuck my gun into my waistband. No time for the rest of our things. I turn to find Lou already has her coat on, the car keys in her hand. Her face is pale but determined, eyes wide with fear but focused. She's ready. South exit, I tell her, taking the keys. Stay close. If I say run, you run. If I say hide, you hide. Understand? She nods once, sharp and clear. I crack the door open, scanning the hallway. Empty for now, but I can hear footsteps at the far end of the corridor. Heavy boots, multiple sets. Now, I whisper, pulling Lou into the hallway. We move quickly but quietly toward the exit sign at the opposite end from the approaching footsteps. Lou keeps pace with me, her breathing controlled despite the terror I know she must be feeling. The exit door is just ahead, 10 feet, 5. Behind us a voice calls out, Room 14, check it. I push Lou through the exit door, following right behind her. The stairwell is dark, lit only by a dim emergency light. We descend quickly, my hand on Lou's back, guiding her. Cars around the corner, I whisper as we reach the ground floor. When we get outside, we run. Don't look back. The exit door leads to the south side of the building. I push it open carefully, scanning for threats before pulling Lou through. The night air hits us as we emerge into the parking lot. No sign of Damiano's men yet, but they won't be far behind. Run, I tell her, and we sprint toward where I parked the car in the shadows. I slam the car into drive the second Lou's door closes, tires screeching as we tear out of the parking lot. The rearview mirror shows 2 men bursting through the exit door, weapons drawn. Too late. I take the first turn hard, then immediately another, putting buildings between us and our pursuers. Lou grips the dashboard, her knuckles white, but she doesn't make a sound. Not a scream, not a whimper. Just focused breathing as I navigate the unfamiliar streets at dangerous speeds. Are they following us? She asks, voice steady despite everything. I check the mirrors again. Not yet. But they will be. How did they find us? I was careful. Untraceable car, cash only, fake names. I disabled the GPS on my phone, and the burner shouldn't have been trackable until I powered it up. Unless... I glance at Lou, really seeing her for the first time since we fled. She's wearing the coat Zoe gave her. Fuck, I mutter, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. The coat. What? Lou looks down at herself, confused. Take it off. Now. My voice is sharp with urgency. It's Zoe's coat, right? She gave it to you when we were leaving? Understanding dawns in Lou's eyes. You think Damiano... I swerve onto a dark side street, cutting the headlights. Get it off. Throw it out the window. Lou doesn't hesitate. She shrugs out of the coat, struggling in the confined space. There could be a tracker sewn into the lining, I explain, checking the mirrors again. Still clear, but that won't last. Lou's face hardens as she realizes the implications. Her sister-in-law's kindness turned into a trap, whether Zoe knew it or not. Roll down your window, I instruct. The cold night air rushes in as Lou cranks down the window. She bundles the coat and throws it out without looking back. It disappears into the darkness behind us. I'm sorry, I say, accelerating again. I should have checked. That was sloppy. It's not your fault, Lou says, hugging herself against the chill. I didn't think of it either. I take another random turn, then another, creating a chaotic path no one could predict. We need to put as much distance as possible between us and that tracker. Do you think Zoe knew? Lou asks quietly. I consider this for a moment. No. She wouldn't have risked you like that. Damiano probably bugged her things without telling her. Lou nods, accepting this. Where do we go now? We need a new car, new clothes, new everything. I check the fuel gauge, 3/4 full, enough to get us far away from here. We start over. I reach across the console and take her hand. Her fingers are ice cold, but they grip mine with surprising strength. We'll be okay, I tell her, and I mean it. I know, she says simply, and that's all I need to hear.
Chapter 31. Lucrezia. The car speeds through the darkness, trees and buildings blurring past my window. I wrap my arms around myself, shivering without my coat. The night air still streams through the partially open window, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. You okay? Daniel asks, his eyes flicking between me and the road. Fine, I lie, my voice thin and brittle. But I'm not fine. My chest tightens with each passing mile. The familiar pressure builds behind my ribs, the start of a panic attack. Not now. I can't fall apart now. I close my eyes and focus on my breathing. Small, controlled breaths. In through my nose, out through my mouth, just like Daniel taught me during that first night in the panic room. It is strange that it took me so long to learn the tactic. We're going to be okay, Daniel says, reaching for my hand. I nod but keep my eyes closed. I need to find my center before the panic consumes me. I think of my studio, the smell of oil paints and turpentine, the texture of canvas beneath my fingertips. I imagine dipping my brush into cerulean blue, the color of calm seas. I see myself making long, sweeping strokes across blank canvas. Blue bleeding into white, creating something from nothing. My breathing slows as I weave deeper into the memory. I remember the first painting I completed after the attack. Nothing special, but it was mine. Proof that I could still create beauty after experiencing such ugliness. The memory shifts to my 19th birthday. Enzo had surprised me with tickets to the Guggenheim. We spent hours wandering through the spiral galleries, arguing about abstract expressionism and eating overpriced sandwiches in the cafe. You're going to be bigger than all these dead guys someday, Enzo had told me, gesturing at a Kandinsky. I'd laughed and shoved him playfully. You're obligated to say that. You're my brother. Doesn't make it less true, he'd replied, completely serious. The memory warms me from the inside. I focus on that feeling, the certainty in Enzo's voice, the lightness in my heart, the endless possibilities that stretched before me. My breathing steadies. The tightness in my chest loosens its grip. I open my eyes to find Daniel watching me at a stoplight, concern etched across his face. Better, he asks softly. Better, I confirm, surprised to find it's true. Just using some techniques my therapist taught me. Daniel nods, understanding without needing explanation. The light turns green, and we move forward again. I look out at the unfamiliar landscape rushing past, feeling strangely calm despite everything. I used to imagine colors when I felt panic coming, I tell him, my voice steadier now. Daniel takes my hand, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. What color are you thinking of now? I consider this for a moment. Indigo, deep and certain, the color of night sky just before complete darkness. Sounds beautiful, he says. It is, I reply, squeezing his hand. It really is. But as the words leave my mouth, something cold and terrible washes over me. Daniel is going to die because of me, not might die, will die. I've known it all along, haven't I? Somewhere deep down. But now the knowledge sits heavy and undeniable in my chest. Damiano will never stop hunting us. The Sartoris won't forgive this insult. The Russians are still out there. Daniel Hayes is a dead man walking, and it's all because of me. I stare at his profile as he drives. The strong line of his jaw, the focused intensity in his eyes, the slight furrow between his brows as he scans the road ahead. Memorizing him, because soon he'll be gone. What's wrong? He asks, catching my stare. I force a smile. Nothing. Just tired. An hour later, we pull into another motel parking lot. This one looks even more run down than the last. Peeling paint, flickering neon sign, cracked concrete. Perfect for disappearing. Wait here, Daniel says, squeezing my hand. I'll talk to the owner and get us a room. I nod, watching as he approaches the small office. Through the window, I can see him speaking with an older woman with gray-streaked hair. She looks tired, but kind. Then I notice another woman, younger, maybe in her 30s, walking toward the restrooms at the side of the building. Daniel, I call out, opening my car door. He turns back to me. I need to use the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore. He frowns slightly. Don't be long, and be careful. I hurry toward the restrooms, catching up to the woman just as she reaches the door. Excuse me, I say, following her inside. The bathroom is small and dingy. The woman glances at me curiously as she washes her hands. Please, I whisper, my voice breaking. Can I use your phone? I need to make a call. It's an emergency. She hesitates, studying my face. I must look terrible. Whatever she sees in my eyes convinces her. Okay, she says, reaching into her purse and pulling out a smartphone. But make it quick. My hands shake as I take the phone from her. Thank you. Thank you so much. I turn away slightly, punching in the number I know by heart. My breath comes in short, panicked gasps as I wait for someone to answer. The woman watches me with concern, but stays quiet, giving me this small privacy in the cramped space. The phone rings once, twice, 3 times. My heart hammers against my ribs. What if he doesn't answer? What if... Who is this? Damiano's voice cuts through, cold and sharp. It's me, I whisper, turning further away from the woman who lent me her phone. It's Lucrezia. Silence stretches for one terrible moment. I can almost see him, sitting straight in his leather chair, knuckles white around his phone, jaw clenched tight. Where are you? His voice is dangerously calm. Pine Ridge Motel. I swallow hard. I want to come home. Stay where you are. We're coming for you. There's rustling on his end, the sound of movement. And Hayes? My throat tightens. That's why I'm calling. I'll do whatever you want. Marry Bruno. Make peace with the Sartoris. Anything. But if your men touch Daniel, I'll make sure they have to kill me too. Lou dash. I mean it, Damiano. My voice breaks. Not a hair on his head. He gets to walk away. That's my condition. Another silence. Longer this time. I can almost hear him calculating, weighing options. You understand what you're asking? His voice drops lower. Hayes betrayed me, betrayed our family. Because of me. I press my forehead against the cold tile wall. It was me, Damiano. I asked him to take me away. I seduced him. I manipulated him. The lies taste bitter on my tongue, but I need Damiano to believe them. That's not what happened. His voice is flat. It is, I insist. I'll tell you everything when I see you. But please promise me. Daniel walks away unharmed, and I'll do whatever you need me to do. I'll marry Bruno tomorrow if that's what it takes. The bathroom door creaks open and I tense, but it's just another motel guest. I turn my face to the wall. Why should I agree to this? Damiano asks finally. Because you love me, I whisper, and because you know what it's like to lose someone you care about. Don't make me watch him die, Damiano. Please. I hear him exhale slowly. Fine. Hayes walks away. They'll be in the parking lot in 30 minutes. Come out alone. Tell them to wait until I get out. I don't know how much time I'll need. Okay, Damiano says, and I can hear how tired he is. The call ends. I lean against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. I hand the phone back to the woman, who's watching me with concern. Are you okay? Do you need help? I shake my head, forcing a smile. No, Everything's fine now. Thank you for the phone. She doesn't look convinced, but nods and leaves me alone in the bathroom. I splash cold water on my face. I straighten my shoulders and walk out to face Daniel for the last time. Daniel unlocks the motel room door and steps inside. I follow him, my heart heavy with the knowledge that these are our last moments together. It's not much, he says, but it'll do for tonight. The room is basic. Queen bed with a worn floral comforter, laminate nightstands, a small TV bolted to the dresser. The carpet is thin and stained in places, but clean enough. I stand frozen by the door, memorizing everything about him. The broad set of his shoulders, the way his dark hair curls slightly at his neck. 30 minutes. That's all we have left. You okay? Daniel turns to me, concern etching lines around his eyes. You've been quiet since we left the last place. I force myself to move, crossing the room to him. My fingers trace the line of his jaw, feeling the slight stubble there. I'm just tired, I lie. His eyes search mine. We're going to be okay, Lou. I promise. The certainty in his voice nearly breaks me. He has no idea what's coming. Hold me, I whisper, pressing myself against his chest. His arms wrap around me immediately, strong and secure. I breathe in his scent. Clean sweat, faint traces of his cologne. Something uniquely him that I can't name but would recognize anywhere. I pull back just enough to look at his face. What's going on in that head of yours? He asks softly. Instead of answering, I kiss him. I deepen the kiss, pouring everything I can't say into it. My hands slide under his shirt, feeling the hard planes of his chest. He groans low in his throat, his hands already on my hips, pulling me tighter. Need you. I breathe against his mouth. It's the truth, even now. Especially now. Right now, Daniel. Please. He doesn't hesitate. His hands are rough and urgent as they strip off his shirt, then mine. His belt buckle clinks, the sound loud in the quiet room. The air is thick with the scent of our bodies, clean sweat and desire. Outside, the distant rumble of a truck passing by fades beneath the rush of our breathing. Our bodies collide on the worn comforter. I wrap my legs around his waist, pulling him deep. He feels like everything's solid and safe in my world, and my heart cracks a little more. I bury my face in the curve of his neck, fighting back the hot prick of tears. Not yet. Not now. I kiss his skin, salty and warm. Look at me, Lou, Daniel commands softly, his voice a deep vibration against my ear. He shifts, his weight settling more completely over me. His eyes are intense, searching mine. I need to see you. I tilt my face up, meeting his steel blue gaze. I let him see the need, the fire, but I hold the sorrow back. I arch against him, drawing a low groan from his chest. His kiss is hard and possessive, claiming my mouth like he's staking his claim all over again. His body moves against mine. Every thrust is a promise, a vow that we're in this together. I cling to him, fingers digging into the hard muscles of his back. The friction builds, tight and perfect. I can feel the heat coiling low in my belly, spreading through my limbs like wildfire. He whispers my name, a soft curse against my damp skin. His rhythm falters for a second, his control slipping. Come for me, Lucrezia, he rasps, his breath hot on my neck. It's both an order and a plea. My release hits like a wave, stealing my breath. A muffled cry escapes me as my body shudders against his. I clutch him tighter, riding the pulses of pleasure that seem to go on and on. His own release follows almost immediately. With a guttural sound, he pushes deep one final time, then withdraws, his hand quickly working himself. Warmth spills across my lower belly, a startling sensation that makes me gasp softly. He remains above me for a moment, his body trembling slightly with the aftershock, his head bowed near my shoulder. We lie tangled, breathing heavily. The scent of sex and sweat fills the small room. I feel the wetness cooling on my skin, a sharp contrast to the heat still radiating off him. Wow, I manage, forcing a breathy chuckle. My voice sounds thick to my own ears. I swipe a hand over my damp forehead. We're sticky, full-on sweaty mess territory here. Daniel lets out a low, satisfied laugh against my skin. His fingers trace idle, soothing patterns on my hip bone. I like you, messy. He lifts his head, his gaze soft, almost lazy with contentment. He studies the mark he left on my belly, his thumb brushing gently against my skin. Want to wash up? We can share the shower. He nods towards the small bathroom door. Water pressure's probably crap, but... Actually, I say, pushing myself up slowly, avoiding his direct gaze. Mind if I just take a minute alone? I need to gather my thoughts. I gesture vaguely towards the bathroom. A shower alone sounds perfect right now, just a few minutes of quiet steam. He understands needing space, even now, always. Of course, he says. Take all the time you need. I'll try to find something edible on that channel guide. When you're done, I'll go take a shower too. I force a small smile. Thanks. I walk towards the bathroom, feeling the weight of his gaze on me the whole way.
Chapter 32. Daniel. The bathroom door clicks shut behind Lou, and I step under the spray of lukewarm water. The pressure's weak, barely enough to rinse the sweat from my skin, but it's all this shithole motel has to offer. I brace my hands against the cracked tile wall, letting the water run down my back. My mind races, trying to make sense of how everything went sideways so fast. Damiano finding us was pure luck. But that text from Enzo, just a warning, like he was trying to help us escape. What the fuck does that even mean? Enzo's loyalty to Damiano is absolute. Has been since they were kids. He wouldn't betray his brother. I shut off the water and reach for the scratchy motel towel. The pipes groan in protest as the shower sputters to a stop. My mind's still racing, but I need to focus on what I can control right now. Just the next steps. The concrete plan. I dry off quickly and pull on my jeans, not bothering with a shirt. The message from my old army buddy Garrett still open on the screen. He's one of the few people I trust completely. A ghost who disappeared after our last deployment and now specializes in making other people disappear too. 2 days. Come alone. Usual spot. Tomorrow we'll drive to meet him, get our new papers, and then... Where? I haven't even asked Lou where she wants to go. Some remote island, Europe, South America, somewhere the Ferettis have no reach. My throat tightens at the thought of asking such a simple question. It's fucking ridiculous. The idea of asking Lou where she wants to build a life with me makes my palms sweat. What if she doesn't want this? What if she's already regretting leaving everything behind? What if I'm not enough? I shake my head, trying to dislodge these thoughts. This isn't like me. I don't second guess. I assess, decide, execute. But with Lou, everything's different. She makes me feel things I thought were burned out of me years ago. I step out of the bathroom, still toweling my hair dry. Lou, you want to grab something to eat before we... The words die in my throat. The room is empty. My heart slams against my ribs as I scan the small space. The door to the room stands slightly ajar, letting in a slice of harsh parking lot light. Fuck. I drop the towel and grab my gun from the nightstand, checking the magazine automatically. My training kicks in, pushing down the panic rising in my chest. I move to the door in 3 quick strides, pressing my back against the wall beside it. I peer through the crack, scanning the dimly lit parking lot. No movement. No sign of Lou. Taking a deep breath, I push the door open and step outside, gun held low against my thigh. The night air hits my damp skin, raising goosebumps along my arms. The motel parking lot is nearly empty. Just my car and 2 other vehicles parked at the far end. Lou? I call out, keeping my voice low. No answer. I move along the walkway, checking both directions. The office is dark except for a single desk lamp. The vending machine hums in its alcove, casting a sickly blue glow. No Lou. I check behind the ice machine, gun ready. Nothing. The road beyond the parking lot is empty, stretching dark in both directions. No headlights, no sign of vehicles. I rush back to the room. The door bangs against the wall as I burst inside, scanning every corner. No Lou, no signs of struggle, just emptiness and the lingering scent of her skin. Then I see it. A folded piece of paper on the bed. My hand isn't steady as I pick it up. The motel notepad paper feels flimsy between my fingers, like it might disintegrate before I can read it. Daniel, I'm sorry. I have to go back. Damiano promised he wouldn't hurt you if I returned willingly. I told him I manipulated you into helping me. He believes me. Please don't follow me. They'll kill you. And I couldn't bear that, not after everything. This was real. The most real thing I've ever felt. But I can't let you die for me. Lucrezia. The paper crumples in my fist. My vision blurs, rage and fear battling for control of my body. I slam my palm against the wall hard enough to crack the cheap drywall. Fuck. She sacrificed herself. I slam my fist against the wall again, pain shooting up my arm. Good. I need the clarity that comes with pain. I grab my shirt and yank it over my head, then shove my feet into my boots. The rational part of my brain tells me to run, get in the car and disappear. But the other part, the part that's been dead until Lou woke it up, screams that I can't leave her. If Lou told Damiano where we are, this place will be crawling with his men any minute. Walking out that door might be suicide, but staying here definitely is. I need information. I need to know exactly what happened. I grab my jacket and the keys. I step outside, scanning the parking lot again. The night is quiet, except for the distant hum of traffic from the highway. I move quickly to the motel office, keeping close to the shadows. Through the glass door, I can see the middle-aged woman with frizzy gray hair sitting behind the desk, scrolling on her phone. The bell above the door jingles as I push it open. The woman looks up, her eyes widening slightly at my appearance. "Can I help you?" she asks, setting her phone down. I force myself to breathe, to speak calmly. "The woman I checked in with, did you see her leave?" The woman's expression shifts from bored to interested. "The pretty one? Dark hair?" I nod, my jaw clenched so tight it hurts. "Yeah, she left maybe 20 minutes ago." She glances at the clock on the wall. "Black car picked her up. Nice car, too." My stomach drops. "How many people in the car?" She thinks for a moment. "2, I think." "Did she seem okay?" I ask, hating how desperate I sound. The woman shrugs. "Didn't look scared or anything, if that's what you're asking." Got in the car, real calm-like. She narrows her eyes at me. "You two having problems?" I ignore her question. "Which way did they go?" "Back toward the highway." She points east. "Look, mister, is everything—" I'm already out the door before she can finish.
Chapter 33. Lucrezia, the private jet touches down with a gentle bump. I haven't spoken a word since we left the motel. Damiano's men didn't push me to talk either. They know better. I stare out the window as the familiar Manhattan skyline comes into view. It's only been 2 days since I fled my own wedding, but it feels like a lifetime ago. A lifetime where I was someone else, someone who belonged to Daniel. My chest aches at the thought of him. By now, he's found my note. Is he angry, hurt? Has he already left, disappearing into the shadows? I hope so. I hope he's far away from here, from Damiano's reach. The car ride from the airport to the mansion passes in a blur. I don't even register which of our drivers is at the wheel. I just stare out the window, watching the city lights streak by, each one a memory I'm leaving behind. When we pull through the gates of the Feretti mansion, my stomach twists into knots. Home. The massive front door swings open before I reach it, Ginevra appears in the doorway. Her face crumples with relief when she sees me. "Miss Lucrezia!" she cries, almost running toward me. Her gray hair has escaped its usual tight bun, and her eyes are red-rimmed from crying. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Before I can answer, she pulls me into a fierce hug, her familiar scent of vanilla and fabric softener enveloping me. For a moment, I allow myself to sink into her embrace, to be the little girl she still sees me as. "I'm fine, Ginevra," I say. She pulls back, her hands gripping my shoulders as she studies my face. "You look tired, Bambina, and too thin. Have you eaten?" A small, sad smile tugs at my lips. Some things never change. In Ginevra's world, most problems can be solved with food. "I'm not hungry," I tell her. She clicks her tongue disapprovingly. "Nonsense. I'll bring something to your room. Something light." I don't have the energy to argue. "Where's Damiano?" Ginevra's expression darkens slightly. "In his office with Mr. Enzo. They've been waiting for you." "Of course they have." I nod, steeling myself for what's to come. "I should go see them," I say, but make no move toward the stairs. Ginevra squeezes my arm. "Perhaps you'd like to freshen up first? Change your clothes?" She's trying to give me time to delay the inevitable confrontation. I appreciate the gesture, but there's no point in postponing this. "No," I say, straightening my shoulders. "Better to get it over with." Ginevra nods, understanding in her eyes. I give her a small nod of thanks and move past her into the house. I'm walking back into my old life, leaving behind the brief freedom I tasted, leaving behind Daniel. But he'll be safe. That's what matters. That's what I keep telling myself as I reach Damiano's office. I push the door open. Damiano sits behind his massive desk, Enzo standing by the window. Both turn to look at me, their expressions a mix of relief and anger. Damiano rises immediately, moving around the desk with quick strides. "Lou dash dash!" He reaches for me, arms outstretched for an embrace, but I step back. I can't bear his touch right now. Hurt flashes across Damiano's face, but he drops his hands. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" A bitter laugh escapes my throat. "Hurt me? Daniel would never hurt me." "He kidnapped you from your own wedding," he says, his voice hard. "I left willingly," I snap. "Did you even consider that possibility before sending men to kill him?" Damiano's jaw tightens. "I thought he forced you." "You thought what was convenient." I cut him off. "You didn't even try to find out what happened. You just assumed I couldn't possibly make my own choice." "Lou, we were worried sick," Damiano says, his voice softening. "When you disappeared." "You were worried about your precious alliance with the Sartoris," I say, "about your casino deal." "That's not fair," Enzo interjects. "We've been searching nonstop. Damiano hasn't slept." I look at my oldest brother, really look at him. There are dark circles under his eyes, and his usually immaculate appearance is disheveled. He does look exhausted, but I can't let that sway me. Not now. "You sent men to kill him," I repeat, my voice breaking, without even knowing whether I left because I wanted to or not. "Lou," Damiano starts. "I came back," I say, cutting him off again. "I came back like the good pet you think I am. You can do whatever you want with me now. Marry me off to Bruno. Lock me in my room. Whatever punishment you think I deserve." I swallow hard. "Just keep your promise." Damiano's expression darkens. "What promise?" "That Daniel lives," I say, my voice steady despite the tears threatening to spill. "That's the only reason I came back. You promised he wouldn't be hurt if I returned willingly." Damiano and Enzo exchange a look I can't quite read. "Did you think I came back because I realized I was wrong?" I ask. "I came back to save his life. That's it." The words hang in the air between us, sharp and final. "Lou," Damiano says quietly, "what happened between you and Daniel?" I lift my chin. "That's none of your business." "It is my business when my head of security runs off with my sister," he counters, anger flaring in his eyes. "He didn't run off with me. I ran off with him," I correct. "And now I'm back. So you can do whatever you want with me. Just leave him alone. Damiano's expression hardens as he moves back behind his desk. The wedding will take place tomorrow. I knew this was coming, but hearing it spoken aloud makes it real in a way I wasn't prepared for. Tomorrow? My voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. Yes, the Sartoris have been accommodating, considering the circumstances. Damiano's tone is clipped, professional. This is business to him. Bruno has agreed to proceed with the ceremony. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the warmth of the room. How generous of him. Damiano sighs, running a hand through his hair. Lou, I was the first person who never wanted this marriage to take place. You know that. Do I? Yes, he insists, leaning forward. But now we can't do otherwise. After the wedding takes place, we can discuss what we can do to make this marriage just fake. A business arrangement in name only. A bitter laugh escapes me before I can stop it. Are you serious right now? Damiano blinks, clearly not expecting this reaction. Do you really think I'm so stupid? I ask, my voice rising. That I'd believe Bruno Sartori would marry me and then just... What? Let me live my own life? After I humiliated him by running away from our wedding? Lou dash dash. No. I cut him off. I'm not an idiot, Damiano. Bruno will want what he paid for. And he paid a lot, didn't he? Half the casino, my body, my future children. Enzo steps forward. You wouldn't let him what? I challenge. Force me? You think he needs to? The contract is signed. The deal is done. I'll be his wife, his property. My voice breaks on the last word, and I hate myself for showing weakness. We can protect you, Damiano says quietly, like you protected me from Byron's men. The words are cruel, and I see Damiano flinch as if I'd slapped him. But I can't stop now. You couldn't protect me then. You can't protect me now. Silence falls heavy between us. I've gone too far, hit too close to the wound we all still carry. I want to be left alone, I say finally, my voice flat. I'm back. I'll marry Bruno tomorrow. I'll do my duty to the family. But right now, I want to be left alone. Damiano looks like he wants to say more, but Enzo places a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head slightly. Of course, Damiano says after a moment. You should rest. I turn to leave, not bothering to respond. Lou, Damiano calls after me. I pause at the door but don't turn around. I'm sorry. I close my eyes briefly. So am I. Without another word, I walk out, closing the door behind me. I close my bedroom door behind me and lean against it, letting the tears finally fall. My legs give out and I slide to the floor, wrapping my arms around my knees as sobs rack my body. I've lost him. A soft knock on the door startles me. Lou? It's me. Zoe's voice is gentle on the other side. I wipe my tears hastily, though I know it's useless. My face is probably a mess. Come in. I scoot away from the door, and Zoe slips inside, closing it quietly behind her. Her eyes widen when she sees me on the floor, and she immediately kneels beside me. Oh, Lou. She wraps her arms around me and I collapse against her, fresh tears coming. I tried, Lou. I tried everything I could, she whispers, stroking my hair. I argued with Damiano for hours. I told him he was making a terrible mistake, that he was going to lose you forever. He saw you from the camera out of the mansion and knew you were wearing my coat. He was being paranoid because of the Russians thing, and he had put on my everyday clothes GPS tracker. I pull back, wiping my nose with the back of my hand. It doesn't matter. It does matter, Zoe insists. You matter. Your happiness matters. I shake my head. Not more than Daniel's life. Zoe's face softens with understanding. You really want him, don't you? Yes. The word comes out broken. And I broke his heart. He'll think I abandoned him. You saved him, Zoe corrects me firmly. You made an impossible choice to protect someone you care. That's not abandonment, Lou. That's sacrifice. I look down at my hands, remembering how they felt against Daniel's skin. I meet her eyes. I told Damiano I manipulated Daniel into helping me, that it was all my fault. My voice breaks. I had to make sure they wouldn't go after him. Zoe squeezes my hand. I understand. I need to know he's safe, I say. That's all that matters now. Zoe nods. Damiano gave his word. He won't hurt Daniel. I laugh bitterly, and we all know how much Damiano's words are worth these days. Zoe sighs. I'll keep an eye on things, make sure Damiano keeps his promise. Thank you, I whisper. We sit in silence for a moment, my head resting on her shoulder. What happens now? I finally ask. The wedding is tomorrow at noon, Zoe says softly. But Lou, I want you to know, I'll be right by your side, every step of the way. I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. And after, Zoe hesitates. After, we'll figure something out, I promise. You won't be alone in this. I know she means well, but there's nothing anyone can do. Once I'm Bruno's wife, that's it. Game over. I just keep thinking about Daniel, I admit. What he must be feeling right now. Thinking I just left him. You did what you had to do, Zoe says firmly. I know. I wipe away fresh tears, but that doesn't make it hurt any less. Zoe pulls me into another hug. I'm so sorry, Lou. I'm so sorry. I close my eyes, letting her hold me as I mourn everything I've lost. Everything I'll never have. Daniel is alive. That's what matters. That's what I have to keep telling myself, even if it means I'll never be truly alive again.
Chapter 34. Daniel. I stare at the empty motel room, the note crumpled in my fist. I slam my hand against the wall, leaving a dent in the cheap drywall. Pain radiates up my arm, but I barely feel it. She's gone. Back to them. Back to him. I grab my phone, dialing Enzo's number. My thumb hovers over it for a second before I press call. It rings 3 times before he picks up. Calling me will only make things worse, Hayes. His voice is cold, controlled. Is she safe? I demand, ignoring his warning. Did she make it back okay? Silence stretches between us. Enzo, I need to know she's all right. You've got some fucking nerve, he finally says. You betray us, steal our sister on her wedding day, and now you're calling me for information? When's the wedding? I ask, my voice dropping dangerously low. You think I'm going to tell you that? So you can what? Crash it again? Risk her life one more time? Enzo's voice rises. The Russians are still out there, Hayes. Or did you forget that, while you were busy fucking my sister? I gripped the phone tighter. I would die before I let anything happen to her. That can be arranged, Enzo says, but there's something off in his tone. The threat lacks conviction. You're not as angry as you should be, I observe. Why is that, Enzo? Another stretch of silence. Listen to me carefully, Enzo finally says, his voice quieter now. If you ever cared about Lou, you'll stay away. Far away, because if Damiano sees you again, he will kill you, and she'll have to watch. She doesn't want this wedding, I say. What Lou wants stopped mattering the moment the Volkovs targeted our family, Enzo replies. We all make sacrifices. Tell me when the wedding is. I try again. Go back to your life, Hayes. Find another job, another city. Forget about Lou. I can't do that. Then you're a dead man. There's resignation in his voice, not anger. And I won't be able to stop it. I take a deep breath. For some damn reason, you're not really angry with me, are you? The line goes quiet for so long, I think he's hung up. What happened to her? Enzo finally says, his voice barely audible. Should never have happened. And what's happening now? He stops himself. It doesn't matter. It's done. It's not done, I say firmly. Not while I'm still breathing. Then you won't be breathing much longer. He sighs. Don't call again, Hayes. The line goes dead. I toss the phone onto the bed, my mind racing. I pace the small motel room, trying to think. I need a plan. I need to get to her before... A faint scrape outside the door freezes me mid-step. My body reacts before my mind can process. I dive for my gun on the nightstand. The door crashes open as I roll behind the bed. 2 men burst in, weapons already firing. Bullets tear into the mattress, sending cotton and fabric flying. I pop up from behind the bed, firing twice. The first shot misses, but the second catches the man in the shoulder. He stumbles backward, his gun discharging into the ceiling. The second man swings his weapon toward me. I launch myself at him, knocking his arm up as he fires. The bullet shatters the mirror above the dresser. I slam my forehead into his nose, feeling cartilage crunch beneath the impact. Blood sprays between us as I wrench his gun away, tossing it across the room. He recovers quickly, driving his knee into my stomach. The air rushes from my lungs, but I manage to block his follow-up punch. The first man is struggling to his feet, his right arm hanging useless at his side. The other lands a solid punch to my jaw. Stars explode in my vision, but I counter with an uppercut that snaps his head back. He staggers, giving me the opening I need. I grab his shoulders and drive my knee into his groin. As he doubles over, I bring my elbow down hard on the back of his neck. He collapses to the floor, unconscious. The first man has managed to retrieve his weapon with his left hand. His aim is shaky, but at this range, he doesn't need to be accurate. "Don't move," he growls, blood soaking his jacket. I stare down the barrel of his gun, my mind racing through options. The man's accent hits me. Not Italian. "You're not Damiano's," I say, watching his eyes narrow. "Volkov sends his regards," he spits, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Russians. Not Damiano's men." My brain shifts into tactical mode. I need one alive for questioning. This one won't make it with that shoulder wound. Blood's pumping too fast, but I need him talking before he bleeds out. "How did you find me?" I demand, keeping my voice steady despite the gun aimed at my chest. He smirks, the weapon wavering slightly in his weakening grip. We have eyes everywhere. I need to keep this one talking. The unconscious man on the floor is my ticket to solid intel. "You're dying," I tell him matter-of-factly, "but your friend doesn't have to. Tell me what Volkov's planning." He laughs, a wet gurgling sound. "You think I care? We are soldiers. We die for the cause." His finger tightens on the trigger. I have seconds, not minutes. I feint left, then dive right as he fires. The bullet grazes my arm, burning like fire. I roll across the floor, coming up with my backup piece from my ankle holster. 2 shots, center mass. He crumples, dead before he hits the ground. "Fuck," I mutter, pressing my hand against my bleeding arm. I kick the unconscious Russian's gun further away, then check his pulse, strong and steady. Good. I grab a sheet from the bed, tearing it into strips. I bind my arm quickly, then use the rest to secure the unconscious man's hands and feet. I pat him down, finding a knife, a second gun, and a phone. The phone could be useful. I pocket it, then drag the man into the bathroom. I prop him against the tub and splash cold water on his face. He comes to slowly, blinking in confusion before his eyes focus on me. "Your friend is dead," I tell him, pressing my gun under his chin. "You've got one chance to live. Tell me everything about Volkov's plan." He spits at me, but there's fear in his eyes now. "I can make this quick or very, very slow," I say, my voice dropping to a whisper. "Your choice." I press the barrel harder against his throat, watching his Adam's apple bob as he swallows. "I'm not going to ask again." My voice is ice cold. "What's Volkov planning?" He glares at me, defiance flashing in his eyes despite the fear. "You think I fear death? We are trained for this. I pull the gun away and slam the butt of it across his face. Blood sprays from his split lip. Death would be merciful compared to what I'm capable of. I grab his hand, pressing my thumb into the nerve between his thumb and forefinger. He winces, but doesn't cry out. You Americans! He spits blood onto the tile floor. So soft with your questions. I drag him by his collar to the sink and force his head under the faucet. Turning on the cold water, I hold him there until his struggles weaken, then pull him back up, gasping. The Volkovs, I demand. What are they planning? He coughs, water dripping from his hair and face. Why should I tell you anything? I am a dead man either way. I reach into my pocket and pull out his phone. Let's see what we have here. I scroll through it, finding nothing useful until I open his photos. Who's this? I turn the screen toward him, showing a picture of a young woman with a small boy. His eyes widen slightly before he can control his reaction. Your wife? Son? I ask, watching his face carefully. In Moscow, I'm guessing. Leave them out of this, he growls. I nod slowly. I could. Or I could send this picture to some contacts I have in Russia, former Spetsnaz who owe me favors. They'd find your family easily. You wouldn't, he says, but uncertainty creeps into his voice. I grab a towel and wrap it around his hand, leaving just his pinky finger exposed. I take out my knife. Last chance before I start sending pieces of you and your families to Volkov. What is he planning? He stares at me, calculating his options. I press the knife against his finger. Tomorrow, he finally says, your little slut is going to get killed in her precious white wedding dress. My blood runs cold, but I keep my face expressionless. Where? What time? He laughs, a harsh sound that echoes off the bathroom tiles. You think I'll tell you that? I'm already dead. I put the knife away and reach for the electrical cord I'd ripped from the lamp earlier while dragging him in the toilet. I wrap it around his neck, pulling it just tight enough to restrict his breathing without cutting it off completely. You know what's worse than death? I whisper in his ear. Living with the knowledge that you could have saved your family but didn't. I take his phone again, making a show of typing a message. I'm sending your family's photo to my contact in Moscow. Right now. Panic flashes in his eyes. Stop! Tell me where and when, I demand, tightening the cord slightly. I don't know the exact time, he gasps, but noon. Wedding at noon. Where? He hesitates. I press my thumb on the send button.
Chapter 35. Lucrezia. I wake up with gritty eyes and a hollow chest. The morning light filters through my curtains, mocking me with its cheerfulness. I didn't sleep, just drifted in and out of consciousness, haunted by Daniel's face when he'd discover I'm gone. My wedding dress hangs on the closet door like a ghost. Again. In a few hours, I'll be Mrs. Sartori. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. The door opens and Sienna slips in. Her face is drawn with worry as she approaches my bed. Hey, she says softly, sitting beside me. I brought you some tea. I take the cup, but don't drink. Thanks. Sienna looks down at her hands. I feel completely useless, she whispers. After everything you've done for us, for me, and I can't do anything to help you now. I shake my head. You don't owe me anything, Sienna. But you stood up for every single woman in this circle, she insists, her blue eyes intense. Me, Zoe, Evelyn, Melania, Hazel. You've been our rock, our protector, and now, when you need us most, none of us can stand by your side. I think about what Sienna endured. Years of abuse from her father, being trafficked, surviving horrors I can barely imagine. Yet here she is, worried about me. That's not how love works, I tell her, finding her hand and squeezing it. Giving care and support isn't a counting thing. If I helped you expecting something back, then it wasn't real in the first place. Tears fill Sienna's eyes. but it's not fair. Life rarely is, I say, attempting a smile that feels more like a grimace. At least I got to experience something real with Daniel, even if it was just for a moment. Sienna holds both my hands now. Enzo really wanted to help you, you know. He's like a ghost walking around these past few days. She hesitates. He came home last night and told me what you said to them in the office. My throat tightens. What did he say? That you accused them of caring more about their business than about you. Sienna's voice drops. He was devastated, Lucrezia. He said it was like looking at you after what happened with Byron's men, like you'd given up again. Pain lances through me. What choice do I have? If I don't marry Bruno, Daniel dies. Damiano made that very clear. Enzo doesn't agree with Damiano, Sienna says carefully. He thinks there has to be another way. Hope flickers in my chest before I ruthlessly extinguish it. There isn't. Not in time. Sienna's eyes shine with unshed tears. You love him, don't you? Daniel, do I love him? I've never said the words, not even to myself. But the ache in my chest when I think of never seeing him again tells me everything I need to know. I don't know if it's called love, but I can't handle living knowing that something happened to him. If that's love, then yes. I whisper. I do. Sienna squeezes my hands. I'll be there with you today. We all will, and whatever happens after, we'll face it together. I nod, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Sienna tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression softening. Everyone's downstairs, actually. It's Saturday, so family breakfast, I finish for her. The tradition we've kept for years, pancakes and coffee, and everyone gathered around the massive dining table, laughing and talking over each other. My chest aches at the thought. This will be my last one as Lucrezia Feretti. By dinner, I'll be Lucrezia Sartori. You don't have to come, Sienna adds quickly. I told them you might want to be alone, but I thought, I don't know, maybe you'd want to see everyone together one more time before. Part of me wants to hide under the covers until they drag me to the altar. But another part wants to memorize every face, every laugh, every moment with my family before I'm handed over to Bruno. I'll come down, I say, pushing myself up. Give me 15 minutes to get ready. Sienna's face brightens. Really? You're sure? Yeah. I swing my legs over the side of the bed. I can't hide forever, right? I'll tell them you're coming. Sienna stands, hesitating at the door. Lou? You're the strongest person I know, whatever happens today. Just remember that. The door closes behind her, and I'm left alone with her words echoing in my head. Strong? I don't feel strong. I feel like I'm breaking into a million pieces. I drag myself to the bathroom. I splash cold water on my face and brush my teeth. I pull my hair into a messy bun and throw on leggings and an oversized sweater, as always. As I head for the door, my gaze catches on the painting hanging above my bed. A sunset over the Mediterranean that I painted after a trip to Italy with my brothers when I was 16. I touch the canvas gently, tracing the brush strokes with my fingertips. I make my way downstairs, each step heavier than the last. The usual Saturday morning sounds are missing. No laughter, no bickering, no Ettore complaining about too many cooks in his kitchen. Just silence. When I reach the dining room, they're all there, seated around our massive table. Damiano at the head, Zoe beside him, Enzo and Sienna on one side, Alessio and Melania across from them. Matteo and Hazel fill in the remaining spots. 8 people who make up my world. They look up when I enter, conversations dying instantly. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. Morning, I say, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. Damiano nods stiffly. Lucrezia. I slide into my usual chair, feeling their eyes on me. Ettore appears silently with a cup of coffee, placing it in front of me with a gentle squeeze to my shoulder before disappearing back to the kitchen. The table is laden with pancakes, fruit, and pastries, but no one's eating much. Plates sit half full, forks pushing food around aimlessly. I look at each of them in turn. Damiano's face is carved from stone, his jaw tight. Zoe keeps glancing between him and me, worry etched into her features. Enzo won't meet my eyes, his knuckles white around his coffee mug. Sienna watches me with sad understanding. Alessio and Melania exchange uncomfortable glances. Matteo stares at his plate like it personally offended him, while Hazel's eyes are red-rimmed. This isn't our normal Saturday breakfast. This is a wake. "How's Evelyn?" I ask suddenly, realizing I never checked on her after everything that happened. Matteo's head snaps up, surprise flickering across his face before it hardens again. "She's okay," he says, his voice clipped. "Still can't eat much. The doctors say the poison did a number on her stomach lining." He stabs a piece of pancake. "They're staying home this morning. They'll come later for the wedding." He spits out the last word like it tastes foul, and I feel a rush of gratitude for his honesty. "I'm glad she's recovering," I say softly. Silence falls again, heavy and uncomfortable. Forks scrape against plates. Someone clears their throat. I pick up my coffee cup, more for something to do with my hands than any desire to drink. The rich aroma that usually comforts me now turns my stomach. "The flowers arrived an hour ago," Zoe says, clearly trying to break the tension. "They're beautiful." "The florist did an amazing job with such short notice." I nod, not trusting myself to speak. "The cake too," Hazel adds, her voice small. It's lovely." "Great," I manage. "That's great." Enzo makes a sound that might be a scoff or a laugh, but when I look at him, his face is carefully blank. "Riccardo called," Damiano says, his voice all business. "They'll be here at 11 to help with final preparations." I feel my body go rigid at the mention of the Sartoris. In just a few hours, I'll be one of them. "Wonderful," I say, the word hollow. "This is torture. Sitting here with the people I love most in the world, knowing that after today, everything will be different." I set my coffee cup down with a decisive click. The sound makes everyone look up. "I need to ask you all a favor," I say, my voice steadier than I expected. Damiano's eyebrow rises slightly. "What is it?" "I want everyone to be themselves, just for the next hour." I look around the table, meeting each pair of eyes. I need to laugh. I need to hear Matteo's terrible jokes and Enzo's sarcastic comments. I need Alessio to roll his eyes at both of them while Melania hacks something on her phone under the table. I don't want this funeral atmosphere, I continue. Not yet. There'll be plenty of time for that later. No one speaks for a moment. Then Hazel reaches across the table and squeezes my hand. "We can do that," she says softly. I take a deep breath. And I need to apologize for something. Yesterday, I implied that Damiano and Enzo failed to protect me from Byron's men. I look directly at my brothers. That wasn't fair. What happened wasn't your fault. Enzo's jaw tightens, but he gives a small nod. "But," I add, my voice hardening, "I don't regret anything else I said. And Damiano, I won't forgive you for putting a hit on Daniel. That's a line you shouldn't have crossed." Damiano's face remains impassive. He won't show any crack on his posture. "Just give me this morning," I plead. "A few hours of peace before the storm. I want to see the babies, hear about Evelyn's recovery, listen to Matteo tell that ridiculous story about the time he had to pretend to be a chef in Milan." Matteo's lips quirk up. "It was Rome, actually." "See?" I say, a genuine smile breaking through. "That's what I need." The tension in the room shifts, not disappearing but transforming into something more bearable. "The babies are napping," Zoe says, "but they should be up soon." "I'll go get them when they wake," Damiano offers, his voice softer than before. Suddenly, I look around the table and something hits me. Each person sitting here has found their other half. Damiano has Zoe, Enzo has Sienna, Alessio has Melania, Matteo has Hazel, even Noah has Evelyn. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, surprising even me. It quickly transforms into a sob. "What is it?" Sienna asks gently. I just realized, I say, wiping at my eyes, how truly happy I am seeing all of you with the people you love most in the world. Hazel's eyes fill with tears. Each of you found someone who sees you, I continue, my voice breaking. Really sees you, and loves you anyway, even with all the darkness and complications of this life. Lucrezia, Damiano starts, but I shake my head. No, it's okay. I'm not saying this to make anyone feel guilty. I'm saying it because it's beautiful. What you all have is beautiful. I take a shaky breath and manage a wobbly smile. Now, who's going to pass me those pancakes? And Matteo, I want to hear that Rome story, the full version this time. Chapter 36. Lucrezia. After breakfast, I'm whisked back upstairs to begin the wedding preparations. Again. My bedroom has been transformed into a bridal suite. Makeup cases sprawl across my vanity, hair tools scattered on every surface. The Marchesa gown hangs from my closet door, pristine white and mocking. The hairdresser, a petite woman with pink-tipped hair, approaches me cautiously. Ms. Feretti, how would you like your hair styled today? I meet her eyes in the mirror. Do whatever you want. Don't ask me anything. She blinks, startled. But, please, I say, my voice hollow. Just make decisions. I don't care. The makeup artist exchanges a worried glance with her. And for makeup? Any preferences? None. I close my eyes. Make me look like a bride. That's all that matters. They hesitate, then begin their work in uncomfortable silence. I feel their hands in my hair, brushes against my skin, but I remain perfectly still, eyes closed. If I look, if I participate, I might shatter. The door opens, and I hear Bella's familiar voice. Hey, she says softly, sitting on the edge of my bed. How are you holding up? I don't answer. Can't answer. Lucrezia. Her voice wavers. I open my eyes, meeting her gaze in the mirror. I'm fine. You don't have to pretend with me. I'm not pretending. I keep my voice flat, emotionless. I'm doing what needs to be done. The hairdresser weaves flowers into my hair, her fingers trembling slightly. The makeup artist dabs concealer under my eyes, covering the evidence of my sleepless night. These women are just doing their jobs, Bella whispers, leaning closer. You don't have to be so cold. I know she's right. They're innocent bystanders in this mess. They don't deserve my ice. But if I thaw even slightly, if I let one crack form in this carefully constructed wall, everything will come pouring out, and I can't afford that. Not today. I know, I whisper back. But if I start feeling anything right now, I'll burn this whole place down. Bella's eyes widen. Not literally, I clarify, though I'm not entirely sure that's true. But I can't be kind right now. I can't be anything. Do you understand? She nods slowly. I do. After at least half an hour, the makeup artist applies a nude lipstick, her hand steady despite my intensity. The hairdresser steps back to examine her work, a crown of delicate braids with baby's breath woven throughout. Is this acceptable? She asks tentatively. I nod once, sharp and final. You look beautiful, Bella says, her voice thick. Thank you, I force myself to say to both women. You've done excellent work. They pack up their supplies quickly, eager to escape the tension in the room. I don't blame them. The door opens again as Zoe and Sienna slip into the room. Sienna holds a small velvet box. It's time, Zoe says softly, her eyes meeting mine in the mirror. I stand mechanically, letting them approach. The Marchesa gown rustles as Zoe unfolds it, the sound like whispers of condemnation. I raise my arms obediently as they slide the dress over my head, the cool silk slipping against my skin. I say nothing as Zoe works the tiny pearl buttons up my spine. Each one feels like another lock clicking into place, sealing my fate. Damiano is waiting downstairs, Zoe says. When you're ready, we'll leave for the church. My stomach twists. The church? St. Patrick's Cathedral, she confirms, smoothing the fabric over my hips. The Sartoris are already there. All of them. Of course. The Grand Cathedral for the Grand Alliance. Nothing but the best for the Feretti-Sartori merger. Bruno's waiting at the altar, Sienna adds, opening the velvet box to reveal a pair of diamond earrings. These are from Enzo. He wanted you to have something new. I accept the earrings, sliding them into my ears with numb fingers. They catch the light, throwing prisms across the wall. Is everyone there? I ask, my voice sounding distant even to my own ears. Zoe nods. Sienna adjusts my veil, pinning it carefully into my braided crown. You look beautiful, she says, but her eyes are sad. I step into the heels they've placed before me, gaining 3 inches of height but feeling smaller than ever. The car is waiting, Zoe says, checking her watch. We should go. I'm ready, I lie, turning toward the door. Bella picks up my bouquet and hands it to me. Our fingers brush and I see tears gathering in her eyes. Don't, I whisper. Please don't cry. If you start, I might not stop. She blinks rapidly, nodding. Sorry. We move toward the door in a somber procession. Zoe leads, then me, with Sienna and Bella following. The hallway stretches before us like the long walk to an execution. Damiano will meet us at the bottom of the stairs, Zoe explains over her shoulder. He'll ride with you to the church. My brother, who once promised to protect me from everything, now escorting me to my cage. The irony isn't lost on me. As we reach the top of the grand staircase, I pause, gripping the banister. Below, I can see Damiano in his tuxedo checking his watch. Enzo stands beside him, his face a mask of barely contained fury. The cathedral doors loom before us, massive and imposing. Damiano offers his arm and I take it, my fingers barely gripping his sleeve. Are you ready? Damiano asks, his voice low. I don't answer. What could I possibly say? The organ music swells as the doors swing open. Rows of faces turn toward us. Crime families pretending to be legitimate. Not friends, not people who care about me. Just witnesses to a transaction dressed up as a celebration. The aisle stretches before me like a prison corridor. Each step feels heavier than the last as Damiano guides me forward. My veil obscures my peripheral vision, creating a tunnel that leads only to Bruno, standing at the altar. My bridesmaids walk ahead of me, Zoe, Sienna, Hazel, and Bella, each in midnight blue gowns that match the Feretti colors. Their faces are solemn despite their practiced smiles. Riccardo and Ava Sartori sit in the front row, satisfaction radiating from them. Next to them are sitting the other Sartori brothers, 3 of them and Vittoria, the only sister. I feel Damiano's arm tense beneath my fingers as we approach the altar. Bruno steps forward, extending his hand to receive me from my brother. Who gives this woman? The priest asks, his voice echoing through the cathedral. I do, Damiano answers, his voice firm despite the slight tremor I feel in his arm. He places my hand in Bruno's, and I suppress a shudder at the contact. Bruno's fingers close around mine, warm but unwelcome. Damiano steps back, taking his place beside Enzo in the front row. The priest begins the ceremony, his words washing over me without meaning. I stand perfectly still, my face a mask of serene acceptance. Inside, I'm screaming. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today. I look at Bruno's face, trying to see him as something other than my jailer. He's objectively handsome, strong jaw, dark eyes, tall frame. But all I can think about is Daniel. Daniel's hands, Daniel's voice, Daniel's heart. To join this man and this woman in holy matrimony. The cathedral feels airless suddenly. My bouquet trembles slightly in my grip. I force myself to breathe evenly, to maintain the facade. The priest continues, speaking of love and commitment, of honor and cherishing, words that have no place in this arrangement. Bruno smiles at me, a practiced expression. The bride and groom have prepared their own vows, the priest announces. Bruno clears his throat, producing a folded paper from his pocket. His voice carries clearly through the cathedral as he recites flowery promises of devotion and partnership. Empty words for the audience, not for me. When he finishes, all eyes turn to me. I'm supposed to speak now, to lie before God and these witnesses about love and commitment to a man I barely know. The bouquet shakes more visibly in my hands. Bruno's eyes narrow slightly, a warning. Speak the words, play your part. I open my mouth, but no sound comes out.
Daniel. I slip through the hidden service entrance at the back of St. Patrick's Cathedral, my Glock secure against my hip. The weight of the Kevlar vest beneath my shirt reminds me of the stakes. Intel from the Russian I interrogated confirmed Volkov's plan to attack during the ceremony. The narrow corridor leads me past the sacristy. Voices echo from the main sanctuary. The priest's solemn tone, then Bruno's practiced speech. My jaw clenches at the sound. I reach a small alcove with a view of the altar. Lou stands there in white, a vision that punches the air from my lungs. Her face is a perfect mask, but I know her well enough to see the emptiness behind her eyes. For a moment, raw instinct takes over. I could storm down that aisle, grab her hand, and run. But reality crashes back. We wouldn't make it 10 feet before Damiano's men cut us down, or worse, they'd kill me and force her to continue this farce. Focus, find the shooter. The Russian mentioned a sniper position in the upper level. I locate the narrow spiral staircase leading to the choir loft and balconies. My boots make no sound as I ascend, scanning each shadow. The main floor spreads out below me. The wedding party at the altar. Guests filling the pews. Damiano and Enzo sit rigid in the front row. I spot Matteo and Noah positioned at strategic points around the perimeter, alert but unaware of the real threat. Movement catches my eye near the organ pipes. A figure in maintenance coveralls adjusting something that isn't a musical instrument. The barrel of a rifle glints in the stained glass light. I draw my weapon and move silently across the balcony. The shooter has positioned himself perfectly, partially concealed behind the massive pipes with a clear line to the altar. Below, the priest asks Lou for her vows. She stands frozen, silent. The Russian raises his rifle, settling into position. I'm still 15 feet away, too far for a guaranteed clean shot. I close the distance as he lines up his sight. His finger moves to the trigger. I raise my Glock, moving faster. The Russian fires. The shot cracks through the cathedral. I squeeze my trigger twice. The Russian's head snaps back, his body slumping against the organ pipes, rifle clattering to the floor. Screams erupt as Bruno jerks backward, blood blooming across his chest. He crumples to the ground as chaos erupts below. I rush to secure his weapon, confirming he's dead with a quick check. Below, the cathedral has erupted into pandemonium. Guests scramble for exits while Feretti and Sartori security draw weapons.
Chapter 37. Lucrezia. Bruno drops to the ground, his face contorting into a terrified mask. Blood blooms across his pristine white shirt like spilled wine. The cathedral erupts into chaos around me, but I remain frozen at the altar, my bouquet hanging limply from my fingers. Screams bounce off the vaulted ceiling. The elegant wedding guests transform into a panicked mob, scrambling toward the exits, trampling flower arrangements and shoving each other aside. Women in designer heels stumble down the aisle. Men vault over pews. I can't move, can't breathe, can't process what's happening. Bruno writhes on the floor, clutching his chest. Ricardo rushes forward, shouting. Security guards materialize from every corner, weapons drawn, scanning for threats. The priest cowers behind the altar. A movement catches my eye. Someone's pushing through the panicked crowd, moving against the tide of fleeing guests. Daniel. His face is set in grim determination, gun drawn at his side. Our eyes lock across the chaos, and for a moment, everything else fades away. He's here. There he is. Ricardo's voice cuts through the pandemonium. That's the shooter. Ricardo stands over Bruno's body, his face twisted with rage. He raises his gun, aiming directly at Daniel. No! I try to scream, but it comes out as a whisper. It wasn't him. Daniel keeps moving forward, his eyes never leaving mine. Russians, he shouts over the chaos. There are Russians in the building. I took one out in the choir loft. There could be more. Ricardo's finger tightens on the trigger. Everything slows down. My body moves before my mind can catch up. I lunge forward, throwing myself between Daniel and Ricardo's gun. The sound is deafening, a crack that echoes through the cathedral. I'm floating, or falling. I can't tell which. L.U.! Zoe's scream pierces through everything else, raw and desperate. Strong arms catch me before I hit the ground. Daniel. His face hovers above mine, his blue eyes wide with horror. His mouth is moving, forming words I can't hear. The world has gone strangely quiet, like I'm underwater. I smile up at him. He came back for me. That's all that matters. Daniel's holding me against his chest. He looks so worried. I want to tell him it's okay, but my lips won't cooperate. His hand presses against me somewhere, his face growing more panicked by the second. Where am I hurt? I should be in pain, shouldn't I? But I feel nothing. Just a strange weightlessness, like I'm drifting away on a gentle current. Daniel's face is the only clear thing in my vision now. Everything else blurs around the edges. He's shouting something. Crying, maybe? I've never seen him cry before. I want to reach up and touch his face. Tell him not to worry, but my arms feel so heavy. His tears fall on my face, warm against my cooling skin. People are rushing around us, but they seem so far away now. Just shadows moving in the periphery. Only Daniel is real. Only Daniel matters. I smile again, trying to tell him with my eyes what my voice can't say. I'm not afraid, not with him holding me.
Daniel. I catch Lou as she falls, her body weightless in my arms. The white silk of her wedding dress blooms with crimson as I lower her to the floor. Lou, stay with me. My voice sounds strange, distant, like it belongs to someone else. I scan her body for the entry wound, but there's so much blood spreading across the white fabric. Where are you hit? Lou, talk to me. Something wet runs down my cheeks. I blink, confused. Tears? What the fuck? I haven't cried since I was a little boy watching my mother's casket being lowered into the ground. Not in Afghanistan when I lost half my unit. Not during any mission or firefight. Hayes! Enzo is suddenly beside me, his voice cutting through my panic. She's hit in the arm. The arm. I blink, trying to focus on what he's telling me. My hands move frantically over her body until I find it. A through-and-through wound on her upper left arm. The bullet missed anything vital. Relief crashes through me. She'll live, I whisper, more to myself than anyone else. She'll live. Lou's eyes flutter open, finding mine. Daniel, she whispers, her voice weak but present. I'm here. You're going to be okay. I press my hand against the wound, stemming the blood flow. It's just your arm. You're going to be fine. A shadow falls over us. Riccardo Sartori stands there, his gun still drawn, his face contorted with rage. In one fluid motion, I ease Lou into Enzo's arms and rise to my feet, drawing my weapon and aiming it at Riccardo's chest. But I'm too slow. Another shot cracks through the cathedral. Riccardo's expression freezes, his eyes widening in surprise. A small, perfect hole appears in the center of his forehead. For a suspended moment, he remains standing and then collapses backward onto the altar steps. Ava's scream pierces the air, high and agonized. She rushes to her husband's body. Riccardo! No, no, no. Her hands hover over him, afraid to touch, to confirm what her eyes are telling her. I lower my weapon, scanning the cathedral for the shooter who took out Riccardo. Damiano! I shout. We've got more Russians! Damiano's head snaps up from where he's kneeling beside Lou. His eyes lock with mine, understanding instantly. He signals to Noah, who materializes from the chaos like a shadow. Secure Lou, I tell Enzo, already moving. Keep pressure on that wound. The three of us fan out, weapons drawn. Noah takes the left side of the cathedral, Damiano the right. I head straight for the choir loft, taking the stairs two at a time. The first Russian is still there, sprawled where I left him, but my instincts tell me he wasn't working alone. A flash of movement catches my eye, someone ducking behind a pillar near the pipe organ. I pivot, raising my weapon in one fluid motion. Hayes, on your six! Noah's voice crackles through my earpiece. I drop to one knee as a bullet whizzes past where my head had been. The Russian emerges from behind the pillar, already adjusting his aim for a second shot. I don't give him the chance. 2 shots, center mass. He crumples to the ground, his rifle clattering against the wooden floor. I take the stairs back down. The cathedral has mostly emptied, save for the wedding party and security teams. Blue and red lights flash through the stained glass windows as police and ambulances arrive outside. The Sartori family has gathered around Bruno and Riccardo. Ava kneels beside her husband's body. Her sobs echo through the vaulted ceiling. Bruno is probably still alive, paramedics working on him. I push past them to where Lou lies on the floor, Enzo still applying pressure to her wound. Her face is pale, but her eyes are open, tracking my movement. "Daniel," she whispers as I kneel beside her. Damiano appears on my shoulder. "We need to get her to our clinic. Now." "The police," I begin. "I'll handle them," he cuts me off. "Take her." Our doctors are already waiting. I nod, sliding my arms under Lou's body. "I've got her." Damiano grabs my arm before I can lift her. His fingers dig into my bicep as he pulls me close, his forehead nearly touching mine. His eyes burn with barely contained fury. "You better not disappoint me again, Hayes." "Not until she's well." His voice is low, meant only for me. "After that, we'll discuss your betrayal." I meet his gaze without flinching. "I'll keep her safe." He releases me with a slight shove. I gather Lou into my arms, cradling her against my chest. She feels impossibly light, her wedding dress trailing behind us like a blood-stained flag of surrender. "Daniel," she murmurs against my neck as I carry her down the aisle. "You came back." "Always," I tell her, pushing through the cathedral doors into the chaos outside. "I'll always come back for you." Police cars and ambulances crowd the street. I bypass them all, heading straight for the armored Feretti SUV waiting at the curb. Noah has already opened the back door. "Clinic," I tell the driver as I slide into the back seat with Lou still in my arms. "And step on it."
Lucrezia. Pain explodes through my arm like wildfire, consuming everything in its path. A sob tears from my throat, raw and primal. "It hurts," I gasp, clutching at Daniel's shirt with my good hand. God, it hurts so much. The SUV lurches forward, sending a fresh wave of agony through my arm. I cry out, tears streaming down my face. "Lou, look at me," Daniel commands, his voice cutting through the haze of pain. His hands cradle my face, forcing my eyes to meet his. "Keep your eyes on me." I try to focus on his face, but the pain keeps pulling me under. Another moan escapes me as the vehicle takes a sharp turn. "Remember that time at the beach house?" Daniel says suddenly, his thumb stroking my cheek. "When you decided you wanted to learn how to surf?" I blink in confusion, not understanding why he's bringing this up now. "What?" I whimper. "The beach house 3 years ago. You were wearing that ridiculous sun hat that kept blowing off in the wind." His eyes never leave mine, intense and focused. "You insisted on trying to surf even though the waves were too rough that day. Despite the searing pain." I find myself latching onto his words, the random memory providing an unexpected anchor. I fell," I manage between shallow breaths. "You didn't just fall. You wiped out spectacularly." A ghost of a smile touches his lips. "Matteo and I were supposed to be watching you, but we couldn't stop laughing. You came up from the water so angry with seaweed in your hair." Another sob escapes me, but it's mingled with the faintest hint of a laugh. "He called me a spoiled princess," I gasp, the memory becoming clearer. "And you threw a handful of wet sand at his face," Daniel continues, his thumb still gently stroking my cheek. "Then you grabbed the board and marched right back into the water." The pain is still there, but Daniel's voice gives me something else to focus on. His eyes hold mine, refusing to let me drift away. "You fell 7 more times," he says, his voice low and steady. "But you wouldn't quit. By the end of the day, you managed to stand up on that board for all of 5 seconds. 10, I correct him weakly. It was 10 seconds. Maybe in your memory, he says, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. In mine, it was 5, tops. I moan as the SUV hits a pothole, fresh pain shooting through my arm. Daniel's hand tightens on mine. Stay with me, Lou. Keep looking at me. His voice is commanding but gentle. I try to smile, but it turns into a grimace as another wave of pain washes over me. Tears leak from the corners of my eyes. I never knew you remembered that day, I managed to say. Daniel's eyes soften, his thumb catching a tear on my cheek. I remember everything about you, Lou. Every single day. I squeeze Daniel's hand, the pain momentarily receding as guilt floods through me. I'm sorry, I whisper, my voice breaking. I'm so sorry for leaving you. Daniel's jaw tightens, but he doesn't look away from my face. His fingers continue their gentle path along my cheek, wiping away tears I didn't realize were falling. I couldn't risk you being killed, I continue, each word an effort through the throbbing pain. Damiano promised he wouldn't hurt you if I came back willingly. Lou dash. I told him I manipulated you into helping me, I confess, needing him to understand. I said it was all my fault so he wouldn't blame you. The SUV takes another turn, and I bite back a scream as my arm shifts. Daniel's hand steadies me, his touch impossibly gentle compared to the storm in his eyes. When the wave of agony subsides enough for me to speak again, I look up at him. How did you know? About the wedding? The exact hour? Daniel shakes his head, his thumb brushing across my lower lip. Those are things we can discuss later. Right now you need to focus on staying awake. But, no, his voice is firm, brooking no argument. Later. I want to press him, but the pain is making it hard to think clearly. Instead, I focus on his face, on the lines of worry etched between his brows, on the stubble darkening his jaw. I thought I'd never see you again, I whisper. Something shifts in Daniel's expression, his carefully controlled mask cracking. He leans closer, his forehead touching mine. Listen to me, he says, his voice rough. I would have found you. No matter what, no matter how long it took. His hand slides to the back of my neck, his touch firm but careful. I've spent my whole life following orders, doing my duty, he continues, each word deliberate and weighted. But you made me choose something else. Someone else. I stare up at him, transfixed despite the pain radiating through my arm. I'm not good with words, Lou. I'm not the kind of man who knows how to say pretty things. His eyes bore into mine, intense and unwavering. But I need you to understand this. I love you. I fucking love you more than anything in this world. His declaration is blunt, almost angry in its intensity. There's nothing flowery or romantic about it, just raw, unfiltered truth. And somehow, it's perfect. A small, pained laugh escapes me. That's the sweetest thing anyone's ever said to me. Daniel's brow furrows. You're delirious from the pain. No. I shake my head, wincing as the movement jostles my injured arm. It's sweet because it's real. Because it's you. His expression softens, and for a moment, I forget about the bullet wound, the wedding, the chaos we've left behind. There's just Daniel, his eyes locked on mine, his hand warm against my skin. I love you too, I whisper. That's why I left. I couldn't let them hurt you. Daniel opens his mouth to respond, but another jolt of the SUV sends fresh agony through my arm. I cry out, the world momentarily going white with pain. Almost there, Daniel says, his voice tight with concern. Just hold on, Lou. Stay with me.
Chapter 38. Daniel. I stand by the window of the private clinic room, watching Lou sleep. The steady rise and fall of her chest is the only thing keeping me sane right now. The doctor said she'll be fine. The bullet went clean through her upper arm, missing bone and major arteries. She lost some tissue, but that's something they can fix later with reconstructive surgery. Right now, all that matters is that she's alive. My hands still feel sticky with her blood, though I've washed them 3 times. The memory of her pale face in the SUV keeps flashing through my mind. How close I came to losing her. I move closer to the bed, careful not to make noise. They gave her something for the pain after stitching her up, and she fell asleep almost immediately. Her face is peaceful now, the lines of pain smoothed away. Her wedding dress is gone, replaced by a hospital gown. I reach out, hesitating before gently taking her hand. Her skin is warm against mine, her pulse steady under my fingers. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I ignore it. The world outside this room can wait. Lou stirs slightly, her brow furrowing before smoothing out again. I wonder what she's dreaming about. I hope it's something peaceful. She deserves some peace after everything. The bandage on her arm is stark white against her skin. 27 stitches to close the wound. I counted each one as the doctor worked, each stitch a reminder of how I failed to protect her, and how she put herself in front of me to take a bullet that was supposed to kill me. I think about what she told me in the SUV, how she left to protect me, how she lied to Damiano to keep me safe. No one's ever put me first like that. No one's ever thought I was worth saving. "You're wrong about that, Lou," I whisper, careful not to wake her. "I'm not worth it." But even as I say the words, I know I'd do the same for her. I'd walk through fire, take a bullet, face down her entire family if it meant keeping her safe. And that terrifies me more than anything I've faced in combat. Because love like this makes you vulnerable. It gives the world a target, a way to hurt you that no body armor can protect against. I've spent my life avoiding that kind of vulnerability, building walls, keeping people at a distance. Then Lou happened. I brush a strand of hair from her face, my touch feather light. Her skin is warm, slightly flushed from the medication. "I'm not leaving you again," I promise her, sleeping form. "Not ever. I don't know what happens next. Damiano will be coming for me. The Sartoris too, after what happened to Bruno and Riccardo. We're caught in the middle of a war that's just beginning. But right now, in this quiet room with Lou's hand in mine, none of that seems to matter. We'll figure it out. Together." I settle deeper into the chair, keeping her hand in mine. I'll be here when she wakes up. I'll be here as long as she needs me. The door opens behind me. Pure instinct takes over. My gun is in my hand and aimed before I even register who's entering. Enzo stands in the doorway with Sienna slightly behind him. He raises an eyebrow at my weapon, then laughs softly. "Easy, soldier. We're on the same side." His voice is low, mindful of Lou sleeping. I lower my gun but don't holster it. Not yet. "Are we?" Enzo steps into the room, Sienna following close behind. Her eyes immediately go to Lou, concern etched across her face. "How is she?" Enzo asks, moving closer to the bed. 27 stitches. Through and through wound, missed the bone and major arteries. I recite the facts like a mission report. Doctor says she'll recover fully with time and physical therapy. Sienna reaches out, gently touching Lou's uninjured arm. "Thank God." Enzo nods, relief visible in the slight drop of his shoulders. "She's strong. Always has been." "What's happening out there?" I ask, finally holstering my weapon. "It's been hours and no one's told me anything." Enzo's face darkens. "Riccardo Sartori is dead, as you saw. And Bruno, in a coma, bullet lodged near his spine. Doctors aren't sure if he'll wake up." Enzo runs a hand through his hair. "Ava's a widow now, and Pietro Sartori has stepped up as acting Don until Bruno recovers. Or if Bruno dies, Pietro remains Don," Sienna adds quietly. "The good news is that the Sartoris can't claim we orchestrated this," Enzo continues. "The bad news is that Pietro is unpredictable. Always has been. He's nothing like Bruno or Ricardo. I would prefer Lorenzo take the title, even though he is the youngest one. What does that mean for us? I ask, my eyes drifting back to Lou. It means he'll ask for a lot to not start a vendetta against both the Ferettis and the Volkovs. Enzo's voice is grim. He's opportunistic. Always has been, and now he has leverage. What kind of leverage? The kind that comes with 2 dead or dying family members and a wedding that turned into a bloodbath. Enzo's eyes narrow. He'll want compensation. Territory, maybe. Business concessions for sure. Sienna speaks up, her voice soft but firm. Damiano's already arranging a meeting with him for tomorrow. I'm still processing Enzo's words when the door opens once again. Zoe and Damiano enter, their faces grim. Damiano's eyes lock on me, standing next to Lou's bed, my hand still holding hers. Before I can react, he crosses the room. "This is for touching my little sister," he growls. His fist connects with my jaw, the impact snapping my head to the side. I taste blood but don't move to defend myself. Part of me knows I deserve this. I straighten, meeting his eyes. Feel better. Damiano's hands clench at his sides, knuckles white. Not even close. Zoe steps between us, placing a gentle hand on Damiano's chest. That's enough. This isn't helping Lou. He took advantage of her, Damiano says, his voice deadly quiet. After everything she's been through. I wipe blood from my lip. That's not what happened. No. Damiano takes another step toward me, and I can see he's barely containing his rage. You were her security, Hayes. She trusted you to protect her, not seduce her. I love her, I say simply. The room goes silent. Enzo shifts uncomfortably while Sienna watches with wide eyes. Zoe's expression softens slightly.
Lucrezia. I drift through layers of consciousness. Voices penetrate the fog. Angry, tense voices that pull me reluctantly toward wakefulness. My eyelids feel impossibly heavy as I force them open. The harsh hospital lights make me wince as the room slowly comes into focus. The first thing I see is Daniel's face, blood trickling from his split lip. Damiano stands before him, fist clenched, breathing hard with barely contained rage. Daniel. My voice comes out as a raspy whisper, but it's enough to freeze everyone in the room. 5 pairs of eyes turn to me. Daniel's filled with relief, Damiano's with fury, and Enzo, Sienna, and Zoe watching with varying degrees of concern. What happened? I try to sit up, but pain shoots through my arm, making me gasp. Don't move, Daniel says, immediately stepping toward me. Damiano blocks his path. Stop it, I manage, stronger this time. Both of you. The medication makes everything slightly hazy, but I remember enough. The cathedral, Bruno falling. The gun aimed at Daniel, throwing myself between them, the explosion of pain in my arm. Did you hit him? I ask Damiano, though the answer is obvious from Daniel's bloodied lip. Damiano doesn't deny it. He deserved worse. No, I shake my head, wincing at the movement. No, he didn't. Damiano's jaw tightens. Lou, you don't understand. I understand perfectly. I cut him off, summoning what little strength I have. I'm the one who asked him to help me. I'm the one who made the choice. Daniel's eyes meet mine, and I see the protest forming on his lips. He's going to contradict me, take the blame himself. Everyone out, I say, before he can speak, except Damiano. No one moves at first. Please, I add, softer now. I need to talk to my brother alone. Zoe touches Damiano's arm gently. We'll be right outside. Enzo hesitates, looking between Damiano and Daniel with concern. Are you sure? I nod, my eyes finding Daniel's. It's okay. Daniel holds my gaze for a long moment before giving a slight nod. He follows Enzo and Sienna toward the door, but pauses at the threshold, looking back at me. After they leave, the room falls silent, except for the steady beep of monitors. Damiano stands at the foot of my bed, his expression unreadable. "Come here," I say, patting the edge of the bed with my good hand. Damiano approaches cautiously, as if afraid he might hurt me. He sits gingerly on the edge of the mattress, his eyes scanning my face, my bandaged arm. "How bad is it?" he asks, his voice rough with emotion. 27 stitches, apparently. I attempt a smile, but I'll live. Damiano runs a hand over his face. "You could have died, Lou, if that bullet had been a few inches to the left." But it wasn't. I reach for his hand, squeezing it weakly. I'm still here, because of him. It's not a question, and I can hear the conflict in Damiano's voice. "Yes," I admit. Damiano's eyes darken. "Taking you away crosses lines." "I love him," I interrupt, the words falling between us like stones in still water. Damiano goes silent, his expression shifting from anger to something more complicated. Hurt, confusion, and beneath it all, fear. "I know you're angry," I continue. "I know you feel betrayed, but Daniel isn't the enemy here. He was your security, Lou. He was supposed to protect you, not... He did protect me. He is protecting me." I tighten my grip on his hand. "And I need you to listen to me now. Really listen." Damiano's face hardens as he looks away from me. "I never wanted this for you," he says finally, his voice low. "I never wanted you to choose someone as damaged as Daniel, or me, or anyone else like in this family." I can't help the bitter laugh that escapes my lips. "And what exactly was your alternative? Marrying me off to Bruno Sartori? Another criminal? How is that any different?" "It's different because..." Damiano starts, then stops himself, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "Because what?" I press. "Because I trusted him." Damiano's voice rises, his eyes flashing with anger. "I trusted him with your protection, and the whole time, you two were laughing behind my back." This time my laugh is genuine despite the pain it causes in my arm. "What's so funny?" he demands. "You," I say, shaking my head. "You're such a grumpy baby sometimes. We weren't laughing behind your back, Damiano. Nothing happened between us until after the casino attack." Damiano's eyebrows shoot up in disbelief. "It's true," I insist. "Daniel was nothing but professional until then. It wasn't until we were locked in that panic room together that something changed." I pause, remembering. He helped me through a panic attack. That's when I realized that he was by my side since what happened. He was standing there supporting me without shouting it out loud. Damiano's expression softens slightly, but doubt still lingers in his eyes. "I'm not making excuses," I continue. "But I need you to understand that this isn't some reckless decision or rebellion. What I feel for Daniel is real." Damiano sighs heavily, the anger seeming to drain from him. He takes my hand, his touch gentler than I expected. "I want you to be happy, Lou. That's all I've ever wanted." His voice breaks slightly. "After what happened to you, I just need to know you're sure about this. About him." I meet my brother's gaze steadily, feeling a certainty I haven't experienced in years. "I've never been more sure of anything in my life," I tell him. "Daniel makes me feel safe, not because he can protect me physically, but because with him I don't have to pretend. I don't have to be strong all the time. I can just be me." Damiano studies my face for a long moment, searching for any sign of doubt. "I love him," I say simply, "and he loves me."
Daniel. I stand in the corner of the dining room, watching Lucrezia laugh at something Matteo says. Her arm is still bandaged from the bullet wound, but her smile lights up her entire face. 2 weeks since the wedding turned bloodbath, and I still can't believe she's mine. This family is either talking or killing bastards. There's no in-between. Tonight, it's talking. Everyone's gathered around the massive table that's seen more negotiations and threats than most boardrooms. Evelyn sits beside Noah, her color finally back after the poisoning. She struggled for days after that. Sienna leans into Enzo's side while he keeps one protective arm around her shoulders. Melania and Alessio are deep in conversation about something on her phone. Hazel and Matteo complete the circle, with Matteo currently holding court. So there I am, standing in this fancy restaurant in Rome. Matteo continues, gesturing with his wine glass, wearing nothing but a towel because this asshole stole my clothes while I was in the sauna. Ettore appears with a steaming platter of Audiobook, setting it down with a flourish. Signor Matteo, you tell this story every time, he scolds, but his eyes twinkle with amusement. Because it's a good story, Ettore. And Evelyn hears it for the first time. Matteo protests. Ginevra follows with a bowl of risotto, swatting Matteo's hand when he tries to steal a taste before she's finished serving. Patience, bambino. She chides him like he's still 5 years old. The easy familiarity between them all hits me in the chest. This isn't just a crime family. It's a real family. One I'm somehow becoming part of, despite everything. Lou catches my eye across the room and gives me a smile. I'm still not used to being able to look at her openly, to have her look back without hiding it. Daniel, Damiano calls, breaking my trance. Sit. Eat. 2 words, an order, but also acceptance. He hasn't forgiven me for taking Lou, but he's acknowledged what she told him, that she loves me, that I love her. In Damiano's world, that counts for something. I take the empty chair beside Lou, my thigh pressing against hers under the table. She slides her good hand onto my knee, a small gesture hidden from the others. Finish the story, Matteo, Hazel encourages, leaning forward with her chin propped on her hand. Right, so I'm in this towel trying to convince the maitre d' that I'm actually a guest and not some crazy person, when who walks in but the fucking mayor of Rome with his entire entourage? Everyone at the table erupts in laughter. What did you do? Evelyn asks, her eyes wide. What could I do? I grabbed a serving tray to cover my ass and made a run for it, Matteo says, slapping the table. Knocked over an entire cart of tiramisu on my way out. Ginevra shakes her head as she pours more wine. I'm sure this boy has been trouble since he could walk. And yet you love me best, Matteo tells her with a wink. I love all of you equally, Ginevra responds primly, but she gives Matteo's shoulder an extra squeeze as she passes. Lou's fingers tighten on my knee and I look down to find her watching me. You okay? She whispers. I nod, covering her hand with mine. Just getting used to this. You've been with us for years. To being part of it. Her smile softens, and she leans in to press a kiss to my shoulder, not caring who sees. You've always been part of it. Now you're just sitting at the table instead of standing guard. I look around at these people who kill without hesitation, but who would also die for each other without question. At Lou, who chose me despite everything. Maybe she's right. Maybe I've been part of this all along. I take a bite of the Audiobook, savoring the rich flavor. Ettore's cooking is something I've appreciated for years. Daniel, Damiano says, his voice cutting through the laughter around us. What's the latest on our Russian friends? The table falls silent. Nothing new, I report, shifting into security mode. They've gone dark since the cathedral. No movement at any of their known properties. Damiano nods, setting down his wine glass. Volkov has been quiet once again. Too quiet, Enzo says. We hit every location we had intel on, Alessio adds, leaning forward. The warehouse in Red Hook, the nightclub, the apartments in Brighton Beach, all empty. They disappeared, Damiano confirms, but they never left the country. That's why whatever Volkov property we and the Sartoris hit were empty. They knew we were coming. I think about the Russian I interrogated before the wedding, how he'd spilled everything about the attack on Lou. They're regrouping. Planning. Exactly, Damiano agrees. They're not done. We'll face them again, and we all know it. Sooner or later. Lou's fingers dig into my thigh. I cover her hand with mine, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Let them come, Noah says, his voice cold as he glances at Evelyn. We'll be ready this time. Matteo nods. No more leaks. No more surprises. The Sartoris? I ask, thinking about the fallout from the cathedral. Bruno in a coma, Riccardo dead, Pietro now in charge. Damiano's jaw tightens. Pietro wants an alliance. Nico wants blood. He blames us for his brother's death, even though it was Volkov's man who pulled the trigger. Even if you killed the Russian that killed Riccardo. We've offered compensation, Zoe adds, her voice diplomatic. Money, territory, business concessions. He's considering it, Damiano says, though his tone suggests he doesn't believe Nico will accept. But he's young, angry. Dangerous combination. Two fronts, I say quietly. Russians and Sartoris. Potentially, Damiano agrees, which is why we need to be prepared. All of us. His gaze sweeps the table, lingering on Lou, then me. I know what he's thinking. That I'm a liability where Lou is concerned, that my feelings for her could compromise my judgment in a fight. He's not wrong. I've increased security at all properties, I tell him. Added men at the shelter construction site, and doubled patrols at the warehouse district. Good, Damiano nods, but we need to be vigilant. They could strike anywhere, anytime. Lou shifts beside me. What about the casino? The gaming commission? I shift in my seat, watching Alessio take over the conversation. His eyes are tired, dark circles underneath from the sleepless nights we've all been having since the cathedral. We've paused anything related to the casino for now, Alessio explains to Lou, his voice measured and calm as always. The Gaming Commission understands the circumstances. They've given us an extension considering what happened. Lou nods, her fingers still intertwined with mine under the table. And the Sartoris? What about our agreement with them? We're giving them time, Alessio continues. They have a dead brother and one in a coma. It would be disrespectful to push business matters right now. Damiano sets down his wineglass with a soft clink against the table. After an appropriate mourning period, we'll arrange a meeting with Pietro. We need to determine where we stand. And where do we stand? Lou asks. Alessio exchanges a glance with Damiano before answering. There will either be a new vendetta, or we'll remain united against the Russians. It depends on whether Pietro or Nico has more influence. Pietro is the reasonable one, Enzo adds, his arm still protectively around Sienna. He understands that we didn't pull the trigger, that the Russians are the real enemy. The table falls silent as everyone processes this. I can feel the tension radiating from Lou's body beside me. She blames herself, I know, for running away with me, for the wedding that turned into a bloodbath. It wasn't your fault, I whisper to her, low enough that only she can hear. She squeezes my hand in response, but her eyes remain troubled. For now, Alessio continues, we wait. We prepare for either outcome, and we stay vigilant. The Russians are still the priority, Damiano says firmly. They've gone dark, but they're not gone. We need to be ready when they surface again. I nod in agreement. The Russians are like sharks. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not circling, waiting for the right moment to strike. We'll find them, I promise, looking directly at Damiano. And we'll end this. For the first time tonight, Damiano gives me something close to approval in his gaze. Whatever he thinks of me personally, he knows I'm good at my job. And right now, my job is keeping his family, our family, safe.
Chapter 40. 1 month later, Lucrezia. The Eiffel Tower glows golden against the midnight sky as Daniel and I stroll beneath its massive iron structure. Paris at night feels like a dream, all twinkling lights and soft shadows. My fingers are intertwined with his palm warm against mine despite the autumn chill. "You're quiet," Daniel says, his voice low and rough. I glance up at him, studying the sharp angles of his face softened by the gentle lighting. "Just happy." And I am. It's a strange feeling. Happiness. For so long after the assault, happiness felt like something that happened to other people, something I could observe but never truly experience again. But here, thousands of miles from New York, from the Feretti name and all its complications, I feel something close to peace. "Your security assessment?" I ask, nudging his shoulder playfully. Daniel's eyes scan our surroundings, a habit he can't break even on vacation. 3 exits within 20 meters. Couple at your 2 o'clock might be taking pictures of us. Tourist, not threat. I laugh, the sound echoing in the night air. "You're getting better at this, you know." "At what?" "Talking. Being a person instead of just security." His mouth quirks up at one corner, not quite a smile, but close. Copy that. A month ago, getting more than 5 words from Daniel was like pulling teeth. Now he actually initiates conversations sometimes. Small progress, but progress nonetheless. "Remember when we first got here?" I ask. "You did a full sweep of our hotel suite before you'd even let me put down my bag." Daniel's arm slides around my waist, pulling me closer to his side. Standard protocol. "You checked under the bed." Could have been a threat. In a 5-star hotel in Paris? He shrugs, but there's amusement in his eyes now. Better safe than sorry. I stop walking and turn to face him, placing my hands on his chest. The steady thump of his heart beats against my palm. "Daniel Hayes, you're allowed to relax sometimes." Relaxing gets people killed. The words come automatically, but without the edge they once had. Not here. Not with me. I rise on my tiptoes and press a kiss to the corner of his mouth. "We're safe." "I'm trying," he says. And he is. I've watched him struggle against the walls he built to survive. The Daniel who arrived in Paris 2 weeks ago kept his back to the walls and jumped at loud noises. This Daniel, the one standing with me under the Eiffel Tower, actually smiled at a waiter yesterday. "I know you are." I take his hand again and we continue walking. "Tell me something." "What?" "Anything. Something you're thinking right now." Daniel is silent for so long, I think he might not answer. Then, "Your hair looks different in this light." I touch the ends of my hair self-consciously. Different bad? Different good, like fire. My heart flutters stupidly at the simple observation. This is what I've been trying to teach him. That conversations don't have to be tactical assessments or security reports. That sometimes, telling someone their hair looks like fire under the Eiffel Tower lights is enough. "See? That wasn't so hard." His fingers tighten around mine. Getting easier. We walk in comfortable silence for a while, the tower's lights casting long shadows ahead of us. Paris has been good for us both. Neutral ground where we're not the traumatized Feretti daughter or the ex-military security chief. Here, we're just Daniel and Lucrezia, 2 people learning how to be together without crisis driving every moment. Daniel checks his watch, his brow furrowing slightly. "We need to move." Got somewhere to be. "Now?" It's almost midnight. "Yep." He takes my hand, his pace quickening. "Need to be there in 15. I dig my heels in, forcing him to stop. "Where exactly are we going at this hour?" Classified information. His face remains impassive, but there's something different in his eyes. A lightness I rarely see. "Are you planning a surprise?" I ask, unable to keep the amusement from my voice. Daniel Hayes, master of tactical operations, arranging a secret midnight rendezvous. To my shock, Daniel actually laughs. A real laugh that crinkles the corners of his eyes and shows the small dimple in his right cheek. "If any of my ranger buddies heard that, I'd never live it down," he says, shaking his head. "Hayes planning romantic surprises instead of extraction points? They'd bust my balls for years." So it is a surprise. I squeeze his hand, feeling a childlike excitement bubble up inside me. "Can I have a hint?" negative. But he's still smiling, and it transforms his entire face, makes him look younger, less burdened. Mission parameters require your cooperation without additional intel. You're impossible, I say, but I'm smiling too. Daniel tugs me forward again, his stride purposeful. Clock's ticking, Lou. I follow him, curiosity burning through me. Daniel isn't spontaneous. He plans everything with military precision, from our daily routes to our dinner reservations. Whatever this is, he's put thought into it. Is it dangerous? I ask as we weave through late-night tourists. Well, it terrifies me, but no, he says, and now I am so damn curious. We arrive at the Louvre, its glass pyramid glowing like a beacon in the darkness. The museum stands silent and empty, closed to visitors at this late hour. The massive courtyard that was packed with tourists this morning is now deserted, giving the space an almost magical quality. It's closed, I say, confused. We came here our first week, remember? Daniel nods, his eyes fixed on the illuminated pyramid. I remember. You spent 3 hours in the Italian Renaissance section alone. I smile at the memory. That day had been special, my first time feeling truly present since the assault. Standing before Botticelli's frescoes, I'd felt something unlock inside me. A door I thought permanently sealed creaking open just enough to let some light in. I sketched 6 different angles of Venus that day, I say, running my fingers along the stone edge of a fountain. My hands were cramping by the time we left. Daniel watches me with that intense focus that used to unnerve me, but now feels like being wrapped in something warm. You came alive in there. I'd never seen you like that before. Art does that to me. I look up at the museum wistfully. Always has. We stand in comfortable silence for a moment, both of us gazing at the closed museum. The night air carries the scent of rain, though the skies remain clear. Paris smells different than New York, less harsh, more ancient somehow. I want to start painting again, I say suddenly. Professionally, I mean, when we get back. Daniel turns to me, his expression softening. Yeah. The decision has been forming for weeks, but saying it aloud makes it real. I've been sketching every day since we got here. My portfolio's practically building itself. You're good, Lou. Really good. I feel a flush of pleasure at his simple praise. I used to dream about showing in galleries before. Everything. I think I'm ready to try again. Daniel reaches out, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. His touch is gentle, at odds with the calluses on his fingertips. What kind of work are you thinking? Landscapes, maybe. Or abstracts. I gesture toward the Louvre. Being here, seeing all that history and beauty, it's like something's unlocked inside me. I can't wait to get back to a real studio. Your studio at the mansion? I shake my head. No. Somewhere new, somewhere that's just mine. The thought of returning to that space, with its memories of rage and pain, makes my stomach clench. I need a fresh start. Daniel nods, understanding without my having to explain further. That's one of the things I love most about him. He doesn't need every emotion spelled out. He just gets it. We'll find you a space, he says simply, like it's already decided. Something with good light. North-facing windows, I add, warming to the idea. High ceilings. Room for big canvases. Whatever you need. I can't wait, I whisper, more to myself than to Daniel. I'm about to say something else when Daniel reaches into his pocket and pulls out a sleek black card. It looks like a credit card, but with no markings except a small embossed logo in the corner. What's that? I ask. Our ticket in. He gives me that half smile that still makes my heart skip. I know someone who knows someone. You're joking. I stare at him, then at the closed museum. We can't just walk into the Louvre after hours. We can tonight. He takes my hand, leading me toward a side entrance I hadn't noticed before. Trust me. A security guard waits by the door, his expression neutral as we approach. Daniel shows him the card and exchanges a few words in French too quick for me to catch. The guard nods, scanning the card before stepping aside. Monsieur Hayes, he says with a slight bow. Mademoiselle, enjoy your evening. The door closes behind us and we're inside the Louvre. But it's not the museum I remember from our daytime visit. The lighting is soft and ambient, nothing like the bright, clinical illumination that normally floods these halls. The marble floors gleam under the gentle glow, and the space feels intimate, almost reverent. How did you? I begin, but Daniel just squeezes my hand. Later, he says, I want to show you something. He guides me through empty corridors, our footsteps echoing in the silence. We pass priceless works of art, all of us alone with them in a way no regular visitor ever gets to be. It feels surreal, like we've stepped into some alternate reality where the rules of the world don't apply. Where are we going? I whisper, though there's no one around to hear us. You'll see. We turn down another hallway, one I don't remember from our previous visit. It's smaller, more modern-looking than the grand galleries that house the museum's famous works. Daniel stops before a set of double doors and turns to me. Close your eyes, he says. Daniel, please, Lou. Just for a minute. I sigh but comply, letting my eyelids fall shut. I hear the doors open, feel Daniel's hand on the small of my back guiding me forward. The air feels different here, cooler, with a subtle scent I can't quite place. Okay, he says, open them. I do. And for a moment, I can't process what I'm seeing. The room is bathed in that same soft lighting, but it's what's on the walls that makes my breath catch. My paintings, my work, hanging in the Louvre. I step forward, disbelieving. There's the abstract I did after the casino attack, violent reds and blacks swirling into something almost beautiful. What is this? I whisper, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. It's yours, Daniel says, standing back to let me take it all in. All of it. This gallery. For tonight. I move slowly around the room, touching the frames with trembling fingers. There must be 15 pieces, all arranged with the care and consideration of a professional curator. Some I recognize from my studio at the mansion, others from our time in Europe, all of them mine. How did you get these? I ask, turning back to him. The ones from home. I left them locked in my studio. Zoe helped, he admits, and Bella. They shipped everything here last week. I shake my head, overwhelmed. But why? How? I stare at Daniel, still trying to process how he managed to create this private gallery of my work in the Louvre of all places when he does something that stops my heart. He kneels, right there on the polished floor, looking up at me with those intense eyes that see everything, all my broken pieces and my strength. Lou, he says, his voice rougher than usual as he pulls a small velvet box from his pocket. I've spent my life protecting other people, but you're the first person I've ever wanted to build something with. I can't breathe, can't move, can't think. I know we haven't done anything the traditional way, he continues, opening the box to reveal a stunning emerald ring surrounded by tiny diamonds. But I want to spend every day of the rest of my life with you, if you'll have me. A sound behind me makes me turn. My heart nearly stops as I see them all standing there. Damiano, Zoe, Sienna, Enzo, Matteo, Hazel, Evelyn, and Noah, my family, here in Paris, watching with expressions ranging from Enzo's barely contained smirk to Zoe's teary smile. How? I begin, but Daniel's voice pulls me back. Lucrezia Feretti, he says, holding the ring up. Will you marry me? Tears blur my vision as everything hits me at once. My family traveled across an ocean to be here. Daniel arranged a private showing of my art in the Louvre, and now he's asking me to be his wife. Yes, I whisper, then louder. Yes, yes, yes. I launch myself at him with such force that we both tumble to the floor, the ring box clutched safely in his hand as I cover his face with kisses. Everyone bursts into laughter as Daniel and I lie tangled together on the museum floor. I love you, I tell him, then look up at my family. I love all of you. I can't believe you're here. Get up, you two, Enzo says, though he's grinning. You're embarrassing us in front of priceless art. No, I say, feeling suddenly playful in a way I haven't in years. You come down here. Sienna is the first to join us, dropping gracefully to sit cross-legged on the floor beside us. Hazel follows, then Evelyn and Noah. Matteo pretends to resist, but caves when Hazel tugs his hand. Zoe sits next to Damiano's legs, looking up expectantly at my oldest brother. Come on, Damiano, I say. Family floor meeting. Damiano stands stiffly, looking utterly horrified at the idea of lying on a museum floor in his expensive suit. This is ridiculous, he mutters. It's tradition now, Zoe says, patting the space beside her. Don't be the only one standing. With a long-suffering sigh that makes us all laugh, Damiano lowers himself to the floor with all the dignity of a king forced to sit among peasants. I hate all of you, he says without heat, adjusting his jacket as he settles beside Zoe. We burst into fresh laughter at his discomfort, and even Damiano's lips twitch into a reluctant smile. I look around at my family, all of us sprawled on the floor of the Louvre like children at a slumber party, and feel something I thought I'd lost forever. Joy. Pure, uncomplicated joy. Daniel slips the ring onto my finger and it fits perfectly. Of course it does. He's always known exactly what I need. Lucrezia. I smooth my hands over the dress I chose for today's opening. Professional but not stuffy. The shelter looks nothing like it did 6 months ago when it was just an abandoned building with broken windows and graffiti-covered walls. Now it stands transformed. Fresh paint, new windows, and a sign that reads, New Beginnings Women's Shelter. Scarlett has outdone herself. When I asked her to run the foundation, I knew she'd be good, but this exceeds all expectations. The main hall buzzes with conversation as donors, volunteers, and community leaders mingle. Local politicians shake hands and pose for photos, eager to be associated with the Feretti family's charitable venture. My family fills the front row. Damiano sits with his arm around Zoe. Enzo and Sienna whisper to each other, while Alessio checks his phone with Melania beside him. Matteo and Hazel arrived late, but made it, and even Noah and Evelyn came to support us. And Daniel. My Daniel. He stands at the back of the room, eyes constantly scanning for threats, despite this being a celebration. When our gazes meet, his expression softens for just a moment. Scarlett taps the microphone, drawing everyone's attention. Her red hair is pulled back in a sleek ponytail, and she looks every bit the professional foundation director in her pantsuit. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming today, she begins. 6 months ago, this building was abandoned. Today, it stands as a beacon of hope for women escaping violence and abuse. The crowd applauds. I feel a swell of pride mixed with something deeper, something that feels like purpose. None of this would have been possible without the vision and funding of one extraordinary woman. Scarlett continues. My throat tightens. Please welcome to the stage the founder of New Beginnings, my dear friend, Lucrezia Feretti. Applause fills the room. Scarlett gestures toward me, her smile encouraging. I rise from my chair, clutching my note cards. The short walk to the podium feels endless. I place my cards on the wooden surface, staring down at the words I carefully prepared. Words about resilience and healing, about second chances and new beginnings. Good words, safe words. But as I look up at the faces watching me, some curious, some supportive, some merely polite, the prepared speech suddenly feels hollow. My gaze drifts to my family. Damiano nods slightly, his eyes holding a pride he rarely shows. Enzo gives me a thumbs up. Zoe's smile is gentle, understanding. Then to Daniel at the back, standing tall and watchful. The man who saw me at my most broken and never once thought I needed fixing. I look back down at my cards, take a deep breath. I had a speech prepared, I begin, my voice surprisingly steady in the microphone, about hope and healing and new beginnings. But standing here now, I pause, gathering my courage. I set my note cards aside, letting them rest on the podium. The room falls silent. I can feel Daniel's eyes on me, steady and supportive. 2 years ago, I was attacked. The words hang in the air, stark and honest. Men took me, hurt me, and left me broken. Or at least, that's what I thought at the time. I hear Damiano's sharp intake of breath. We've never spoken publicly about what happened. For months afterward, I couldn't sleep, couldn't paint, couldn't breathe without feeling like the walls were closing in. My fingers gripped the podium edge. I thought I'd lost myself forever. The crowd is utterly still now. I can see women in the audience nodding, their eyes reflecting a pain they recognize. But here's what I learned. My voice grows stronger. Trauma doesn't break you. It transforms you. The person I was before is gone, yes. But the woman standing before you now, she's stronger. She's fiercer. She knows exactly what she's fighting for. I look directly at a young woman in the third row, her face partially hidden by her hair, her posture curled inward like she's trying to disappear. This shelter isn't just about providing beds and meals. It's about creating space for women to rediscover themselves after violence has tried to erase them. It's about understanding that healing isn't linear. Some days you'll feel invincible, and others you'll barely be able to get out of bed. Both of those days are valid. Both of those days matter. I step out from behind the podium, needing nothing between me and these people now. Society tells us to hide our scars, to pretend we're fine when we're shattered inside, but there's power in our wounds. There's wisdom in our survival. Every woman who walks through these doors carries a story that deserves to be honored, not erased. I stand before you not as someone who has it all figured out, but as a woman still learning to live with her ghosts. Some days they're quiet, some days they scream, but they don't own me anymore. My gaze finds Daniel again, his eyes never leaving mine. And that's what New Beginnings is truly about. Not just shelter, but reclamation. Taking back what was stolen from us, our sense of safety, our bodily autonomy, our right to exist without fear. I turn to address the entire room now, my voice ringing clear. To every woman who has ever been told she's too much or not enough, who's been silenced or shamed or made to feel small, your story matters, your pain matters, your healing matters, and it belongs to you alone. The young woman in the third row has lifted her head now, tears streaming down her face. We can't erase what happened to us, but we can choose what happens next. We can build something beautiful from the ashes of what we've lost. I feel something breaking open inside me, not like shattering, but like dawn breaking through darkness. This shelter is my promise to every woman still trapped in darkness. You are not alone. You are not broken beyond repair. And when you're ready to begin again, we'll be here, holding space for all that you are and all that you might become. The silence holds for one breathless moment before the room erupts in applause. Women rise to their feet, some crying openly, others nodding with fierce determination. At this moment, I finally understand. My pain was never meant to be hidden. It was meant to become a bridge.
Chapter 42. Daniel. I stand at the altar, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. The church is packed with people, Feretti associates, business partners, and what feels like half of New York's elite. Not exactly the crowd I'm used to blending into. My collar feels too tight. I resist the urge to check my weapon for the 5th time. Stop fidgeting, Matteo whispers from beside me. You look like you're about to take down a target, not marry the woman you love. I give him a sideways glance. There are too many people. Focus on Lou, he says. Forget everyone else. Easier said than done. I scan the crowd automatically, cataloging faces, identifying potential threats. The security team I personally vetted stands at strategic points throughout the cathedral. Noah catches my eye from his position near the side entrance and gives me a subtle nod. All clear. Damiano sits in the front row. Beside him, Zoe smiles encouragingly. It took months for Damiano to accept me as family. The organ music shifts, signaling the procession is about to begin. Lou's voice echoes in my memory from last night. You don't have to be perfect tomorrow. Just be you. But maybe try a small smile now and then. Let people see what I see. I make a conscious effort to relax my face, managing what probably looks like a grimace. A woman in the second row flinches slightly. I tone it down. The bridesmaids enter one by one. Hazel, then Sienna, followed by Bella and Scarlet, each wearing the midnight blue that Lou loves, each smiling at me as they take their places. The music changes. Everyone stands. And then she's there. Lou appears at the entrance on Enzo's arm, and everything else fades away. Her dress is simple, elegant. Her hair falls in loose waves around her shoulders, tiny white flowers woven through the curls. But it's her eyes that hold me. Clear, certain, fixed on mine as if no one else exists. I feel my face soften into a genuine smile. Lou's answering smile is radiant. Enzo places Lou's hand in mine when they reach the altar. His eyes hold a warning and acceptance all at once. "You got this, Hayes," he says quietly, then steps back. I feel Lou's hand squeeze mine. Her smile so bright it's like she's squeezing my heart too. The priest begins speaking, but his words blur together. All I can focus on is Lou's face, the way she's looking at me like I'm her whole world. Part of me wants to grab her hand and run. Find some quiet place where it's just the two of us. Marriage. If someone had told me a year ago I'd be standing at an altar, I would have laughed in their face, or possibly broken their nose, depending on my mood that day. Men like me don't get happy endings. We don't get the girl. We stand in the shadows, we protect, we serve, and we die alone. That was the plan anyway. I remember the night I decided to propose, sitting alone in my apartment, turning the ring over and over in my hands for hours, wondering if I was making the biggest mistake of my life. What if she said no? What if she looked at me with pity in those beautiful eyes? What if she finally realized what everyone else could see? That she deserved better than me? I almost talked myself out of it a dozen times. Kept thinking she'd wake up one day from whatever spell she was under and see me for what I really am. Not the hero she thinks I am, but the damaged man I've always been. The priest asks for the rings. Matteo steps forward, handing them over with a subtle wink in my direction. Lou's eyes never leave mine. There's no hesitation there, no doubt. Just certainty. And somehow, that scares me more than anything, because I know what I am. What I've done, the darkness I carry. But when Lou looks at me like this, I almost believe it myself. The priest's voice cuts through my thoughts. "Daniel, please repeat after me." I take a breath, steadying myself. Lou's fingers tighten around mine, grounding me to this moment. This is real. This is happening. And despite every instinct that's kept me alive all these years, I'm choosing to believe in this. In her. In us.
Lucrezia, I stand before Daniel. His eyes hold mine with such certainty that I almost forget to breathe. The priest turns to Daniel. "Daniel, please repeat after me." Daniel takes a deep breath, but instead of repeating the traditional vows, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a folded piece of paper. "I wrote these myself," he says, his voice rough with emotion. "If that's okay." The priest nods, stepping back slightly. Daniel unfolds the paper, but then looks directly at me instead of reading from it. "Lou," he begins, his voice steady despite the emotion in his eyes. "For 36 years, I lived in darkness. I existed. I survived. But I wasn't truly alive. I built walls so high that I forgot what it felt like to let anyone in. My vision blurs as tears threaten to spill. I blink rapidly, determined to see every moment of this. Then you happened," he continues, "not all at once. Slowly, a smile here, a moment of courage there, the way you fought to reclaim yourself after everything you'd been through." His thumb brushes across my knuckles, a gentle caress that says more than words ever could. "You taught me that broken doesn't mean destroyed, that damage doesn't mean beyond repair." His voice catches slightly. You showed me that even a man like me could still be worthy of holding something as precious as your heart. A tear escapes despite my efforts, sliding down my cheek. Daniel reaches up and gently wipes it away with his thumb. I'm not good with words, he says, a hint of a smile touching his lips. But I'm good at promises. And these are mine to you. He takes my hands in his, holding them against his chest where I can feel his heartbeat. I promise to protect you, not because you need protection, but because it's how I show love. I promise to stand beside you, not in front of you. I promise to be your shelter when you need one, and your freedom when you don't. More tears fall. I don't try to stop them anymore. I promise to love all of you. I promise to be honest, even when it's hard. I promise to choose you, every day, for the rest of my life. His voice drops lower, meant only for me despite our audience. I promise to be the man you believe I am, even on days when I don't believe it myself. The church is completely silent. I can feel everyone watching us, but all I see is Daniel. You saved me, Lou, he says simply, and I'll spend the rest of my life making sure you never regret it. I'm crying openly now, tears streaming down my face. Daniel's eyes shine with unshed tears of his own. I love you, he finishes. The silence in the church feels reverent. I reach up to touch his face, my fingers tracing the strong line of his jaw. Your turn, he whispers, a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. My hands tremble slightly as I reach for the small folded paper in Bella's outstretched hand. But after hearing Daniel speak from his heart, I tuck the paper away. Those carefully crafted words suddenly feel inadequate. I didn't think I'd ever stand here, I begin, my voice soft but steady. After what happened to me, I thought that part of my life was over. I believed I was too broken, too damaged for anyone to truly love. Daniel's grip on my hands tightens, grounding me. I take a shaky breath, feeling tears slide down my cheeks. You never looked at me with pity. You never treated me like I was fragile. You just waited, patient and steady, until I was ready to be seen again. My thumb brushes over his knuckles, tracing the scars there. You taught me that strength isn't about never breaking. It's about how you piece yourself back together. My voice cracks slightly. And sometimes it's about letting someone else help you with the pieces. Daniel's eyes never leave mine, intense and full of emotion. I used to think love was this grand, sweeping thing from fairy tales, but with you, I learned it's in the quiet moments. It's in how you hold my hand during nightmares, how you stand guard while I sleep, how you know exactly when to push and when to wait. I reach up to touch his face, my fingers tracing the strong line of his jaw. You call yourself damaged, but to me, you're perfect. Not because you don't have scars, we both know you do, but because your scars tell the story of a man who survived, a man who protected, a man who never stopped trying to be better. The tears come faster now, but I don't try to stop them. I love how you check under the bed in every hotel room. A small laugh escapes through my tears. I love how you always position yourself between me and the door. I love how you look at me like I'm the most precious thing you've ever seen. Daniel's eyes shine with unshed tears. I promise to be your safe place, just as you've been mine. I promise to stand beside you through whatever comes. I promise to remind you of your worth on days when you forget. My voice drops to almost a whisper, meant only for him despite our audience. I promise to love all of you, the soldier, the protector, the man who thinks he doesn't deserve happiness but deserves it more than anyone I know. Pietro's story is available now. Visit https://www.champlinks.com. SL. Sartori Syndicate Book 1/.
Chapter 43. Epilogue. Daniel. I stand at the edge of the reception hall, my eyes never leaving Lou as she dances with Bella and Scarlett. Her laughter carries across the room, bright and uninhibited. The simple white dress she chose swirls around her legs as Scarlett spins her. For a moment, I forget to breathe. Lou catches me watching and her smile widens. She winks at me before Bella pulls her into another twirl. She looks happy. I turn to find Damiano beside me, 2 glasses of scotch in hand. He offers one to me, and I accept it with a nod. She does, I agree, taking a sip. The expensive liquor burns pleasantly down my throat. Damiano watches his sister for a long moment. You know, when I first assigned you to protect her, I never imagined we'd end up here. That makes 2 of us, I admit. We stand in silence, both watching her. The chandelier light catches on her ring as she raises her arms in dance. My ring, my wife. I need to say something to you, Damiano says finally, turning to face me. His expression is serious, the dawn of the Feretti family rather than the brother of the bride. And I need you to listen carefully. I straighten slightly, meeting his gaze directly. I'm listening. Lou has been through hell, he begins, his voice low enough that only I can hear. And I failed to protect her once. I will carry that failure with me for the rest of my life. I start to speak, but he raises a hand to stop me. Today, I'm entrusting her safety, her happiness, to you. His dark eyes bore into mine. I know you'd die for her without hesitation. I would, I confirm without pause, but that's not what I'm asking of you. Damiano takes another sip of his scotch. I'm asking you to live for her, to be the man she believes you are, to give her the life she deserves. I nod, understanding the weight of his words. She chose you, Damiano continues, against all odds, against my wishes at first, against everything that would have been easier. She chose you. I know. The responsibility of that choice sits heavy on my shoulders, but it's a weight I welcome. Damiano's expression softens slightly. Make her happy, Daniel. That's all I ask. Then his eyes harden again, just enough to remind me exactly who I'm dealing with. But know this. If you ever hurt her, if you ever make her cry, if you ever give her reason to regret choosing you. He doesn't finish the threat. He doesn't need to. You'll make me disappear so thoroughly that even God won't find the pieces. I finish for him, my voice steady. A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. I'm glad we understand each other. Perfectly. Damiano's serious expression breaks into a genuine smile. He sets down his glass and pulls me into a firm embrace, clapping me hard on the back. Welcome to the family, brother, he says, with a laugh that doesn't quite hide the warning in his words. When he pulls back, he's still smiling. Now go dance with your wife before I change my mind about you. I drain my scotch and set the glass down. Yes, sir. As I walk toward Lou, whose face lights up when she sees me approaching, I feel Damiano's eyes on my back. The message is clear. I'm accepted, but I'm on notice, and I wouldn't have it any other way. When I reach her, she immediately slides into my arms like she belongs there, because she does. May I have this dance, Mrs. Hayes? I ask. You may, she answers, her fingers lacing with mine as I pull her close. The band shifts to something slower, and I guide Lou away from her friends. Her body fits perfectly against mine as we move to the music. So, she says, looking up at me, did my brother threaten you big time, or just the regular amount? I can't help but laugh. What makes you think Damiano threatened me? Please, she rolls her eyes. I saw you two talking. He had his Don face on. I spin her gently before pulling her back against me. Your brother simply welcomed me to the family. And mentioned how thoroughly I'd disappear if I ever hurt you. Lou laughs, the sound warming something deep in my chest. That's actually pretty mild for Damiano. I was expecting something more creative. Oh, it was implied, I assure her. I believe the exact understanding was that even God wouldn't find the pieces. She rests her head against my chest, and I feel her smile against my jacket. That sounds more like him. We sway together for a moment, the rest of the room fading away until it's just us. You know what's funny? I say, my chin resting on top of her head. What's that? For years, I was paid to keep you safe. Now I get to do it for free. Lou pulls back to look at me, her expression mock serious. That's your idea of a joke? Security humor? What's wrong with that? Everything, she says, shaking her head. That was terrible. You're terrible at jokes. I tighten my grip on her waist, pulling her flush against me. Is that so? The worst, she confirms, but her eyes are dancing with amusement. Then I'll stick to what I'm good at, I murmur, lowering my mouth to hers. I kiss her slowly, thoroughly, not caring who's watching. When I finally pull back, her cheeks are flushed and her eyes slightly unfocused. You're definitely better at that, she whispers, a little breathless. I aim to please Mrs. Hayes. Lou's smile turns soft, almost wondering. I'm your wife. Yes, you are. I brush my thumb across her cheek. And I'm never letting you go. Promise, she asks. And for just a moment, I see a flash of the vulnerability she rarely shows anyone else. With everything I am, I tell her, my voice rough with emotion. You're mine to protect, mine to love. For as long as I live. Lou rises on her toes and presses her lips to mine again, sealing the promise between us.
Lucrezia, I watch as the last group of business associates and distant connections make their way out of the reception hall. My feet ache from dancing, but my heart feels impossibly full. The ballroom still glows with soft light from crystal chandeliers. But now only our inner circle remains, the people who truly matter. Damiano and Zoe sit at a table. Enzo has his arm around Sienna, whispering something that makes her laugh. Matteo and Hazel share a quiet dance in the corner while Alessio and Melania debate something with animated gestures. Evelyn and Noah look exhausted but happy, her head on his shoulder. My family. My real family. I squeeze the envelope in my hand, the paper warm from being held against my palm all evening. I've been waiting for this moment since the doctor confirmed it 3 days ago. Daniel, I whisper, touching his arm. It's time. He looks at me with those steel blue eyes that still make my heart skip. Time for what? You'll see. I press a quick kiss to his lips before stepping away. I move to the center of the ballroom, my wedding dress rustling softly against the marble floor. Taking a deep breath, I clear my throat. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Conversations pause. All eyes turn toward me. Daniel watches with curiosity from where I left him, his brow slightly furrowed. First, I want to thank you all for being here today. I begin, my voice steadier than I expected. Not just for the wedding, but for everything before it. For standing by me through the darkest times and for celebrating with me now in the light. Zoe smiles encouragingly. Enzo gives me a nod. I know it's tradition for the bride to save her surprise until after the honeymoon, I continue, holding up the envelope. But I've never been very good at following traditions. A ripple of knowing laughter moves through the room. Even Damiano smirks. Daniel and I have already received our first wedding gift, I say, my fingers trembling slightly as I open the envelope. And it wasn't on any registry. I pull out the small black and white image, holding it up for everyone to see. We're having a baby. For a heartbeat, the room is completely silent. Then Daniel's voice breaks through. What? He stares at me in shock before crossing the room in long strides. His eyes search mine, looking for confirmation. Are you serious? He asks, his voice rough with emotion. I nod, tears blurring my vision. Daniel lets out a sound that's half laugh, half sob before lifting me into the air. He spins us around, his arms strong and secure around my waist. When he sets me down, his hands frame my face with such tenderness it makes my heart ache. A baby. he whispers like he can't quite believe it. Behind us, the room erupts in cheers and exclamations, but I barely hear them. At this moment, it's just us, me and Daniel, and the tiny life we've created. I think back to those terrible days after my assault, when the doctors examined me with clinical detachment. Fortunately, they had said, there doesn't appear to be any damage that would affect fertility. As if that was supposed to comfort me then, when the very thought of intimacy made me shake with fear. But now those words feel like a promise fulfilled. My body, which was once violated, has become a place of creation, of hope. Daniel kneels suddenly, pressing his lips to my stomach through the layers of my wedding dress. "Hello in there," he murmurs, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm your dad." The simple words break something open inside me. Tears spill down my cheeks as I thread my fingers through his short hair. This is what healing looks like, I realize. Not the absence of scars, but the creation of something beautiful despite them. Pietro's story is available now. Visit https://www.champlinks.com/sell Sartori Syndicate Book 1/. Do you want an exclusive bonus scene? Read it now by typing in your browser www.champlinks.com/sl/Feretti Syndicate Book 6 bonus scene /.
Chapter 44. Pietro. She steps into the office without invitation, heels crunching on glass shards. No hesitation in her stride. Most women see this office, see me, and their fight or flight kicks in. This one walks in like she's already calculated the exits and decided she can handle whatever happens between here and the door. Liam clears his throat. "This is Miss Kelly. She called about the position this morning." Kelly, Irish name. Fucking perfect. While Connor O'Sullivan dismantles my operations. I'll leave you to it. Liam retreats with the speed of a man who's witnessed too many secretary interviews go sideways. The door clicks shut. We're alone. She stands before my desk, hands clasped in front of her. Still. Waiting. Light from the window ignites the red in her hair. I lean back in my chair, studying her. The blouse hides her shape, but not the straight line of her spine. The severe hairstyle should make her look harsh, but it just emphasizes the curve of her neck, the delicate shell of her ear. There's something underneath the professional armor. Desperation, maybe, though she hides it well. "You sure you're in the right place?" I let my voice drop to the register that usually sends them running. This isn't exactly a Fortune 500 company. I know what Sartori Import and Export does. She meets my gaze without blinking. I can type 90 words per minute, and I don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. The smart ones always say that. Then they see blood on a shipping manifest or hear the wrong conversation, and suddenly they're full of questions. I stand, letting her get the full picture. Wrinkled Armani, sleeves rolled up over forearms marked with scars. Blood on my knuckles from the wall. 3 days of stubble, because I haven't been home in longer than that. Everything about me screams danger, violence, run. She tilts her chin up, defiant, like she's daring me to try to scare her. "Sit." I nod toward the leather chair across from my desk. She sits with controlled grace, knees together, back straight. Her fingers find a resting position on her thighs. No nervous energy, no tells. Either she's got ice in her veins, or she's very good at pretending. I drop back into my chair, pull a resume from the pile Liam left. Nora Kelly, 23, administrative assistant, Boston. The paper feels thin, the history full of gaps. What is she hiding? Then again, no one with a clean past walks through my door. Why Chicago? Fresh start. Her voice stays level. Sometimes you need distance from old mistakes. Old mistakes. The way she says it, careful and controlled, tells me there's a story there. But everyone who walks through my door has stories. I don't need hers. I need someone who can manage shipping manifests without crying when they realize what we're really importing. The position requires unusual hours. I pour myself another drink. Don't offer her one. Sometimes you'll need to be here at 3 a.m. to handle customs documentation. Sometimes you'll work 16-hour days when shipments stack up. The pay reflects that, but the work's demanding. I can handle demanding. I lean forward, elbows on the desk. Can you handle this? I slide a blood-stained manifest across the mahogany. One of this morning's casualties, documenting a shipment that went sideways when the Murphy family decided to make a statement. Sometimes our business gets messy. She picks up the paper, examines it with the same detachment she'd use for a grocery list. The blood obscures some of the numbers here. She sets it down, meets my eyes. But I can work with the digital copies. I assume you keep backups. My jaw tightens. No trembling hands, no wide, scared eyes. She's holding a man's blood and asking about fucking data backups. We keep backups. I study her face, looking for the crack that tell that she's about to bolt. The last 3 secretaries quit within a week. One lasted 3 days. What makes you think you'll do better? Because I need this job. The first hint of something raw bleeds through her professional mask. And from what I can see, she glances at the scattered papers, the chaos of my desk. You need someone who won't run at the first sign of trouble. She's not wrong. The operation's hemorrhaging money because I can't keep the legitimate front running smoothly. Can't keep anyone in this office long enough to maintain the facade that keeps the feds at bay. The salary listed was $45,000. She straightens her shoulders. I want 54. The laugh escapes before I can stop it. You see this office, see me, and your first move is to negotiate up 20%? You need me more than I need you. Her chin lifts again, that defiant tilt that sends an unfamiliar jolt through me, something hot and sharp that has nothing to do with anger. Your operations are failing without proper administrative support. I can fix that. 54,000 is reasonable for someone who will stay. Brass balls on this one. Sitting here looking like butter wouldn't melt in her mouth while negotiating with a man who had someone's blood on his manifests this morning. Prove you can type. I pull out one of the legitimate shipping documents, the kind that actually needs proper formatting. 90 words per minute, you said? She moves to the computer terminal at the side desk without hesitation. Her fingers fly over the keys, transcribing the document with mechanical precision. No errors, no hesitation. Even when I move to stand behind her, close enough that she must feel my presence, she doesn't falter. Time. She turns in the chair, looks up at me. This close, I can see the gold flecks in her green eyes. Smell something clean, like soap and wind. 92 words per minute. I'm standing too close, close enough to see the pulse at her throat, quick but controlled. Close enough to notice the faint mark on her collarbone, almost hidden by the high neckline, like someone grabbed her there. Fresh start. Old mistakes. A woman hiding bruises who doesn't flinch at blood. My voice is raspy. You running from something, Miss Kelly? The question is a blade, sharper than I meant it to be. Her eyes flash, fear, anger, something else, before the mask slides back into place. Aren't we all? That's exactly what I don't need. Another complication, another person to fail. But the operation's bleeding out, and she's the first applicant who hasn't run screaming, who negotiated up instead of accepting whatever scraps I threw her way. 54,000. I move back to my desk, needing distance from whatever charge fills the air between us. You start tomorrow, 8 a.m. sharp. Liam will handle your paperwork, explain the basic protocols. I extend my hand across the desk. A barrier. The deal is done. She stands, rounds the chair and takes it. Her skin meets mine. A jolt, sharp, unwelcome, cracks through the numbness in my veins. Her hand is small, but her grip is firm. Her pupils bleed into the green. A breath hitches in her throat. I drop her hand. My skin tingles where she touched it. Tomorrow, then. She smooths down her skirt, composing herself. 8 a.m. Don't be late. She heads for the door, pauses at the threshold. Mr. Sartori, you might want to have someone clean up the glass. It's a liability issue. Then she's gone, leaving me standing behind my desk with my hand still tingling from her touch. I sink into my chair, pour another whiskey with hands that aren't quite steady. What the fuck just happened? I've interviewed dozens of secretaries. Fucked half of them. None of them ever made me feel whatever that was. This is a mistake, I tell the ghost that lives in my chest. She's trouble. I can feel it. But trouble's never stopped me before. If anything, I court it, chase it. Maybe that's why I'm going to let her come back tomorrow, despite every instinct screaming that Nora Kelly is more than she seems. The door opens. Liam returns, cautiousness in every line of his body. Well, he takes in the empty chair, the signed contract on my desk. She didn't run. She negotiated for 20% more salary. Liam's eyebrows rise. And you gave it to her? I drain the whiskey, feel it burn down to join the fire she lit in my chest. She starts tomorrow. Think she'll last? I stare at the door where she vanished, still seeing the defiant tilt of her chin, the way she handled that bloody manifest like it was nothing. Feel the ghost of her hand in mine. I don't know. The admission costs me more than it should. But she looks different from the others. Different, dangerous, beautiful in a way that has nothing to do with conventional beauty and everything to do with that spark in her eyes when she challenged me. Liam heads for the door, pauses. For what it's worth, I think she might work out. At least that's what I hope. And she didn't really look at you like most of the others do. How do the others look at me? Like you're a paycheck or a monster. He meets my gaze. She looked at you like she wasn't afraid of you. Not afraid of me. The words sit heavy in my chest next to Pablo's ghost. I haven't wanted someone unafraid of me since that warehouse 13 years ago. People who aren't afraid can disappoint you, betray you, die on you. But maybe that's exactly what I need. Someone who won't fold under the weight of what we do. Someone who can stand in this office surrounded by blood and broken glass and negotiate for more money instead of running for the door. Pietro's story is available now. Visit
https://www.champlinks.com/Sartori Syndicate Book /. Do you want an exclusive bonus scene? Read it now by typing in your browser www.champlinks.com/SL/Ferocity Syndicate Book 6 bonus scene /. Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read or listen the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.